Okay, I'm back, baby. Yeah, I'm back, baby. Yeah, I'm back, baby. Yeah. Okay, this is part 2 of how God created the universe. This is the reverse engineering of God of the universe. Yeah. Woo! Yeah. And like I said, we're going to cut through all this biblical bullshit. So when these fat, sloppy, Bible-toting preachers come out with all their bullshit, you have some real information here to counteract all that stupid shit. Okay, we're going to continue on. And I want you guys to look at this right here. Take a notice. These are swastikas. The swastika. We're going to zoom in on that to show you just how wide and far the Black African teachings went worldwide. Because the Black African is the God of planet Earth. The Black African is the God race. And all other so-called races on this planet spawn from the Black African. The Black African is their God and creator. And as you can see, you got the Hopi. And they have the swastika. Of course, these Christian nutcracks ripped off the swastika. Let me see. You got the Aztecs. Of course, the Jewish. You got the swastika there in China. You got one in Japan. You got the Celtic swastika. Of course, the Celtics come from Morocco. They're the branch of Caucasoid that we call the Tamahu, who were engineered right there in the lost continent of Atlantis that connected Morocco to the east coast of the United States, which is why on the east coast of the United States you have a city called Atlanta, Georgia, which is a black city, of course. Atlanta, Georgia is symbolized or symbolic of Atlantis. And Atlantis connected directly to Africa and the Canary Islands. Okay, the Canary Islands was one of the islands that they used to create these Homo erectus, these Cro-Magnons. Of course, these islands around the world is what the Black African guys used. And when they came here as gods to engineer mankind into existence, which is why you have all these different breeds of humans. Okay, but anyway, you got, as you can see, you got the Greek. Let me see, you got the silver. This stuff is really hard to read. Japan, China. I think that says Ceylon or whatever. You got the Aztecs. Okay, and of course, the swastika symbolizes the vortex that resides at the center of the galaxy right there. And of course, you see that same swastika on the Lalibela churches. Right there on these windows right here are swastikas. Let's get a close up on that. You see the Black African, Ethiopian, Kushite, which connected into Kemet. Okay, as you see the swastika. And the swastika is a vortex, symbolic of a vortex, which is at the core of the galaxy where all creation takes place in the galaxy. All creation takes place at the cores of these galaxies. You got billions and billions and billions of galaxies that spread all across the universe. We're going to break down these galaxies. Okay? But, like I said, here we go. Let's get up in here. Look at that stupid motherfucker right there. Okay? And once again, Caucasoids do nothing but mimic the Black African. Take a look at these so-called superior Neander apes ripping off their Black African creators. And there you go. There's the chief Neander ape right there. Adolf Hitler. Stupid motherfucker talking about the Aryan race and shit. There he is right there. Look at him. Ripping off the Black African. Using Black African symbols. Okay? I'm here to officially say I'm reclaiming my fucking swastika, motherfucker. Okay, but anyway, once again, Caucasoid Neander apes are shitting on spiritual symbols and teachings and turning these ancient symbols into symbols of destruction and violence. And we're going to get into that. Well, there's no need to get into that. We're going to bypass that. We already know the history of this Caucasoid. It's nothing but a violent warmongering species, as I detailed, and why the Caucasian is a warmongering species. You can look that up on my channel. I break all that down. He's crossed with a goddamn dog. Okay? And I come to find out that Chihuahuas are related to Native American Indians, and we know that the Chihuahua was engineered from a rodent. And we're gonna get into all that. But you know, these, you know, they was creating these dog men, and dog is part human. So you know that they was creating human beings from dogs, or from the wolf, basically. And they engineered the wolf DNA into the Caucasoid genome, which is why the Caucasian is a warmongering species. And there's no question in my mind that this wolf DNA was engineered into chimpanzees, because chimpanzees and bonobos had two completely different fucking natures. Chimpanzees are warmongering, violent, running packs like fucking wolves. Okay, so there was a whole lot of genetic engineering going on with our ancestors when they were creating life on this planet, and they were doing that at the pyramid sites, where they were taking archaea and combining it in with bacteria to create all these different animal forms, and taking the god DNA and putting it into these different beings. And then this is how you get your Sasquatches, your Neanderthals, which is why the Caucasoid and every other human outside of the black African has Neanderthal DNA. Done broke all this down in multiple videos, but that said, I'll be back. Woo! Okay, to continue on from the last video, part 1 of how God created the universe. Okay, as we continue on in this video, to recap, mass is created by magnetic force fields. The more powerful the magnetic force field, the heavier the mass. Okay, and that leads to this question here. How do you compact light and magnetic fields from empty space to produce matter? Okay, how does that happen? The answer is black holes, which is once again symbolic of your swastika, which was stolen by these fucking Caucasoidal Neander apes, ripping off the black African, his God and creator. Okay, black holes. Okay, how do you compact light and magnetic fields from empty space to produce matter? Once again, answer. What's the answer, everyone? Black holes. Okay, we're going to continue on. Okay, it leads into this question. How do black holes form? Okay, we're going to break that down. The key word is black holes are vortexes. And you see vortexes every day in nature. You have tornadoes, you have whirlpools, and you have hurricanes. Okay? This is the same as above, so below, the same process that creates a tornado, that creates a whirlpool in the ocean, that creates a hurricane. It's the same process that creates these black holes. Okay? We're going to break all that down. Going to break this shit down, because in the black hole is how empty space molecules form molecules. It's basically magnetic fields that form into electrons, molecules. These electrons form into, the empty space. You create, what do you call it? Leptons, gluons, which form your neutrons and your protons. And light creates your electrons. You combine it all together, and this is how you get your atoms. So atoms are basically magnetism, is basically light housed in a magnetic field. Okay, in a magnetic field. So this is how matter is formed, as I previously broke down, okay, in the first video. Now, if you're on part 2, you got to watch the first 5 hours before you come to this video here. Okay, we're going to continue. Okay, just as, to continue on from there, just as you can compact empty space to create matter, you can also uncompact, and dematerialize matter back into energy and empty space. Okay, we're going to break that down. And this ought to be a clue as to how the Elohim, how the gods came here as light beings. They materialized into a physical form, and they couldn't uncompact themselves out of this material form, so they got trapped here. Okay, gonna break down this whole process. Okay, and these Elohim still exist. Some are your fucking archons that come from the Yaldabaoth reign, which rule this fucking solar system and have us trapped here in these physical bodies, and have us trapped here in this solar system, to where they're recycling us, recycling our souls, recycling our light, because they're feeding on it because they're unplugged from the true God realm. Okay, but you also had Elohim, other form of Elohim who come from the true God realm. They came here as gods to teach mankind how to return back to being a God. And of course, I stare at the sun every day, and these spirits work for me, give me some information, guide me to this information so I can give it to you, so you can free yourself. See? But, you know, you have to come back. You have to break out of the conditioning process of fucking church, religion, education system, television. You know, it's amazing how I look on, you know, every time I see someone black on TV, they're trying to hype them up, get them all caught up in LeBron James and fucking Stephen A. Smith. And it's always centered around a motherfucker putting a fucking ball in a hole. A motherfucker that puts a ball in a hole ain't going to do shit for you. A motherfucker running with a goddamn ball, they ain't going to do shit for you. Okay, it's great. You learn life lessons on how to put a fucking ball in a hole, but that's not going to free your ass out of this fucking magnetic field trap that surrounds this solar system that keeps your ass locked here. Okay, so you know these archons, these assholes, these out of box fucking assholes that run all the TV stations, man, they're doing everything in their power to divert you. Okay, everything's, you know, it's real easy to divert a motherfucker. All you do is talk about sex and violence, and that get a motherfucker's attention. Okay, you can't allow these motherfuckers to divert you anymore. You know, it's amazing how, you know, a motherfucker, all he does is put a fucking ball in a goddamn hole. We treat that motherfucker like a goddamn hero. And he does, a motherfucker that puts a ball in a hole ain't going to do shit for you. Okay? And this motherfucker ain't thinking about you, but he got you thinking about him. And all he does is put a goddamn ball in a hole. Think about that shit. That's fucking crazy. We make heroes out of motherfuckers that can't build a goddamn pyramid, but can put a ball in a fucking hole. Okay? That shit's got to come to an end. That's it. I'll be back. Woo! Woo! Okay, to recap back on what I was discussing just a minute ago, just as you can compact empty space to create matter, you can also uncompact and dematerialize matter back into energy in empty space. Of course, the caucasoid rips this shit off. You know, he decodes all this shit in these little bullshit ass movies. Here's a movie called K-Pax, where this light beam came in and, you know, took over another, a guy who had a traumatic situation. He watched his wife get murdered. So this light beam comes in and overtakes his body. And we're going to break that down because, see, you got some lower energy beings that want to come in and rule this fucking dimension, which is why you got these fucking archons at the top pushing drugs, gangs, violence, you know, pharmaceutical drugs, you know, GMO foods, chemtrails. They're doing this shit to lower your fucking vibration. So these lower vibrational light entities that operate way below the radio wave spectrum, they want to come in, take over this dimension, and if they can lower your aura, lower your light, they can come in and overtake you. And that's exactly what this motherfucker did right here in that movie K-Pax. It was a light being that came in and took over this man right here, took over his body. This man, when you watch the story, had a traumatic situation. You watched his wife get raped and murdered or whatever. I don't know if you watched it, but he came in the middle of some guy raping and murdering his wife and daughter. Went through that traumatic situation. So this light being right here was able to overtake his vessel. Because at that point in time, when you're going through trauma, your vibration is at an all-time low. So these entities can come in and overtake you. So if you go through like a traumatic situation in life, don't be sitting here getting all down and depressed. Okay? Keep in mind, if you had a child or a mom that passed away, she's a light being. She's still alive. So there's no need for you to get fucking depressed. As a matter of fact, you should be celebrating because she ain't stuck here in this bullshit. Okay, she might be coming back. Better hope that she don't come fucking back and get what they call reincarnated back in this motherfucker. Recycled back in this motherfucker. That's what that Yaldabaoth likes to do. Likes to recycle light and feed on you. Feed off your fear. But like I said, you had these entities. They can come in and If they can pierce your aura, get you down past the red state, they can come in and overtake you. And that's what this movie K-Pax was about. This motherfucker comes in traveling on light beams and shit, telling these stupid motherfuckers down here they don't know any, understand what light is and all that shit. Okay, light is pretty fucking obvious. Motherfuckers don't see the obvious shit that's right in front of their fucking face. They'll sit there and ignore that shit. Like half the shit I present, it's like obvious shit that be like right the fuck in front of your face, but nobody, I mean, they'll sit there and look at it and won't even see, like 9/11. A building fucking blow up right in front of your fucking face, and you think it's some dude in some fucking cave in Afghanistan that run a plane into a building and make it disintegrate right in front of you. And there was a third building that fucking just collapsed, and these stupid motherfuckers still thinking that it was Osama bin Laden. Obvious shit that be right there in front of your face. A building blow up right in front of your fucking face. You can't even see that shit. Okay? That's because you're operating on low light. So these motherfuckers understand that you low in light. They got you traumatized. Got you to where you can't even mentally function. So yeah, they can pull all kinds of stunts right in front of your fucking face. You know what I'm saying? You won't see it because you don't know anything about it. But that's basically what this movie K-Pax is about. It's a light being that came in and took over the vessel of a traumatized man. So, trauma is something that you cannot allow to happen. You must have an understanding of what you are. You're a light being. So death is not nothing to be fearful of. That's really fucking retarded. It's not the end of the world because somebody leaves this fucking fucked up material existence. You know what I'm saying? Death is part of life. You know what I'm saying? Just you got to look at death as a new beginning. You can't be getting all, he's gone, he disappeared, God might judge, you might end up going to fucking hell for an eternity, or whatever the fuck that stupid shit is. You don't have the power to destroy any goddamn thing. Matter is neither created nor destroyed. All it does is change form. Okay, once you understand alchemy, you understand that shit, this bullshit, life and death and all that, it's not a big fucking deal, okay? But yeah, check out K-Pax, man. And that's it. I'll be back. Woo! And that leads back into just as you can compact empty space to create matter, you can also uncompact and dematerialize matter back into energy and empty space, and that leads back into your Elohim. But before we get to the Elohim, we got to understand how matter can dematerialize back into energy. Okay, we back on this Les Brown Physics of Crystals full documentary. Okay, like I said, this is Elohim, so this predates any Caucasoid on record. Okay, and we're going to break this down on how matter can be dematerialized and revert back to energy. Okay, there's a process on how to do that. We're going to break this down, man. And here we go.
But they all face into the center of the earth. Now, from the outside, we see the energy gravitating. It's big on the outside, gravitating into the center in this fashion. You see the coil, there's the coil there, and it's gravitating to the center.
Okay, see, right here, he's talking about the earth is icosahedron. Hold on. As you see right here, this right here is the icosahedron. Okay, you got the vortexes hitting the earth from all different angles. Okay, this is going to break down into your astrology where you have different personalities because you have light energy. I mean, the main source of energy that this planet Earth has is the sun. But you also have stars, other galaxies emitting light. You have the planet Venus, Mars, Jupiter. They refract light and it's hitting the earth. The earth spins, so it's hitting the earth at all different angles. So, like depending on what time of day, a light beam, which is basically your soul, depending on what type of time of day or what month, what time of the month or what day of the month or what day of the year, you don't understand how astrology goes. Okay, that's all based upon light, certain energies. The combination of these light energies focusing on the earth. Okay. And people born at that particular time going to have a certain type of personality characteristic, okay, because they're resonating at a certain energy, okay, a certain vibration. And we're going to break all that down, man. That like I said, everything's a vortex. The earth spins, that's a vortex. The energy that comes into the light energy that comes in vortexes into the earth. Okay. And the food that you eat at a certain time of the day, when you're conceived as a child, you know, that's light energy coming in at a specific time. So that makes way for certain light energies to come in at that particular moment. And that's why everybody has a different personality, even though we're all aspects of the same energy. You know what I'm saying? We're different frequencies of the same energy. Okay, we're going to break all that. And that's basically what he's discussing right here.
But it doesn't stay there. Then it repeats and goes out the other way to radiate away again. When this goes into the center of the earth, it is facing another one opposite it. The points come together. And so you have this going on here, that going on there, and you create a situation like a bar magnet where the center of the bar magnet is neutral.
Okay, and this is basically the creation process, you know, how energy vortex is in, and as it spirals at the tip of the pyramid, as it spirals down, that's when matter is most condensed. You know, the way the spiral works, the farther outside of the spiral, you know, the outer spiral, that the energy is not quite as compact until you get towards the center of the vortex, and then that's where energy starts to compact. Okay, I don't want to confuse you. We're going to continue.
This is positive, maybe this is negative, and they come together, but they don't touch. They go.
So you're talking about positive and negative. That's your archaea and your bacteria. Okay. This is how you get archaea and bacteria. Archaea and bacteria, two different species of bacteria, but one's positive, one's negative. One's a positively charged energy, one's a negatively charged energy, and that's how you get your male and female. Male is positively charged, female is negatively charged. You know, it's your yin and your yang. Go ahead.
To the outside, they keep in and out, but they do not touch. Now, I'm going to come back one moment to the light wave here to indicate to you and give you some kind of proof that everything is of the same energy.
He's going to break down how matter can dematerialize back in energy, how something physical can go back into energy. So you're basically compacted energy, okay? Trapped into a magnetic field, and here we go.
If light puts things together, then we could take them apart. And this is one way I did it. I put a little experiment together, and this is what I did. I drew a triangle on a table. Then I got three little tetrahedrons, which were coat hanger wire.
Okay, so you had two tetrahedrons. Hold on, let's take a look at. Okay, this right here is a tetrahedron. It's basically a three-dimensional triangle, a pyramid, basically, primarily. And this is what it looks like. It's a solid. So, you know, the way he's setting this up, you can dematerialize matter, okay, within a pyramid. So that also gives you an idea of what our ancestors were doing as gods. They were using those pyramids to materialize into physical form and dematerialize back into energy as gods. Because it was the Elohim, gods from the Pleroma that came in here that predate the pre-dynastic Egyptians that came here and created life on this planet. Okay? They're the gods. Okay? We're going to break down the science of the gods. Here it is.
And they stood one here like that. Here's your tetrahedron here. That's about to show there, but there's one stood here and one stood here. And here's the point of them. They're looking at each other. Let's put it on a plane. There's one standing here, and there's one standing here, and there's one standing here. Okay. Now, these three tetrahedrons, they're only about 9 inches high.
Okay, these tetrahedrons were like 9 inches apart. This is a diagram that you can use, but be careful when you're dealing with this energy here, man, because it's powerful fucking energy. You're connecting in with cosmic energy, man. And we're talking about intense energy that can wipe out everything, man. So when you toy around with this shit, be careful. Okay, here you go.
Now, these 3 tetrahedrons, they're only about 9 inches high. And they're only made of wire. But the shape that I was talking about has an influence on it.
Okay, shape forms based on frequency. And this is how you get your animal forms, is based on frequency. Cymatics changes shapes, create shapes by certain vibrations, certain frequencies, man. We're going to break all that down.
The shape of those tetrahedrons created a movement inside let's call it a pyramid. And the movement itself started to cooperate with the other 2. This one's talking to that one and that one. Now, I put a little wooden arm here. I'll draw it sideways. It's like a lamp post, a wooden arm. This arm stuck out. And on the end of here, I hung a piece of string with a small piece of zinc, pure zinc.
Okay. He put zinc in the middle of this pyramidal tetrahedron setup. He set some zinc in there. Okay. Hold on. We're going to break down this periodic table. Okay, here's zinc in the periodic table right there. Okay, it's underneath hydrogen, lithium. Okay, but right here, this is zinc.
2 inches long, 1.5 inches wide, and 1/16 of an inch thick. And I hung it here like that. It's over here, stood here, and it's hung down there. Here's your zinc.
Okay, this zinc is going to dematerialize. Okay, just pay attention how this works. Okay, it's going to dematerialize. All right.
So between this pyramid here and this one here, they are talking to each other, if you like. That's in simple terms. What is happening is that they're sending electrons to each other.
So they're sending electrons, which means light or energy is bouncing off. Okay, the electrons. Okay, and this light energy is hitting the zinc with electrons. Okay, go ahead.
You probably heard about Tesla's energy through the ether. These do it naturally. Now, the energy that was being collected into here, I'll describe exactly how it happens in a minute. But these 3 pyramids are talking to each other. In other words, this one's sending energy to, it can't go to there. It goes to the nearest thing that attracts it. So the energy is shooting from here to there, and there to there, and there to there.
So electrons are attracting to the protons. Go ahead.
Now, anybody will tell you that zinc is a pure metal. It's not made of 2 or 3 different items. It's just pure metal. Well, I beg to differ, because after about 3 weeks of this bombardment going on, these were sending out electrons towards each other and hitting the zinc. Now, zinc is held together in proton form. That's way beyond the electron. Now, if you hit zinc, or I'll do the zinc, that's what I use. If an electron hits the zinc, electron can't come out. It wants in. The only thing it can kick out is a proton.
So there you go. Electrons were bombarding the zinc. Electrons was formulated through magnetism, through light. It's bombarding the zinc, pushed out the proton, and changed this element. This is alchemy. Okay, this is how alchemists, the ancient African, this is stuff that he was practicing. He was, like I said, alchemy means you're working light. You're a light worker. Okay, go ahead.
So all these 3 were bombarding these electrons, and eventually, like it's kicking protons out, eventually the whole thing collapsed onto a little pile of powder here. A little pile of powder. And when I had that powder examined, it was a dirty calcium.
There you go. Zinc transform into calcium. This is alchemy, everyone. Okay? By changing the molecular structure of the zinc, it became calcium. Okay? Let's get back on the periodic. Hopefully you guys can see this, but this right here is zinc, and calcium is right here. Calcium is lighter than zinc. So when them electrons was hitting the zinc, it knocked out the protons and reduced it to calcium. It made it a lighter element. Okay? Now, what's the difference between calcium and zinc? What's the weight difference? Now, that weight difference you're not going to find on the periodic table, which means that the difference, what was being kicked out was energy. Okay? He's going to break that down. Here he goes. Here we go.
Now, if you know the weights of your elements, you'll know that off the top of my head, it's 65 point something, and I got them here somewhere. There's about 25 moles per gram difference in the weights. 40 point something, I think it's 40.8. I'm not sure. Doesn't matter. There's about 25 moles per gram. That's molecules per gram in weight. That's atomic weight. So if you took the same amount of each, this would weigh one, that would weigh that, and one would weigh that, because this one here, your calcium, was found higher up that scale on the lighter side than the zinc. That was found down here.
Exactly. So calcium was produced before zinc, and as calcium spiraled down, got compressed, calcium got compressed into zinc. See how this works? Light became calcium. Calcium got compressed as a vortex close to the earth and became zinc. So zinc and calcium is the same thing. This is alchemy, man. Okay, go ahead. We're reverse engineering the elements. Okay, go ahead.
It was heavier. Now, when I saw the difference that I had in weights, I tried to find something in the periodic tables that had that weight. But what had I removed? All I know was that my zinc had collapsed, and I had it tested, and it was calcium. I tried to find a number that would equal that, and not even a combination of different numbers would give me that answer.
Exactly, man. Exactly. Okay, the atomic weight of zinc, you subtract the atomic weight of calcium, subtract the two. Okay, the net difference, you're not going to find no other element on this table with that difference. So what is the difference between zinc and calcium, since there's no other combination of elements that makes up the difference? So what is that? It's energy. Okay? Energy. Everything is energy. This zinc dematerialized back into calcium, but the remainder of it was energy. The energy got sent back into the ether. And see, this is how you go from matter to energy. This is how you do it, man. You gotta change your molecular structure of your body. Okay? And you do that by raising your vibration. Okay? We're gonna break that down. So go ahead, let's break it down, man.
So I had to look for something else. And it was obvious to me really before I started, but I just wanted to be sure that what I had removed was energy. I hadn't removed anything you give a name to. I had removed energy.
Exactly. You remove energy. So when you add energy to calcium, you get zinc. Okay? This is alchemy. This is what alchemists understand. And you can change lead into gold, man, using a particle accelerator. Okay? Here you go, everyone. It transpired that under true nuclear transmutation, it is far easier to turn gold into lead than the reverse reaction, which was the one that alchemists had ardently pursued. Nuclear experiments have successfully transmuted lead into gold, but the expense far exceeds any gain. So lead and gold are the same thing, just different energy. I don't know if you can see this right here, but this PB, one of these is PB. Okay, PB is lead. Okay, this is zinc. Okay, PB is lead, and gold is AU. So PB You can take lead and convert it into gold, which is AU, which means you can bombard lead, change it into gold, probably using the same process that Les Brown right here used to take calcium and convert it into zinc. Okay, but this is what this is the basis of alchemy, man. Okay, everything is energy. And once you understand that, then you understand the basis of alchemy. Alchemists are light workers. You take light and you create elements from light. That's alchemy. And these simple-minded Neanderthals will sit here and say that this is fucking pseudo-science. Like that pseudo-nutcrack onk of the Almond Fraud Squad who thinks a monkey through evolution became a human being. All that happened through fucking evolution. Okay? Because I mean, you can't be narrow-minded in this shit, man. You got this big-ass universe out here, man. You got to expand the mind. You need to be enlightened. Stare at the sun every day, man. Barefoot. Get connected with the cosmic currents, man. Okay? Okay, we're going to continue on dematerializing matter.
So I put this in a little tiny bag.
He took the calcium, put it into a tiny bag. Go ahead, man.
Hung it on here, and I repeated the process. And believe it or not,
okay, he took the calcium, put it in the bag, and hung it up on here, and let the electrons bombard the calcium. Go ahead, man.
After about 6 weeks, it's longer this time, it got smaller and smaller, and it changed color too. And all I had when I tested it was aluminum.
Okay, he converted calcium into aluminum. Okay, he dematerialized calcium to aluminum. As you see right here on this little tiny periodic table, that's calcium right there. Let me see if I can get a bigger photo. There we go. This right here is calcium right there. And he converted to a lighter element, aluminum, by bombarding the electrons and knocking out the protons. He converted calcium to aluminum. Okay, and the difference of weight between calcium and aluminum, once again, is energy, everyone. It's all energy. It's all light. So to become an alchemist, you must master the light. We shall continue. Okay, the bottom line is aluminum, calcium, and zinc is the same fucking shit. Okay? The same fucking shit. It's all energy. Bottom line, period. Okay? The only thing that separates calcium, zinc, and aluminum is the magnetic fields placed on it, placed on the energy. Okay, the magnetic fields, like I said, everything vortexes. The closer it gets, the narrower it gets down towards the center of the vortex, towards the bottom of the vortex, where it starts to meet at a point. That's where the magnetic influx traps light. That's where the magnetic fields are basically at its strongest point. Okay? So, the center of the lower, more narrow point of the vortex, should I say, the more narrow point of the vortex. That's where you get your heavier elements. And as the vortex expands out, that's where you get your lighter elements, man. Okay, I hope I didn't confuse you on that, but we're going to continue.
I'd come from zinc to calcium to aluminum. And there's a funny side of this, because a doctor will say that, you don't have enough calcium in your system. I'll give you some calcium tablets. At the same time, somebody said, don't cook in aluminum pans. It's bad for you. But when you get calcium tablets, there's aluminum in it, isn't there? Energy-wise. Not only that, they say, okay, get out of the aluminum and get out of the calcium. I'll give you some zinc tablets. They gave you all three. Because in energy form, like I told you when we first started, we must regard everything in its electrical magnetic form. Else you're not going to understand me. Reduce everything in your mind to the electrical and the magnetic. And I will give you numbers. You can work these out for yourself. If that's the weight of an electron, you can prove it if you've got a calculator there. I know for a fact that hydrogen is 770 electrons. That's hydrogen, 1 point something. So if you take this number here and divide it into any one of your elements on the periodic tables, you can find their electronic magnetic content. Now, in a few minutes, we're going to turn to something else that.
So when he says, electromagnetic content, he's just saying you're finding the content of light. Okay, and the magnetic fields is what traps the light and makes every different material out here, man. But it's all light. Okay, light is light. Radio waves is no different than gamma rays. The only difference is the frequency. Okay, lower the frequency, it's just, there's really no difference between hot and cold. Okay, the only thing that separates hot from cold is frequency, but it's still all the same fucking shit. So when you heat something up, you're scattering the electrons, protons, and neutrons. You're scattering, and you're eliminating the magnetic fields. And when you freeze something, okay, you're increasing the magnetic fields, which is why when you freeze something, it becomes more solid. When you heat it up, it becomes less solid, it becomes more liquefied, more gaseous. Okay, so you want to increase your frequency. Kundalini, baby. Kundalini, Gigolo alchemy, man. There it is, fellas. Gigolo alchemy 101, lighting your lamp. Look it up on my channel, man. You got a big old battery called your sperm. Your third eye is like a laser. It shoots out laser beams. Your eyes emit light beams. Okay, we're going to break all that down. But you take energy from your sperm, transfer it up your spine, connect it to your pineal gland, and guess what? Your brain is a fucking laser. We're going to break down how God of the universe, because you got a right eye and a left eye. Okay, your right eye shoots out positive light, and your left eye shoots out negative light. So you're shooting beams out of your eyes, man. Okay, so when you send thoughts, emit thoughts, okay, you send them positive and negative. Okay, when they unite, come together, those beams, they create magnetic fields, and once they attract, you pinch, and then you create plasma. Okay, I'm going to break all this down, man. I don't want to get too deep into that, because now we get into God, how he created the universe, and how he created black holes, and I ain't got to that point yet, and I'll be back. Woo! Get back to like what I was saying before. Everyone. Heat lowers the magnetic strength. Cold strengthens magnetic strength. So if you want to reduce magnetic fields, you got to add heat. You want to strengthen magnetic fields, cold. Increased frequency reduces magnetic fields. You want to return to Elohim, you must reduce the magnetic fields that bound your soul, that browns your light. You got to reduce it. We got this little queen right here, Elohim goddess in the flesh. Young, beautiful lady right here. Beautiful young lady right here. She's going to break down the effect of temperature on magnetic strength. And here we go. Tell us, goddess.
Hi, my name is Elise Robertson, and the title of my experiment is The Effect of Temperature on Magnetic Strength. When I started off doing this experiment, the question I had was, does temperature affect magnetic strength? My hypothesis was that I believed that if a magnet is cold, it will attract more than a magnet that is warmed or heated, because usually when a magnet is on the warmer side of a refrigerator, it usually falls off or doesn't stick well.
So when a magnet is cooled, it attracts more, and when it's heated up, it attracts less. So in other words, when you raise your frequency, you're raising your vibration, which raises the heat, raises the temperature. You're lowering the magnetic fields around you. Love, passion increases your frequency. Kundalini, Gigolo alchemy. Okay, science behind my shit. Once you get out of your perverted way of seeing sex, because most people, you've been trained to think sex is something pervert and something weird and shit. If it wasn't for sex, none of us would be here. I don't know how that can even fucking be a fucking trip. But see, people are perverted because they don't control their sex drive. They don't have mastery over it. So their sex drive controls them, which causes them to be a fucking pervert. Which is why I tell you, gigolo alchemy, fellas. Gigolo alchemy is good because you'll have control of your sex drive. You won't be some fucking lunatic rapist out here hounding every chick. You can focus on things you want to accomplish in life. It's that, you know, focusing on things that you want to accomplish in life is real hard to do when you got women on your mind all the goddamn time. You see what I'm saying? And this prevents women from trying to victimize you. You see what I'm saying? You know, you got a lot of women out here scandalous. You know, they see a nigga got money. That's the nigga they want. They want to attach themselves to that motherfucker. If you ain't got no money, you know, they ain't got no interest in you until you get some money. See? And when you start getting some money, some success, and then here they come. Okay? And you got to be able to weed out who's right and who's wrong. You know, these girls are going to tempt you. They're going to be wearing tight jeans and showing their breasts and sticking their rear ends out and all that, you know, doing all that shit. If you fall into the temptation of dealing one of them, you don't want to be stuck having this girl have your baby. Should be you being one of her, you know, you're just one of her baby's daddies and shit. And now she's milking your ass through the court system, taking half of everything you own. Why? Because you didn't control your dick. See? Gigolo alchemy. That's why you got to master that shit. When you master that shit, then you can't be prey, you know, to people out just trying to suck you up for what you have and really ain't got no interest in you. They just see that something you have and they just use the sex to manipulate to steal from you, basically. So you know to bypass all that shit, gigolo alchemy, and then that way you can flip the tables on her ass, get her hooked on your dick. And then that way, you know, you'll see her that she's just a low-life tramp or whatever the fuck is. You know, you ain't got to be victim to it. And then you can teach her ass a lesson that, you know, going around here, now you done fell with a nigga that sees you for what you are. Now he going to run off with somebody that's better. And you're going to be stuck on his ass. Why? Because you threw yourself out there like a damn tramp. Okay? And you can do those things. But for every action, there's opposite and equal reaction. We're going to get back into this beautiful goddess right here. A young lady, a goddess. Here you go.
When a magnet is on the cold side of the refrigerator, it usually sticks well and doesn't fall off. The materials needed for this experiment were 250 paper clips, 45 magnets, 2 wooden cooking spoons, 1 hot plate, 1 freezer, 3 paper plates, and 1 timer. To do this experiment, you need to follow these 18 procedures. First, you need to collect the materials listed above and put 15 magnets on a paper plate. Next, you place the plate in the freezer and you repeat step 2. Then you put the plate in a dry place that is room temperature, and you put 15 magnets in a hot plate. Then you turn the hot plate on to medium, which on the hot plate I used was about 350 degrees. Next, you set a timer for 15 minutes. When the timer goes off, you take out 1 magnet and you repeat step 9 with the frozen magnet, and you repeat step 9 with the room temperature magnet. Next, you place the magnets in the paper clip box and you put the magnet on the plate. When you're doing this with the heated magnets, you need to be careful so you don't burn your hands, and you should probably use the wooden spoons to pick up the magnets out of the hot plate, out of the paper clip box, and onto the paper plate so you don't burn your hands. Next, you record the data and you repeat steps 12 through 15 with the room temperature magnet, and you repeat steps 12 through 15 with the cooled magnet. Then you compare the data. In the experiment I did this time, the range was 43. The most it picked up was 15 magnets, and the least it picked up was 7 magnets. The most was achieved by the cooled magnets at 50, and the least was achieved by the room temperature magnets and the heated magnets at 7.
There you go. Cold increases magnetism. Go ahead.
I did this experiment, the heated magnets had a total of 181 magnets, paper clips picked up. The cooled magnets had a total of 478 paper clips picked up. and the room temperature magnets had a total of 281 magnets picked up. The data shows that the paper clips picked up by the heated magnets were the least. The paper clips picked up by the room temperature magnets were in the middle or in between and average, and the cool magnets picked up the most paper clips every time. In the end, my results were that frozen magnets have an increased strength, room temperature magnets have an average strength, and heated magnets have a reduced strength. My conclusion was that if temperature does affect magnetic strength, it was found that frozen magnets have an increased strength, which caused them to pick up the most paper clips. Room temperature magnets have an average strength, which caused them to be in the middle, and heating magnets have a reduced strength. The next time somebody does this experiment, it's recommended that you do this in an open space where the air can circulate, because the heated magnets give off a fume.
And there you have it, everyone. Heat lowers magnetic strength. Cold increases magnetic strength. Higher frequency lowers the magnetic fields that bind your soul. Okay? And fear and all that kind of shit keeps you trapped here. Okay? So you want to raise your frequency. Raise your frequency. And now we're going to break into the Elohim, and I'll be back. Woo! Okay, as have been demonstrated before, just as you can compact empty space to create matter, you can also uncompact and dematerialize matter back into energy and empty space. As Les Brown broke down, which leads us into who are the Elohim? Who are the Elohim? Okay, and we're going to get into that. And I'll be back. Okay, this testimony comes from Stephen Greer. He's talking about ETs approached him. Now, these ETs, extraterrestrials, is just basically light beings that took on a physical form. You know, he does a lot of the tragedy of Stan Meyer. He's one tries to break into all the suppressed technology, the government's suppressing. Okay, we're gonna get into Dr. Stephen Greer. Okay, he's like a UFO investigator. Okay, we're about to break into this dude and get his testimony. Okay, as you see, there's a lot of credence in what this man has to say, as I just shown with Les Brown, that matter can materialize and dematerialize. You know, you look around, you see physical objects. You have to ask yourself where the fuck it comes from. I mean, it's right there in front of your face. It comes from empty space. But what this man says correlates with Book of Thoth, with a lot of stuff. Now, did this actually happen to this man or not? I don't know. But what he says correlates. And we're going to get into that. Here you go.
I always tell people that a really hilarious story of this captain of a Navy contract vessel that was in the South Pacific in '63. Jacques Vallée had the story, but he didn't have the source. It was a third-hand story for him, where we were testing the I think they were the Atlas intercontinental ballistic missiles. We were firing them downstream in the South Atlantic. And this captain who contacted me was on a ship that was retrieving them after a test fire. Now, these were not hot. They didn't have nuclear weapons on them. They were trying to get the missile to be accurate. But the missiles kept missing their mark, and they knew there was some kind of a subtle electromagnetic thing happening. And there was always an ET craft around. And they got these on radar. So one night, his radar guy had a new, it was RCA radar system, and it was sweeping around, and they picked up a craft. And so the captain was called, came up, they got it. He called the command center, and they got it on radar. Unfortunately, they didn't hit it with some kind of electronic weapon or something. And
so everything's electromagnetic, but it's light. Go ahead, man.
The thing blew up. It kind of, there was an explosion in the sky, and it fell straight down into the water, this UFO. And the next morning, his ship was vectored into the point of impact. And they couldn't find the ship, but there was about a 6-foot square pod that had ejected that had 4 of the ET beings in it. And this guy was a salt-of-the-earth Navy guy, and he said, well, they were handsome little men. But their skin was the color of a Sicilian. I never forget him saying it. Sicilian. Okay.
Skin was color of Sicilian. Sicilians are black. Okay, this right here give you an idea of black Sicilian people. Okay, here you go. Okay, these are Sicilians. There it is, Sicilians. Sicilians. There you go. They range from Hispanic looking to African looking to white. Okay, we know that the white people migrated to Sicily. All of Greece and Rome was originally black. But, you know, they try to cover that shit up. Never mind the Moors. But anyway, these are Sicilian people. Okay, and that's what that alien, according to him, looked like. And we shall continue.
And bronze colored, no hair, no pinna.
Bronze colored aliens. Okay, go ahead. We talking about black people.
Which is the pinna is the flap, the monkey ears we have. They just have openings. Fine lips, a sort of small nose. And just like the men that contacted me from Skunk Works at Lockheed about the astral projection experience, this person contacted me to find out something that had bugged him. It stuck in his mind and bothered him for 40 years. And and I said, well, what is it? He says, well, we got him out of this thing, this pod. They were ordered to put him in the ship's freezer till a nuclear submarine came along and took them. And they were all threatened with death if they talked about this. And he says, these little men were in sort of these metallicized fabric. It was almost metal, soft metal-like fabric, one-piece suits. I said, yeah, like a onesie. They didn't have any buttons or zippers. And he said, how could they have gotten in them? And I said, this is why you're calling me? And it was. This was exactly why he was calling me. And I said, well, I don't know if you're going to like my answer. And he said, well, tell me. I know that damn things, you could have to cut them off, but we couldn't even cut them. I said, well, the way that the suit is made, they just stand into an energy field that has a resonance, and it materializes around them.
There you go. They stand in a energy field, and everything materializes around them. This is alchemy. Go ahead, man.
Like 3D printing, but like a 3D zip. So there are no, and it comes off the same way. It dematerializes off, and material.
So you got materialize on and dematerialize off. Okay. Okay. This is the science of our ancestors who were gods. Go ahead, man.
Materializes on. But I said, did you notice anything about this thing that they were in that was floating? He said, yeah, it had no pieces. I said the same thing. So I call this sort of a infra-ultrasonic manufacturing, where if you imagine going beyond the speed of light, speed of electrons, beyond the 0-point energy field, and creating sort of a architectural blueprint of a spacecraft that's in that dimension, like an astral, like your astral body, and have that resonate, and it comes into this dimension in toto.
In other words, they created a spaceship out of light, and then they materialized it here in this dimension to where it became physical. It's a light. It's a spaceship created out of light. They got materialized into physical form. Okay. And this is what this is everything. Everything is created from light. All physical matter is created from light, as I have already demonstrated with Dr. Les Brown. Okay, here you go.
So it recruits the atoms, the molecules, the structures, not by digging them up and smelting them and banging them and doing rivets like we do on an airplane, but and that's, I call this extraterrestrial manufacturing 101 that I'm sharing with you.
They created matter from empty space, and that's what an alchemist does, and that's what our ancestors did. Okay, go ahead.
So that's why these spacecraft, the guys who I know who've gone to ones that have retrieved them, they're seamless. Now, if you see one that has rivets and seams and parts of it, that's Lockheed and Northrop's and Boeing's anti-gravity stuff. But these, the ET ones, are completely seamless, and the light coming from them is so amazing, it's so pure, you never quite forget it, because the light is coming from a source and materials that aren't manufacturable. You couldn't even manufacture something that pure in space. And there was a part of a craft that they got in Brazil, and I forget, it had magnesium and some other stuff in it, but the elements that were in it were so pure that even in the vacuum of space, we could not manufacture it. And no one understood how they could be doing this. I said, because they're not going to some asteroid or planet and digging up stuff out of the earth and smelting it and melting it and then putting it together. They're creating a field, and it resonates and then comes in from that transdimensional virtual near astral, I call it, the near astral.
So a field, which is a magnetic field. Go ahead, man.
And it then pops as a totality into 3D.
In other words, man, they're manufacturing matter out of empty space, man. Okay? This is alchemy. And this man's breaking it down, and this is what our ancestors did. These are the gods. Okay? They can dematerialize into light and rematerialize into a physical body. Now, these aliens that they found, they found the physical remains of the alien, but they didn't find the souls, because these aliens can travel off of light beams, okay? And they can materialize as physical beings, okay? Go ahead, man.
Okay, I'm going to stop the video right here. I just want to add my 2-cent commentary to Dr. Stephen Greer's little description of the Sicilian aliens that were ejected from the UFO that the Navy shot out of the sky back in the 60s. Dr. Greer, let's call it what it is and not be coy. The Sicilian aliens are my skin tone. They have my hairstyle and my skin tone. And Sicilians, you want to, be technical, they are black people. Black.
Exactly. Sicilians are black. Bronze aliens, man. We talking about black aliens, man. Go ahead, man.
Black Italian people. Look it up. Do your history. Thanks for trying to sugarcoat it, though. They were black extraterrestrials. Let's keep it real.
And there you go. And that's your Elohim. Elohim. There you go right there. That's your Elohim. Okay? Black extraterrestrials. Okay? Who come from the core of the galaxy. Who are master alchemists. Who can materialize magnetic fields, materialize light into matter. Who can, as soul beings, can create a physical body for themselves and dematerialize out of their physical bodies back into light. That's what the Elohim does. It's called the 90 degrees phase shift. Okay? And this is what we got to master. And this is why we're doing this video here. But the Elohim come from the core of the galaxy. And they're the ones who built the pyramids and manufactured all life on this planet. And then you had them fucking archons put the fucking moon in orbit. The moon is not a fucking natural planetoid that was put there to block light frequencies from hitting this earth. Okay, so they can control the frequency here. And they fucked around with Saturn and did the same thing. You know, a lot of these planets were placed in an orbit to block certain light frequencies so we can't advance spiritually, see. But, you know, a nigga like me, you know, we're going to circumvent, you know, we're going to come up ways to circumvent these motherfuckers. Because the first chance, you know, we get, okay, we got to put a foot up there. Yahweh, Yahweh, we got to put a foot right up in that motherfucker's ass, man. Okay. But, you know, we got to do it in a way to where we're not lowering our vibration. Where you fuck up these motherfuckers is spirit of love. Increasing the frequency. That's how you fuck these niggas up. Celebrate life, you know, celebrate, have fun, you know, increase love, you know, that type of stuff. Feel good. That's how you fuck up Yaldabaoth, man. You know, you fuck them up by you doing good and you feeling good about yourself. And we're going to continue on with this. And I'll be back. I'll be back once again. I got to get that woo. Woo! Okay, now that we kind of got a good idea how matter formed, okay, we got to get into black holes. We got to ask ourselves, everyone, because this is where everything began. Well, actually, everything begins with the true God. We're going to break this down. Okay, so we got to ask ourselves, how do black holes form? Okay, we're going to break this down right now. Ain't no more on this later. We're going to break down how black holes form. But before we get into that, we got to understand, you know, ancient tradition. And this leads us into the dogons. Okay, I found this website, Amazulu. The great cosmic mother is pretty much the title here. Okay, we're going to scroll down. Let me see where I want to get to real quick. Hold on. Let's scroll down to here. There it is right there. We're going to get into Dogon cosmology. And here it is. It says Dogon cosmology and Kemetic sacred science are very similar in concepts and symbolism. In fact, Dogon cosmology appears to be the exact cosmology of the Kemetic priesthood. And the reason being is Dogons are Egyptian priests. Yeah, the exact cosmology of the Kemetic priesthood at Anu. Okay, sounds like Anunnaki. Okay, Anunnaki. All right, in ancient Hermopolis. Okay, the Dogon know Ra as Amma, he who rests upon nothing. The universe is considered Amma's egg. Within this egg, Amma began spinning around, forming the Po seed. Okay, so the Dogon refer to galaxies as seeds. Okay, or you know, the Po seed, which is the black hole at the galactic core. So the black hole at the galactic core, according to the Dogon, is a seed. All right, the Po is the smallest, heaviest, and densest thing that was ever made invisible at the center. All right, here we go. Amma then placed 7 words in the Po, which began to vibrate strongly within the seed. See, they're referring galaxies as seeds, the core of the galaxy as a seed. Spiraling vibrations caused 4 clavicles to grow forth from the Po. In humans, clavicles are the first bones to form in a human embryo. All right, they grow in the form of an exaggerated S. Okay, the celestial clavicles that grow from the Po are the spiral nebulae. Okay, so they're talking about the spiral arms of the galaxy. Here you go, spiral nebulae arms that extend from the galactic core and define the shape of our spiral galaxy. All right, and here you go, right here. It says suddenly the Po burst forth and 8 new seeds. Okay, from the Po you get 8 new seeds. All right, were created. Yahama placed these seeds in this egg near the clavicles of the Po, and you know the clavicles is basically your spiral arms. Okay, with these 8 seeds, Amma intended to create 8 celestial beings, 4 male and 4 female. Okay, the Dogon called these beings the Nomo Anagamo or Anagano. Here it is, Nomo Anagano. Okay, best translated as the word Nomo, that became the fish man, Anagano. Okay, the Nomo are the first beings created by Ama, and they are amphibious celestial creatures. The Nomo correspond to the Kemetic Kimanu. See, Anu, Anunnaki. All right, these 8 beings were going to be Ama's perfect creation, as sister and brother, yet husband and wife. The 4 fish twins were going to make each other fertile, complete, and blessed with heavenly happiness and fulfillment. However, one of the twins, Ogo, which is the Kemetic Set, grew impatient as he waited for his female twin to gestate. Okay, Ogo decided to rebel from Ama. He jumped out of his celestial womb and stole parts of his own placenta. Okay, so they're talking about the core of the galaxies are like living creatures that give birth and have placentas. Okay, he then began creating and procreating with his own placenta in an attempt to recreate his own little world. His stolen placenta became impure, and his actions greatly threw off the divine order Ama had intended. The Dogon said that our son, whom they call Ne, is the stolen placenta, and that planet Earth is the rebel world established by Ogo. Okay, according to the Dogon, Ogo didn't have a mother. He just was one of these what they call Ogo was one of the gods of the pleroma, and he didn't have a mother. He just basically grew inside of the pole seed, which is the core of the galaxy, which is the black hole. Grew inside the black hole, and he rebelled and left the black hole without his mate and started producing. So according to the Gnostics, Yaldabaoth had a mother. According to the Dogon, the mother is the core of the galaxy for Ogo. Okay, so we're gonna break into that, man. What we're gonna do is we're gonna break into, what they mean by this. Okay, and we're gonna get into that, and I'll be back. Okay, to make a correction on this. Okay, I said Ogo didn't have a mother. The mother has to be this pole seed, which is another galaxy. Okay, so Ogo's mother is another galaxy. So in other words, these galaxies give birth to other galaxies. Okay, and this placenta. Hold on, let me see if I can look this up real quick. Let me see this placenta. Okay, so what I'm getting is these galaxies are asexual beings that can produce with a mate, and they can also produce asexually. Okay, that sounds a whole lot like a fungus. Okay, and I'm looking at this placenta that they're talking about right here. They discuss a placenta. Okay, they even have a placenta. Okay, this placenta has to be those Birkeland currents. Okay, because everything has a placenta. All right. Okay, in human beings here, okay, the placenta is the umbilical cord, or well, it's actually the outside that houses the child. Okay, if you look at this, it does kind of look like a seed, a pole seed, a black hole. Okay, this could be at the center of the galaxy. Hold on. Okay, the way this is looking is, okay, it says placenta, a flattened circular organ in the uterus of pregnant eutherian mammals, nourishing and maintaining the fetus through the umbilical cord. Okay, this umbilical cord has to be the Birkeland current, symbolizes the Birkeland current, and the fetus has to be the core of the galaxy, the center of the black hole. Okay, and this is where creation is take place. It takes place in the placenta, and the black hole, the core of that is the placenta. Okay, which tells me that these black holes can produce sexually because they have a mate, according to Dogon. Okay, that they have a mate. Ogo didn't have a mate, and the mother of Ogo is this what is this? This pole seed. Okay, which is basically, okay, it's the black hole at the galactic core. So Ogo's mother is a black hole, or is another galaxy, which tells me that these galaxies that the Dogon are talking about are the gods. These are the Nomo. Okay. And what's interesting about this Dogon tradition, hold on, I'm gonna scroll down. Okay, right here it says, to reestablish order and purify Ogo's transgression, Amma decided to sacrifice one of the completed Nomo twins, Nomo Simi. So he sacrificed a galaxy or a pole seed. Nomo Simi was composed of both a male and female Nomo Anagano, which is basically a pole seed, which is basically a baby black hole or baby galaxy, and was a complete and perfect, okay, being unto itself. Amma lifted Nomo Simi out of the celestial waters, tied it to the androgynous, okay, that means both male and female fish, to the Kalina, mother of charcoal tree, wherever the fuck that is. Okay, in one swift cut, Amma sliced the umbilical cord and genitals of Nomo Simi. So in other words, these galaxies have genitals. Okay, the sacrifice Nomo's blood and life force. Now okay. So I'm thinking that this umbilical cord, like I said, is a Birkeland current. So this Birkeland current got cut. They sliced the okay. See, these galaxies are connected by Birkeland currents, which is an umbilical cord. Okay, and they all interconnect through these Birkeland currents. So one of these galaxies got separated, got its Birkeland current cut in half, removed. Okay, and I guess it started to bleed energy. Okay, and the genitals of Nomo Simi, the sacrifice, Nomo's blood and life force, Nyama, empty from its navel and groin. Simi died a suffering and painful death. Okay, the Dogon say that Sirius A, the visible star of Sirius, whom the Dogon call Sigi Tolo, is the celestial embodiment of the sacrifice. Okay, so from this energy, they created Sirius A and the Sirius star system from the energy of one of the sacrifice galaxies. Okay, here it goes. It says Amma then took the Nyama, which is the energy. You know, because when you cut the umbilical, when you cut a Birkeland current, okay, you got light. Okay, so this Nyama means light. So Amma then took the light of the sacrificed Nomo and dripped it on the former placenta of the celestial fish, the Sirius system. Okay, so they took this Nyama, connected in with the Sirius system, and the stolen placenta of Ogo, which is our sun. So basically, they just reconnected this sacrifice galaxy to our solar system. So now we're getting energy from the sacrifice galaxy. Okay, it required the taking of a pure, perfected being, Nomo Simi, and sacrificing it. I'm intended for the spirit of Nomo Simi to heal Ogo's torn placenta, become one of the impure, corrupted earth Ogo created. So from this energy, they created the earth. Okay, when Amma sprinkled the sacrifice Nama, it did several things. Okay, it caused the resurrection of the sacrifice Nomo. So one of the galaxies got resurrected when Nomo Simi's Naomi dripped on his former placenta, which is on his former Birkeland current. It caused it to be reborn. Its rebirth multiplied Simi's forms and transformed its nature. Nomo Simi resurrected in three simultaneous forms. Okay, the great arc or pure earth. So from this energy, we got pure earth, the force that Amma intended to carry humanity and the seeds pole of agriculture. So we got miniature seeds from this energy to the impure earth. Okay, so from this energy, we got new seeds. Okay, the corona is depicted as a step pyramid with antennae looking rod at the apex. Okay, Nomo of the pond, the purifying force of fresh water. So from this energy, we got fresh hydrogen, fresh water, because hydrogen is the first element of the periodic table. Okay, and the once androgynous Nomo Simi now manifested into 8 original ancestors of humanity, 4 females, 4 males. Okay, and human beings come from this energy. So human beings were engineered from the energy of this sacrifice Nomo. Okay, which gets into frequency, because how do we get our human form? Okay, Okay, the female and male souls. Okay, see, they talk about the female and male souls. Okay, souls. So you know, these Birkeland currents have a positive and negative energy, and within the current, one goes clockwise, the other one goes counterclockwise, which means it's both male and female. The energy is both male and female. I hope I'm not confusing anybody. Okay, the female and male souls of Nomosimi now have their own separate forms. Okay. Okay, they were paired in 4 couples, united in the image of the original 8 Nomo. Okay, let me see. They were paired in 4 couples, united in the image of the original 8 Nomo. So, okay, human beings don't look like a galaxy, I don't think. So I'm thinking that as galaxies pair off, they paired human beings off, male and female, because you have male and female galaxies. Okay, and I don't know if these first humans were asexual or not, can reproduce on their own or not, but you know, this is the origins of the first hue. It says hue, H-U-E, which means black. Okay, this is why, you know, like I said, all black people come from the core of the galaxy. Your energy comes from one of the, you know, from the energy of a sacrificed galaxy. That's basically what it is. The energy of a sacrificed galaxy. So we were engineered and created from the energy of a sacrificed galaxy. So the light energy is what formed us. Okay, is what formed the first humans, and they reproduced and populated the earth. And you know, of course, you know, you have the Yaldabaoth reign, your archons who are like brought in fucking technology and shit. And I guess there was some kind of you know, these archons try to rule the humans. You know, these first human beings. Okay, well, we're gonna break that down, but we have to get into what they mean by these proceeds, because it sounded to me like these galaxies are living creatures and they give birth to other galaxies, and there's a whole lot of evidence pointing to that being the very case, and we're going to get into that, and I'll be back. Woo! Okay, the bottom line is all this cosmology has been set in place thousands of years ago by our black African ancestors, and these caucasoids are trying to rewrite what our ancestors had already put forth. They broke down the galaxy. They broke down the universe. They broke down these guys. They tell you what it is in their comedic sciences, and these caucasoids are trying to rewrite the script and take credit from our black African ancestors and put their Neanderthal face in front of this fucking teachings, which is not going to happen. Okay? Not as long as there's niggas like me that exist. All right? Now, we're going to break down this galaxy creation of Dogon to recap. Okay? Nyama is symbolic of energy and light. Okay? The proceeds, okay, that the Dogon are discussing that they call proceeds are basically baby galaxies. Okay? I think those baby galaxies are what they call quasars. You know, these caucasoids don't know what the fuck that is. Well, a lot of them don't. You got some that do know, but the ones that do know went and studied the ancient teachings. They went and pulled up the old, you know, art paintings, cave paintings, and all that. A lot of these guys formulate what they call the plasma physics and electric universe, because you know what they see, you know, when they do plasma physics, what they see in their laboratories is also seen up in the universe, okay, up in the sky. So you know what they're reproducing here on Earth can be seen up in the universe, okay. And these proceeds are, according to Dogon tradition, are the baby galaxies, okay. The placenta, okay, the placenta is the womb, or the womb is the core of the galaxy. All right. Okay. The universe is the womb. The placenta are these. It's the core of the galaxy, which are basically eggs. Okay. The placenta is the core of the galaxy. Okay, and the umbilical cord, okay, that connects these galaxies together, Okay, the umbilical cord of the placenta and the genitals are the Birkeland currents. Okay, Birkeland currents are those magnetic electric currents that connect the sun to the galaxy to every other galaxy. Okay, so everything in the universe is connected through these Birkeland currents, and these Birkeland currents are basically the umbilical cord. Okay, that feed the baby galaxies. So you got parent galaxies, and then you have the baby galaxies. Okay. The genitals are the Birkeland currents that connect all galaxies together in the cosmic womb. Okay, and we're gonna break down. We're gonna break this down. Hold on. Okay, as you see right here. Okay, you see like the galaxies, and they're all strung together in a web. Okay, this web, each web strand is a Birkeland current, and this is what interconnects all galaxies in the universe. Okay, right here. So they're talking about the debate has centered on the fact that Dogon know details about the dwarf companion of Sirius A, whom they call Sigitolo. The Dogon priest can detail the rapid rotation, 50-year orbital cycle, small size, and immense power of Potolo, which is Sirius B, with great accuracy. However, Western science's debate often focuses on Dogon knowledge of the Sirius system outside of the whole Dogon cosmological scheme of creation. Therefore, the fact is often overlooked that the Dogon have described in great detail and accuracy the structure and nature of our entire galaxy and how we Earthlings fit into it. Now, how would the Dogon know this stuff? Okay, you got to ask yourself this question. Okay, these Dogon are ancient Egyptian priests. Okay, the reason why they know this stuff, they come from the ancient Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians come from the brothers and sisters from South Africa. The brothers and sisters from South Africa are the Bantu, the children of Anu and Antu, who are the Anunnaki. Okay, who are the gods. That's how the Dogon know this stuff. Okay, all the ancient Kemet comes from South Africa, has its origins and roots in South Africa. The basis of the Bantu tribe, the Bantu are the children of Anu and Antu, who are the leaders of the Anunnaki. Okay, that's how the Dogon know this. Dogon are masters of the universe. Okay, I just have to get that out the way, and we're going to continue on. Okay, we're going to correlate this Dogon with the Kabbalion. Okay, here it is, a breakdown of the key cosmological, excuse me, I've been sun gazing, everyone, and astrophysical truths expressed in Dogon high science is as follows. Okay, Amma is the Dogon name for Amen. Okay, Amma, okay, is described as the intelligent consciousness behind all of creation and awareness within all beings. So Amma is the true God. All right. Notice Amma is not Yahweh. Amma and Yahweh are not the same. So let's make that clear. Okay. What is it? Sigi Tolo is Yahweh. Hold on. I'm sorry, that's not Sigi Tolo. Hold on. Okay, in this Dogon story, Yahweh is Ogo. Okay, he's the rebel that broke out of the core of the mother galaxy and created the solar system here and created Earth and the sun, or he used the energy of the Nyama of his placenta to create the sun. Okay, we're gonna break all this down here. So Amen, okay, Amma is who rests upon nothing. Amma and Ogo are two different gods, man. Okay, Amma is the true God who rests upon nothing. That parallels with the Book of Thoth, because they in the Book of Thoth, the Kabbalion, it says that the true God is mind, is mental. Okay, mental is light. So Amma is energy. Okay, energy rests upon nothing. Okay, hold on. It tells you right here. Amma is described as intelligent consciousness behind all of creation and awareness within all beings. So we're talking about Amma is the mind. Okay, so this parallels with the Kabbalion. Okay, so you know the Kabbalion is ancient Kemetic science and the Dogon parallel. The only difference I see is Sophia is a galaxy, and that's the mother of Amma. Sophia mothered the gods, and Amma rebelled. Okay, and then Sophia, the mother galaxy, is the one to cut and sacrifice one of the Nomo. Okay. Okay, let me make a correction before I carry on. Okay, Sophia didn't mother Amma. So Amma is the one. Amma is the true God. Sophia mothered Ogo. Okay, that's the rebel. That's Yahweh. Okay, Sophia is the galaxy that mothered Ogo, according to the Dogon tradition. So yeah, I just want to get that correct. Okay, before I continue on to and use the energy of the sacrifice Nomo to fix well, Ogo fucked up. Ogo, Yahweh, Yaldabaoth. They're all the same fucking character. Okay, just minus a few minor details. So now that we know that Amma is described as intelligent consciousness, which is the true God, Amma is the true God, Ra. Okay, Ra is radiating energy. Okay, Ra is radiation. Radiation is light. So Amma is light. Okay, so Amma, Ra, Amma, which is breaks into Amun Ra, which is the true God in the Kabbalion. That's all symbolic of a light. Light is your brain waves, your thought, your brain emits light. Okay, if you missed that teaching, you got to watch the very first video. You got to watch part 1. Okay, to recap on this. Okay, Amma is Ra. Ra plus Amun is Amun Ra. All these represent the true God. The true God is mind, mental energy, mind. Okay, mind breaks into energy, and energy breaks into light plus magnetism. Okay, light plus magnetism is Amma. Ra, Amun Ra, the true God. Okay. Okay, and Ogo is Set, which is the devil. Okay. Ogo is also Yaldabaoth, and Yaldabaoth is Yahweh. So Ogo, Yaldabaoth, Yahweh are the same character. Okay. We're gonna break this down. Okay. Back to correlate or to recap on this. Okay. Amma is energy light. Energy light is the mind of the true God, which is Amma. Okay. Which is the mental energy from Amma. So Amma is the mental energy from Amma, or the true God. Okay. Proceeds are baby galaxies. Okay, we're gonna break that down. Okay, the placenta is the core of the galaxy. So the core of the galaxy is basically a womb. Okay, and this is where the galaxies are birthed. The baby galaxies are birthed. Okay, the umbilical cord of the placenta, also the genitals, are the Birkeland currents. Okay, and these Birkeland currents connect all galaxies together in the cosmic womb, which is the universe. Okay, which is Amma's egg. So the universe is Amma's egg. All right, and we're gonna break this down. Okay, I'm gonna go back over a couple things here. Okay, it says right here, Dogon no Ra's Amma. Okay, you respond nothing. Okay, the universe is considered Amma's egg, so we got that together. Okay, Amma's egg is the universe. Okay, within this egg, which is the universe, Amma began spinning around, forming the poseed. So Amma began spinning around, forming the poseed. So since Amma and the true God, as we walked over, are the same, that means Amma is mind. So Amma sent out a thought, or casted a thought, which is light, and this light began spinning around, forming the poseed. Okay. And you know, if you watch the first video, we broke down the Birkeland currents and the magnetic fields. When the current goes in motion, the magnetic fields around it start to wrap the current. Okay, starts to vortex around the current. Okay, all right. So we got that. Okay, so we know Amma is the mind. Hold on. Okay, Amma sent out a thought, which is electromagnetic energy. That energy began spinning around, forming the pole seed. The pole seed is a black hole, basically. The black holes are the beginning of galaxies. Okay, and they said the pole was the smallest, densest, heaviest, and densest thing that was made invisible. So therefore, when God shot a beam, since God is mind is light, light creates magnetic fields. So therefore, these magnetic fields is what create the density at the center of the galaxy. Okay. Okay, and it says right here, Amma then placed 7 words in the galaxy, which began to vibrate strongly within the seed. Okay, the spinning vibrations cause 4 clavicles to grow forth from the pole. In humans, clavicles are the first bones. Hold on. Okay, it's basically saying that these celestial clavicles are the spiral nebulae arms. Okay, so we got that. Okay, suddenly the pole burst forth and 8 new seeds were created. So in other words, these 8 new seeds came from the pole, which is the center of the galaxy, which is the black hole. So these seeds burst forth. Okay, we need to find out what they mean, what these seeds are. Okay, and there's a whole lot of evidence that all creation. See these stupid ass cockazoids. They sit here and say that black holes draw in matter and destroy matter. So everything's destruction and violence with a fucking cockazoid. That's why they're Neander apes. So there's nothing to fucking that's nothing to be surprised by. All right. The center of these galaxies do not destroy. They create. They give birth. Okay. The Dogon is telling you that the core of the galaxy does not suck in matter and destroy and destroy matter. It creates matter. It creates life. So these galaxies are living entities. Okay. And according to the Dogon, these galaxies are the gods. Okay. And one of the galaxies, one of the Nomo, which is a galaxy, which is a baby galaxy, got sacrificed, which means his Birkeland current got cut. The energy that spewed from that Birkeland current got plugged into our solar system. So we're getting the Nyama. Well, actually, it plugged into the Sirius system. And from the Sirius system, the Sirius stars are plugged into our sun, and our sun hits our Earth. So the Nyama from the sacrificed Nomo is being fed into Sirius, and from Sirius it fed into our sun, to our Earth, and we feed from that. Okay, which is why this cockazoid is chemtrail in the skies, GMO in the food. He's trying to block the fucking currents. That's why this stupid ass Yaldabaoth, he took form as a light being, highly intelligent light being. He went and created his archons, and they put that fucking moon there to block this Nyama from feeding us. See, but we're gonna circumvent that shit because like I said, man, stare at the sun. See, that's why they tell you the sun blinds you. See, they don't want you looking into the sun. They don't want you to get that Nyama. See, okay. The only thing that throws me off is Amma then place 7 words. Okay, words has to be thoughts. Before you can speak a word, you have to think it. So these words, I'm thinking words or thoughts. So Amma then placed 7 thoughts in the pole, okay, which began to vibrate. So when you're sending thoughts, you're sending energy. Energy vibrates strongly within the seed. Spiraling vibrations cause 4 clavicles to grow from the pole, okay, and that's what created the spiral arms, the nebulae of the galaxy. Hold on. Okay, once walk over to these are the galactic arms. These little spirals, these little arms right here. These are the galactic arms. Okay, these little arms right here are spiral. These are the arms of the galaxy. Okay, these are the clavicles that formed. Okay, so we're gonna break down how these clavicles form. We're gonna break down these galaxies. We're gonna break all this shit down. We're gonna break it down. We're gonna break it down, and I'll be back. Woo! Okay, we're gonna walk through this. Okay, this right here is a Birkeland current. Notice how it vortexes. It starts to spin. Okay, So what happened is from the mind of the all, okay, from the mind of the all, hold on. Okay, it basically says, okay, the mind of the all, that's, Ama is, you know, the true God is mind, it's mental, okay? So God thought, sent out thought, thoughts are light and light vortexes, okay, as you can see right here, okay? From this vortex, it's, you know, this is where the spinning began. Hold on. Okay, it says right here, Amma began spinning around, forming the pole seed, okay? So from this light, okay, from this light that came from Mama's mind, okay, this Amma thought, light, you know, casted a thought into the universe, and this light began to spin, okay? And from this light right here, from these light beams, they form galaxies. So galaxies are formed from Birkeland currents, okay? We're gonna break this down, okay? But here's an example of Birkeland currents. I don't know if you can see this plasma beam right here. These plasma beams, see, they vortex right there, and this is what you're seeing right here. All right, and from these Birkeland currents, this is how the first galaxy was produced. It was produced from the mind of the all, which is basically a current of energy. Okay, electric current, but they say it's electric current, but it's light energy, and the light creates magnetic fields. These little circles here, the magnetic fields, and that causes the vortex, that causes the spinning within Ama's egg. Okay, you know, I'm just dissecting this, so I hope I'm not confusing anybody. Okay, as that light, as light transverses, or, you know, moves through empty space, it creates magnetic fields. Okay, these magnetic fields is what created the density, the heaviest and densest thing that was made invisible. So as it started to spin, these magnetic fields started to spin in a vortex, and as it spirals down towards it, towards the bottom of the vortex, the further down, the tighter the spiral, the more dense the spiral becomes. Okay, at that point in time, that's the core of the galaxy. That's where the density, the heaviest and densest part of the galaxy is at the center of the galaxy. Okay, and that's a magnetic field. Okay, as magnetic fields vortexing, and that's what magnetic fields do. And I'm gonna give you an example of that. Okay, right here, this is called a Faraday motor. Okay, he's going to break down how this works. We're going to dissect this because this same process right here that you're looking at right here is the same process that was discussed. See, Ama's mind is light. So Ama's mind began spinning, forming the pole. Okay, spinning. Okay, so Ama is mind is light. Light is electricity. Okay, electricity, light, gamma rays, whatever, when they transverse through space or propagate through space or move through space, okay, the magnetic fields start to spin. Okay, and we're going, and all this is demonstrated. You can demonstrate this right here in the lab. Here you go. And this is called a Faraday motor.
Hi, gang. This is the Faraday motor. It's a fun, simple experiment you can do using.
As you can see, it's vortexing. It's spinning right there. Okay, and see, you got the current. Okay, you got the left current and the right current. So we're going to dissect this. We're going to dissect the mind of Ama. Okay, go ahead.
Household parts. It was the very first electric motor ever made and was demonstrated by Michael Faraday in 1821. I'll show you how to build it and then explain how it works.
It's not the first fucking motor, you stupid cockasoid. What do you think they were using to build a fucking pyramid, stacking 200-ton stones 40 stories high and perfectly aligning these pyramids to the Orion's belt? We think they were using cockasoid. So this is not the first fucking motor, man. Stop with the stupid shit. Neander apes, man. Stupid ass. Instead of talking about they're the first fucking motor, but I can look at a fucking pyramid that predated their asses, man. Go ahead, man.
So here are all the parts. I've got some wires here with alligator clips on the end. Here's my magnets. It's a stack of neodymium magnets that I'm using. And this one right here is just a ceramic magnet, and the only purpose of that is just so I can sit it down like that and it'll stand up.
So we're gonna watch this video. I'm gonna walk you through how magnetic fields, vortex, how they spin. Okay, and light creates magnetic fields. So when light propagates, it's creating a magnetic field, and this the magnetic fields is that it causes the pole seed to spin. Okay, cause the core of the galaxy to spin. Okay, here you go.
Got some paper clips, 3 paper clips, and I just hooked them together in a chain so that they can flop around fairly easily, move around. You do want to make sure they're fairly clean, just metal contacting metal. So I sanded the insides of them.
Great, man.
9-volt battery. Piece of aluminum foil, doesn't have to be very big.
Okay, this 9-volt battery is what's producing the light. It's what's going to send the current. Current's coming from the battery. So the battery is the mind of the all. Okay, from the mind of the all, he sends light. Okay, when he thinks, he sends light. Okay, go ahead.
Got a jar, and on top of the jar, I simply put some tape. Any kind of tape will do.
Great,
and then
man.
A glass of salt water. Oh, and we can't forget the copper. I got 2 pieces of copper here, solid, strong copper, and I've sanded them so they're all clean with no oxidation or garbage.
Wonderful, man.
One of them I made fairly short. You'll have to size it appropriately, and I just bent a little hook at the top of it.
Great.
Okay, to assemble it all, I first take my stack of magnets and lower them into the cup. Oh. Next, I'll take my long copper wire. It doesn't have to be copper, it can be any kind of metal as long as it's conductive and clean. You want metal touching metal all the time. Make sure there's a little bit sticking out right here. Take the chain of paper clips and just hang them down near the end of the metal wire and try to center them over the magnets. Next, take the shorter copper that has the hook in it. You do want this to be copper. You don't want it to be something that will attract to a magnet. So if it attracts to a magnet, don't use it. If it doesn't, then and it's metal, then it's okay. Now, one thing I notice is that my copper wire goes down too low and touches the bottom of the magnet. So to fix that, I'm just going to put a block of wood under here. That lifts that whole thing up. Again, I'll make sure it's nice and centered.
Oh, do you think that up by yourself, Caucasoid, man? Come on,
Next,
man.
I'll take my piece of aluminum foil and just give it a little fold to make it a little stronger. I'll lower it into the glass so that it's well inside the salty water, and then I'll just fold it over. That way it'll hold on fairly well. Give it a nice tight hold there. And I'll take one of the leads here, one of the wires, clip this end to the end of the wire that's sticking out over here. I'll take the other clip, and I'll simply clip it onto the aluminum foil. And we're all set to go. Take the battery, hook one end to one end of the battery, connect the other end to the other end of the battery.
Okay, just as this battery has a positive, negative pole, your brain has a right half of the brain, left half of the brain. Okay, I think the right half is positive and the left half is negative. And you have a left eye, right eye. Okay, and it's the same. I think the right is positive, the left is negative. And you know, your eyes emit light. Okay, so your pineal gland sits in the center of both halves of the brain. That's the center. Okay, from there, okay, that's the seat of your soul. Okay, you want to operate basically from the seat of your soul. Okay, and then that directs the currents that come from your left eye and your right eye. Okay, you're directing it, and then what you want to do is you want to fuse the currents and create like a plasma. Okay, and you can do this. Okay, but you got to learn, you got to master gigolo alchemy, fellas. You got to master that gigolo alchemy because, like I said, your sperm is your battery. That's why you got to preserve it. Okay, you know, don't let these hoochies out here, you know, steal your light. But anyway, go ahead.
Oops. So it'll hold.
Okay, see the electrical current It's going through the wires here, connecting in to these paper clips and to the water. Okay, when the current flows, it creates a magnetic field of vortexes. Okay, and then the magnets have a magnetic field. So when both magnetic fields, they're kind of repelling, and what happens is it ends up spinning in the glass. This same magnetic field that causes the spinning, the rotation, is the same magnetic field that's created in the core of galaxies that cause those core of the galaxies to spin. And that's why the core of the galaxy is the densest part of the galaxy, the most densest area, because that's where all the strongest magnetic fields are condensed. Okay, so to say.
And there you can see it's working.
And it's vortexing.
Here's how it works. The battery makes electrons flow through the circuit. In the glass, the electrons move from the copper wire that's hanging down and move through the salty water to the aluminum foil. That causes electrons to flow along the wire.
Okay, when electrons flow, it creates a magnetic field.
You can use the right-hand rule to figure out what happens next. Point your thumb in the opposite direction that the electrons are moving, downward in this case. Point your index finger, also called your pointing finger, in the direction of the magnetic field as shown, and make your middle finger stick out at right angles to both of those. The middle finger indicates the direction of the force that the wire will experience. As you see, this is just the direction the wire is moving when on the right, as shown
Okay, the direction of the force is the magnetic force. Okay, go ahead.
in the diagram. It moves outward from the diagram towards you. As an exercise, use the right-hand rule this way to confirm that the force will always cause the wire to rotate around the magnet. Note that we're talking about what happens to the wire in the magnetic field near the top of the magnet. Lower down, the wire is largely parallel to the magnetic field, and in that case there's little or no force experienced. The force happens when the direction of electron flow is at right angles or perpendicular to the magnetic field, like it is near the top.
And there we go. We're talking about the 90-degree phase shift. You know, magnetic fields are 90 degrees. They operate 90 degrees of the current of the light. Okay, go ahead.
Well, thanks for watching.
Okay, and that's the video. So when we get back into when we get back into Ama, hold on. Okay, that Ama is mind. Mind is light. Light beams. You know, light propagates through space. So your thoughts propagate through space. Your thoughts move through empty space. Okay, it produces a magnetic field, and this magnetic field is what causes the rotation. Okay, in the core of galaxies, and this is how the pole seed was found. The pole seed is basically a magnet. Okay, a dense magnet. All right, and that's what causes the spinning. You know, when it says right here, Ama began spinning around, that's what caused it right there. Ama sent the current of energy, which is a thought. Thought, energy is all the same thing. Sent the current energy. The energy creates magnetic fields that vortex around the current, and this current is what causes the spinning, the vortex, and this is how the center of the black hole was created. Okay, and we're gonna break this down. I'll be back. Woo! Okay, to give you a clear picture of this vortex, so you can see it with an actual magnet, how magnets create vortexes. This video right here breaks it down real good. This is mini-me, that fat, sloppy, arrogant ass. Looks like Austin Powers. Looks like a cheap rendition of Austin Powers. But anyway, okay, I don't want to be offensive here. Okay, when I talk about fat, sloppy motherfuckers, I'm talking about people who are obese and just lazy. Okay, I'm not talking about big people. All right, to be big is one thing, but to be fat and sloppy, that's another. That's just sheer trifling. Okay, you got big people out there. I'm not sitting here talking about big people. Okay, a lot of my homeboys is big. Big is good, but to be obese, that's not good. Now, I just want to clarify that. So when I'm talking about fat, sloppy motherfuckers, I'm talking about fat, lazy, just disgusting, repugnant people who just don't give a shit about their health. They don't give a shit about themselves. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about those kind of people, and those are your Bible toters. That's why people like that go to church and are always looking for some outside entity to say they're fat asses, because they're sloppy and lazy and don't want to do shit for themselves. So when I talk about fat, sloppy, I mean that specific group of people. I don't mean big people. Okay, to be big is not There's nothing disgusting about that, man. Some people just born big. Some people born skinny, you know. No big fucking deal, you know what I'm saying? You know. But I don't want to sit here and talk about somebody who happen to be big. You know, Queen Latifah is big. She's a sexy girl. You know what I'm saying? She's a big woman, but she's still, you know, she's sexy, but she ain't fat, sloppy, and obese. See, that's what I'm talking. But off my little segue here, I'm gonna show you how magnets are vortexes. The field's vortex. And here we go.
Okay, here we are again for another video, setting up higher away from the magnet. I want you to notice the specific angle of precession. It's 42.5 degrees. As I give it a swing here in the direction of the centrifugal flow or the divergent flow.
There goes vortexing. It's vortexing. See, it's spinning.
Actually, I basically just let it fall. You notice it's speeding up on its own. I didn't even toss it. All I did was just let it drop in one direction.
So when Amma began to spin, he sent the current of light, a thought.
I know this isn't exactly
light creates
all that
magnetism,
exciting, but
magnetism
I
vortex.
wanted to show you the precession angle, both centrifugal and centripetal. There are better ways to show this precession angle, but not necessarily a better physical analog than this. Let's try it the other direction. Remember, I'm just dropping it. I'm not actually throwing it or anything. You notice I'm going the direction opposite of the flow. This time I went counterclockwise, and the centrifugal is clockwise, and the centripetal is counterclockwise.
So you're talking about vortexes clockwise and counterclockwise. When something goes clockwise, that's male energy. Counterclockwise draws in, that's female energy. Okay. So he's basically talking about how vortexes can spin clockwise and counterclockwise. And, you know, it all depends on how the current moves. You know, current going one direction can create magnetic fields that go clockwise. And if it goes opposite direction, it will create magnetic fields that go counterclockwise. See? So, you know, once you understand light creates magnetism. Once you can kind of wrap your mind around that, then you can break down these dogon myths. When they talk about Amma began spinning and created the pole seed at the galactic core. See, when you hear stuff like that, Amma is mind is light. So light transverse through empty space. It creates magnetic fields, and these magnetic fields vortex, as you can
notice
see right
the
here.
Radical angle of precession as I was throwing it in the opposite direction to where it wanted to flow centrifugally, which is in clockwise direction, and I was tossing it counterclockwise. I should show that again really quick.
There it goes.
Okay, do you see that?
And that's
it's just being
that's how the core of the galaxy vortexes.
There's nobody holding it up there.
It's a vortex.
Once I let go of it, there's no human intervention.
Magnetic fields vortex.
Nothing inside this black case.
These are the magnetic fields that wrap light as it transverses through space. And this is what creates your Birkeland currents, everyone. Okay, I just had to clarify that. And we're going to move on. We're going to move on because we got to dissect this shit. Okay? And because right now, I'm showing you how galaxies are created. They're created from the mind of the all. When the mind of the all sends a thought, thoughts is light. Light creates magnetic fields vortex. There you have it, everyone. There you have it. Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! And we're going to continue on. I'll be back. Woo! Okay, to continue on. We're talking about electric currents, light, energy. Okay. Amma sent the thought. All right. Thought is light. Light creates magnetic fields. Okay. Now, like I said, you got two halves of the brain. You know, I think the left is negative, right is positive, I believe. I could be wrong. It's one or the other, it's vice versa. But anyway, your eyes emit light, beams of light. Your brain, your thoughts is electromagnetic energy. Okay, so when you send currents, when you send out thought, okay, you're basically sending out two currents. here it goes. With two currents flowing in opposite directions, you can determine that magnetic fields are in the same direction, and therefore they'll repel. So let's say I send out a thought and another person sends out a thought opposite of me. Okay, we're sending out currents. Okay, our currents are going, our thoughts are opposite to each other. Okay, you can determine that the magnetic fields are in the same direction and therefore will repel. So when you think a certain way and the person thinks opposite of you, okay, chances are you're not going to vibe. You're going to repel each other. See, okay, and this is how electricity works. This is how light works. All right. Now, when the two currents flow in the same direction, okay, the magnetic field will be opposite and the wires will attract. So, mine, I mean, you see how motherfuckers is, okay? A person that dress a certain way, acts a certain way is going to attract people that look the way they look, act the way they act, and think the way they think. Okay? This is how it is, man, because they're sending the same currents of light. See? They're not dealing with people who send repulsive current, repulsive thoughts. See? Nobody likes a person that thinks opposite of them. See, I get accused of thinking opposite of motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't go along with how they think. I go along. I'm plugged into the universal current, and if you ain't on that vibration, me and you ain't gonna get along. Chances are, okay, because your thought current is opposite of where I'm at. So yeah, we're gonna repel, and I hope the fuck I repel your ass, because I don't want stupid motherfuckers around me at all. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Don't come in with that fucking Bible shit. Don't come up here talking about you gonna pray for me and all that stupid shit, man. I don't need none of that shit. Okay? And when I come in and tell you what I'm talking about right now, and you believe that shit, yeah, I'm gonna repel your ass. Okay? And then I'm gonna make you look like a fucking fool. Because I don't really give I'm just gonna just Mack truck your ass, just run your ass straight the fuck over, man. And then you're gonna get mad, wanna fight, talking about I hate that motherfucker and all that kind of shit. Great. I'm glad you do, because I hate you too, motherfucker. But anyway, well, I got to curb that energy. I don't want to hate anybody. That's playing into the hands of Yahweh. And me, fuck Yahweh. So yeah, I'm going to love you, brother, anyway. Despite the fact that you're an asshole. But anyway, I still love you. Okay? So when you send out light, the currents that flow in the same direction are going to attract, and the currents that flow opposite of each other are going to repel. Okay? And why is that important? It's because when you're sending out thoughts, okay, you're sending out a negative, you send them out from both beams of your eye. And what happens is you want those beams to attract, and in that way you can create a plasma. From plasma, you can materialize matter from empty space, okay, with your mind, okay? But you got to be working with a lot of energy. So you got to basically be plugged into the universal current in order to make this happen. So you have to go outside barefoot, open up your channels, practice that gigolo alchemy, practice channeling light from your sperm to your third eye. And then, like I said, you can use your brain as a fucking laser, okay? And we're going to detail that. But this is basically what the mind of God, the mind of the true God does. He sends out thoughts. And when these currents attract, they create a plasma. When this plasma comes together, it starts to form galaxies and stars and planets and all that other deal. Okay, and that's what happens with the Birkeland currents, man. Okay, and we're gonna kind of detail a little bit that. Okay, everyone, the true God is mental, Book of Thoth, and like I said, your mind affects empty space. So when the true God sends out a thought, he sends out a current of light, a current of energy from the mind of the all, okay? And to kind of give you an example how this works, when the true God sent out thought, it sends out, it creates a vortex, basically. It creates a dual vortex, okay? These dual vortexes feed each other, and they exchange energy, and it's the yin-yang principle, male and female. One of the vortex is clockwise, and the other vortex is counterclockwise. Okay, depending on what tradition that you study from, like Chinese, they will say clockwise is female and counterclockwise is male. I contend that counterclockwise is female because it draws in, and clockwise is male because that's what radiates. Okay, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, but like I said, true God emits energy from his or her mind. Okay, and it sends out a vibration into empty space. And to give you an example of how these vortexes are created, okay, we're gonna watch a video called Crazy Pull Vortex. Okay, to kind of give you an example of how this works, you know, how energy from the mind works. Okay, we're gonna watch this pull vortex and we're gonna dissect this. And here we go.
Check this out. I'm just going to drag this plate through the water in the pool. That's it. But look what forms. Perfect black circles on the bottom of the pool. And it's so weird. They don't die. They just keep going right next to each other.
See right here? These are two. This is a double vortex, male and female. So let's kind of walk back over that. Okay, the energy, she's going to push energy through the water. Water is like a plasma. It's a liquid. Empty space is a plasma that behaves a lot like the oceans. You know, you can create vortexes and everything else. But anyway, these vortexes, when God sent out a thought, he pushed energy through empty space, which is a plasma. The energy, as it penetrates empty space, creates vortexes, as you see right here. Now, this lady's going to use her hand. What the true God does is uses his mental energy, his mind, his third eye, and shoots out energy with thoughts, and that affects empty space. And the only difference is this girl is using her mind to use her hand to push energy. And here we go.
I'm just going to drag this plate through the water in the pool. That's it. But look what forms. Perfect black circles on the bottom of the pool. And it's so weird. They don't die. They just keep going.
See, black circles, black holes. See? Black hole is nothing but a fucking vortex. And these vortex interconnect. Okay? As you will see.
Right next to each other. I sped this footage up because the circles took 3 minutes to cross the pool and didn't seem to be dying out. These got sharper as they went and made it all the way across. So cool. And look closer. You can see what's causing them. There are two almost unnoticeable dips in the surface of the water. Why don't they die out? And how do these dark spots form? And why do the dips move together?
Okay. And see, this right here is how galaxies are formed, everyone. Okay, but these galaxies are living entities. Living entities. Okay, go ahead.
So many questions. Let's first look at what they are. When I drag the plate through the water, you could see it forming little vortices like you get when you move a paddle through the water. A vortex is a gas or liquid moving in circles with what we call a vortex line going up through the circles. They are everywhere. Tornadoes, water flowing down the drain, hurricanes, or the movement of air over an airplane wing.
And they're also in outer space because we call them, the Caucasoid calls them black holes. But these black holes, these galaxies in the center, supposedly have a black hole. What they actually have is a vortex, and they're connected. These galaxies are connected to each other, like the Gnostics say. You know, like these galaxies they're asexual, but they're also sexual. They also can produce with a mate. Okay. They can also they can reproduce asexually, and they can also reproduce with a mate. Okay, go ahead.
Vortices often form when there's a difference in fluid speed, like fast wind moving over slow wind. As you move the plate forward, the water right next to the boundary moves with the plate because of friction. The water further out is not moving. It's that difference in velocity that causes a shear force and starts the water spinning. This is accentuated by the water in front of the plate being forced around the sides and the water behind the plate being sucked forward as the plate moves along. In this coherent vortex, our dips can travel much further across the pool than a ripple without dissipating. Why? The vortex wants to keep its angular momentum, so it continues spinning as it moves through the water and only loses some energy through friction to the surrounding stationary water. So what we appear to have here is two vortices moving across the pool, but it seems weird.
Look, one's going counterclockwise, and one's going clockwise. Counterclockwise, clockwise. And there's a Birkeland current connecting these two vortices. And in outer space, we call them galaxies. There's Birkeland current underneath this water that connect these two vortices here in the water, which behave like galaxies. Galaxies spin clockwise and counterclockwise, everyone. Take notice.
That they stay right together. Well, when we create this vortex, we're forcing water to move around the whole plate, not just on the surface of the water. Our vortex line is curved. We're creating.
And that's God sending a thought through empty space, casting energy through empty space. It splits empty space and creates vortexes. These vortexes are connected through Birkeland currents. And from the male, female, what they do is they take in energy, take in positive, negative charges from empty space, and they create with it. Okay, hold on, go on.
Creating a half vortex ring, you know, like a smoke ring, bubble ring, or even the plume rising up from an explosion, but half of that. These two dips on the water surface are just the ends of the half ring. They're connected, and that's why they stay together.
They're connected, and that's why they stay together, like a Birkeland current, which I'm now calling Anubis currents. Okay, it's no longer the fucking Birkeland current, it's the Anubis currents. But if I say Birkeland current, I actually mean Anubis current. Because we're going to take all this shit these caucasoids are doing, trying to rename shit and putting caucasoidal terms on it. We're going to rename it right back to African. So these are Anubis currents. And see, these rings, see, as you can see, it's a vortice. Okay? The vortexes. And this is like a Birkeland current that connects these two vortices. Okay, go ahead.
Together. We can see this if we put a little food coloring into the ends. The food coloring travels from one end to the other, and you can see the entire half ring. So cool.
There it is. That's a Birkeland current connecting galaxies. Okay? One, the counterclockwise draws in charges, transports it to the positive. Positive radiates it back out into empty space, and they give birth. This is male and female. Okay, and this is the same thing that happens when energy from the Birkeland currents travel through the sun and they vortex into the earth from the North Pole, and then they vortex counterclockwise in the North Pole and clockwise from the South Pole. Counterclockwise from the North Pole, clockwise from the South Pole. And in the center of the earth, in the core of the earth, is where all creation takes place. That's where you get your archaea and your bacteria, your prokaryotes, your single cell organisms. Okay, they get created right there in the core of the earth by these vortexes. Okay, go ahead.
Cool. We just made a bubble ring without the bubble.
So you got to watch How God Created the Universe, Part 1. I break all that down, and we shall continue.
This also tells you something interesting. The half ring is not a wave. A wave is a disturbance moving through a medium that transfers energy but doesn't transfer matter. When we added food coloring, we saw clearly that the vortex is transferring matter.
There it goes. The vortex is transfer matter, and this is the process that happens in empty space. The negative and positive charges of empty space get drawn into the counterclockwise vortex, and right in the center, right in here is where all creation is taking place. The energy gets transported to the clockwise, and then it gets spit out. And you got it going both directions here. You got clockwise, counterclockwise going in both directions. And I'm gonna break all that down. But this is how the super galaxy, okay? There's a super galaxy that got created from the minor or from these super galaxies, is how all the galaxies were produced. Okay? We're gonna walk through that, but we won't walk through this video. Go ahead.
Just like a smoke ring does. So sadly, it's not a wave. It's cooler than a wave. Now back to this.
It's a Birkeland current, lady. That's what it is. Okay? Anubis current. Okay? It's those magnetic fields that connect the cosmic web, man. Hold on. As you can see right here, this is the cosmic web. All these galaxies are strung together on strings, and that Birkeland current is what connects it all together. And you see the same thing in the pole vortices. Okay, these galaxies are living entities and they mate. Okay, not only do they mate, but they're all connected by a Birkeland current, or as I call it, the Anubis current. Okay, this is like the river Styx in the myths. Okay, when souls die, they have to go through the river Styx. Okay, back to Creator. All right, I'm gonna kind of get into that story. Anubis is the gatekeeper, or he's the overseer of the river Styx. You know, you got a Greek myth and you got the Egyptian myth, but it's generally Anubis who's the overseer of that for the dead, for the souls to travel. You know, when they die, they travel. They gotta enter back on this current. And from what I gather, this Yaldabaoth has a block because around our planet he has those magnetic fields that prevent our souls from actually leaving this plane. So you know you have to increase. You basically have to increase your frequency, get it high enough to where because the higher your frequency is, the less magnetic field chains will be placed on your soul or your spirit. So you have to increase your frequency, and that lowers the magnetic field change. But as long as this jackass, these Illuminati assholes, these Yaldabaoth supporters can keep your vibration low, keep you on GMOs, keep you frustrated, keep you what is it, in a negative state, they can keep your frequency low enough, and then those magnetic fields will keep your soul bounded here in this material realm. Okay, so the whole trick is you got to raise your frequency. Okay, we're gonna get into methods on how to do all that. I can tell you right now, gigolo alchemy, sun gazing, and converting completely over to an alkaline Dr. CV diet. Right there, that will automatically raise your frequency off tops. Okay, so you can get started with that right now. But like I was saying, these galaxies are connected by Birkeland currents, and what happens is when they spew a new galaxy, a new Birkeland current is connecting the newborn galaxy to the mother galaxy, okay, or to the parent galaxy, should I say, okay, and then these galaxies can either produce asexually, or they can mate in with their sister, or you know the brother born can mate in with his opposite, and they can produce new galaxies that way. It's kind of like a fungus, how fungus shoots out spores, and the spores can either produce sexually or they can produce asexually. It's the same way these galaxies work. Okay, and we shall continue. Okay, back to this. Okay, like I said, the true God is mental. True God sends out thought in empty space. When that thought transverses empty space, it creates vortices. Okay, we're going to get into the giant super galaxy vortice that is created from the mind of the all. Okay, the Caucasoid calls this the great attractor. I call these two super galaxies. Okay, like I said, you got clockwise, counterclockwise, and it kind of mimics your brain because you got a right half of your brain and you got a left half of your brain. Okay, keep that in mind as we shall continue. And here we go.
Somewhere in the universe is a small blue planet, the third rock from a star called the Sun, just one of billions of stars in a spiral galaxy known as the Milky Way. But where in the universe is the Milky Way? A team of scientists gathered data on more than 8,000 of the galaxies that surround us. They mapped each galaxy's position and movement in space. And, for the first time, they've shown that the Milky Way is part of a much larger system of galaxies.
Okay, the Milky Way is part of a much larger system of galaxies. Okay, so all that Big Bang shit this Caucasoid is discussing, that's a bunch of bullshit. Okay, Big Bang theory is a bunch of bullshit. Galaxies not expanding. You know, they're saying because redshift stars, you know, redshift galaxies indicates that the universe is expanding, all that bullshit. We're about to crush all that shit. Big Bang theory is fucking finished. It's done. We're going to get into this Caucasoidal stupidity. It's a bunch of bullshit. Get off the Caucasoid shit. Get back into your ancient ancestors. Book of Thoth. Okay, your Kemetic ancestors, Dogon tribe, they're telling you exactly what the fuck's going down here. Okay, everything I'm doing is based off of Dogon tribe. What they say is gold, man. Okay, and you want to know which one of these cockasoids is telling the truth and which one's fucking lying? Go to the Dogon myth, read it, and then if what this cockasoid says is not lining up with the Dogon, then that cockasoid is fucking lying through his goddamn teeth, trying to run a fucking mind fuck on your black ass. Okay, we're gonna get into this. Super galaxies, everyone. Super galaxies.
A supercluster that they have named Laniakea. The Milky Way is nested in the furthest reaches of this structure, on the outskirts. The entire universe can be seen as an intricate network of galaxies, a cosmic web. Some areas are almost empty.
Now take a look at this, everyone. It looks like a fungus. Looks like a fungus shooting out spores. As above, so below. We shall continue.
Dark voids. Others are densely packed with galaxies.
Yeah, and the Dogon referred to these galaxies as seeds. Seeds. They're seeds. And what does this fungus spew out? They spew out spores. Spores are seeds, everyone. There you go.
Regions known as superclusters. Superclusters are the biggest structures found in the universe, but scientists have struggled to define where one ends and another begins. To map our home supercluster, a team led by Brent Tully at the University of Hawaii studied the motions of the galaxies around us in unprecedented detail. Even though the entire universe is expanding rapidly, gravity is also at work.
Bullshit. The entire universe is not expanding. It's fucking infinite. That's some bullshit, trying to hold on to that cockasola shit. But we're going to cut you to pieces, lady. Go ahead.
Pulling against this acceleration. By discounting cosmic expansion, the team worked out which galaxies are being pulled towards us, shown in blue, and which are being pulled away, shown in red.
Also, galaxies being pulled towards and away. That doesn't sound like a fucking expanding universe, lady. It sounds like a fucking vortex. Go ahead.
This enabled them to create a map of cosmic flows, the paths that galaxies migrate along, tugged at a tiny pace by the force of gravity.
Also, the force of gravity that's moving these galaxies along. Light creates magnetism. Magnetism creates light. Gravity is basically comes from magnetism, everyone. It's a fucking mind fuck. Okay, these cockasoids don't know shit. Book of Thoth, man. Your ancestors tell you what the fuck the deal is, man. Go ahead.
Using this motion, they came up with a new way to map the distribution of matter in the universe. Delving into our home supercluster, you can see that most galaxies are being pulled towards a dense center.
There it goes, vortexing. There you go.
Known as the Great Attractor.
Or they call it the Great Attractor. What attracts? Magnets. Okay, go ahead, man.
Our galaxy is among those sliding towards this patch of space, which dominates our region of the universe. Let's take a different view. Each circle represents a galaxy. Again, we can see
all these galaxies are orbiting around around a super black hole, as they call it. Okay, this is like a super galaxy, a super vortex. Okay, go ahead, man.
Galaxies being pulled towards the Great Attractor in the direction of the arrows. Between the Great Attractor and us, the Milky Way, there's a relatively empty area, a blue void. And next to us is Virgo, a large and dense cluster whose bright galaxies have been observed from Earth for centuries. Until now, astronomers grouped us, the Milky Way and its surrounding galaxies, with Virgo and nearly 100 other clusters in a supercluster that stretches 100 million light-years across. But using this new technique, we can see that this is just the tip of the iceberg. This cluster of clusters is merely an appendage of a much larger supercluster, more than 100 times bigger and more massive. But how did the team know how to redraw the boundaries of this cosmic map? Here's our supercluster.
There you go. One vortex is clockwise or counterclockwise. The other one vortex is clockwise. And right in the middle, okay, is what separates it. You got negative and positive. This is no different than a fucking bar magnet, everyone. No different than a fucking bar magnet. Okay, we should continue. And this also mimics your brain, because you got a left hemisphere and a right hemisphere. You got a male side of the brain and a female side of the brain. Also, when you look at currents, you got a negative and a positive. Okay? And negative attracts to positive. And that's what creates a vortex. Okay? That everything's a fucking vortex, everyone. But this mimics the two halves of your brain, man, two hemispheres of your brain. That's why you got a left hand and a right hand. You got a negative and a positive, a yin and a yang, male and female. These are the opposites. One goes clockwise, the other one goes counterclockwise. Go ahead.
Cluster in black, and a neighboring structure, Perseus Pisces, in red.
As above, so below. Go on.
Scientists define the boundary as the points where the flows of galaxies diverge, like water dividing at a watershed. This is where neighboring structures shear apart.
See, all these galaxies, this is how they vortex. They vortex around a super black hole, and this one vortex counterclockwise around a super black hole. And as you can see, all these galaxies mimic the super galaxy, okay? Because they're connected the same way. Just as I showed you in that pool vortex, man.
This is the first clear.
Just as I showed you in the pool vortex. As we're seeing right here in the pool vortex, you got a negative and a positive, and they're interconnected. Okay, just as you see right there, negative, positive, and they're connected. Okay, there's a dividing line right here. It's no different than your fucking brains, no different than the fucking bar magnet, man. This is bar magnet. Okay, south, the North Pole attracts to the South Pole. Okay, there you go. It tracks into the South Pole, comes out the north, and it tracks right back. Okay, this is the vortex, man. Goes from north to south, north to south. Okay, male to female, or female to male. Okay, and you see the same thing right there. You see the same fucking vortex right there, the attraction. Okay, just like a bar magnet. And in the center, it's the dividing point. That's the 0 point. Okay, right here, you see the 0 point. Okay, this is all a fucking vortex, man. Okay. One half of the universe, I don't want to say the universe, because this might just be one of many super fucking galaxies. This might just be one of many, okay? And then within these super galaxies, you have all the galaxies. Within the galaxies, you have all the solar systems, okay? So, you know, this right here is no different than a bar magnet, okay? Okay, you see the same thing with your left brain and your right brain, okay? One's negative current, and one's your male, which is clockwise, and the other one's female, which is counterclockwise, and you see the same thing, okay? Clockwise, counterclockwise, or however you want to do it. But you see two hemispheres, no different than your brain. As above, so below. As above, so below, okay? Your brain is just like the true God, man. You cast out thoughts, your thoughts can move empty space, okay? You can move empty space, man. You got to tap into the Birkeland current. You got to plug into the Birkeland current. Barefoot to earth, staring to the sun. That's how you plug into the Birkeland currents, everyone. And eat alkaline. Eat alkaline, 100% alkaline, Dr. CB diet, man. Okay? Okay, we're going to continue.
Definition of a supercluster. Laniakea means immeasurable heaven in Hawaiian, a fitting name for the vast community of galaxies that we are a part of. So now we know that on the edge of a supercluster called Laniakea, in a galaxy called the Milky Way, around a star we call the Sun, there is a small blue planet.
And notice how they all vortex, everyone. They all vortex. Yay! They all fucking vortex. Go ahead, man.
Our home.
As above, so below. There you have it, everyone. So we're going to get into these galaxies, everyone. We're going to get into these galaxies, okay? So back to what I was saying. True God is mental. God sends energy into empty space. It splits empty space and creates vortices. These vortices are living because it's got the energy of God working it. They're living entities, and these entities reproduce sexually and asexually. Okay? Okay? And this is how you do it. And your brain does the same thing. Every time you cast a thought out, you're moving empty space. Now we're gonna figure out what the true God does, and then we're gonna mimic the true God and get the same damn results. We might be getting them on a smaller scale, but we're gonna get the same damn results. Because this right here is Jedi training. I'm training all y'all niggas out there how to be a fucking Jedi. Okay? Everything that you see on this video, you got to replicate. And when you replicate, then that's when you become a god. That said, I'll be back and we shall continue. Woo! Okay, before I move forward, I want you to take a good look at this Dogon elder. Hold on, man. Let me zoom it down a little bit. This right here is the Dogon elder. Take a Dogon priest, the Hogan. Okay, zoom in on that hat. It spirals like the core of the galaxy. Okay, these guys right here, the Dogon, are the masters of the universe. They have knowledge of this universe that today's scientists have no clue how these brothers and sisters even they can't even fathom how they have this knowledge, how they knew about the Sirius star, how they know that the galaxies are pole-seeds. Okay, these caucasoids have no clue. So they look at these brothers right here, look at them, and see these Dogons smart. See, Dogon lay low. Yeah, I'm gonna let you think I'm fucking primitive, motherfucker. Yeah, nigga, I'm gonna creep way below your fucking radar, cause you ain't in my fucking zone, caucasoid. See, that's how them Dogon masters. See what I'm saying? Caucasoid look at him, think this motherfucker primitive. This motherfucker tell you all about the goddamn galaxy. Why? Because these are the masters of the universe. These are the gods. These are the descendants of the gods. These are the Dogon. And these are your ancestors. Kemetic priests, everyone. Kemetic priests. And his hat, vortexes. Spirals like a galaxy. Now these caucasoids can't figure out how the hell this Dogon elder right here knew about galaxies when he doesn't have telescopes and shit like that. Well, let me explain this to you, caucasoid. If these brothers and sisters come from the core of the galaxy and are the descendants of the gods, then yeah, they would know about this fucking what the galaxy is. They would know the whole map out, the whole layout of the galaxy, and don't need no fucking telescope because that's where they come from. Okay, they come from the energy from that sacrifice Nomo. The energy, when they cut the umbilical cord of the Nomo, they cut a Birkeland current, a Anubis current. And the true God used the energy from the Anubis current and created light beings. And these are the descendants of the light beings. We call them Dogons. Okay? Your pre-dynastic Egyptians. All right? Were gods. The pre-dynastic Egyptians were gods. And later you get your Egyptian dynasty as they fell into human form. Okay? They're gods that took on human form. Okay? And that's why we're going to walk over this. But as you can see, these Dogons know about the galaxy and they break it all down because we're about to go over what they say. And then we're going to show you the proof. And I'll be back. Woo! Here we go. This right here is the Dogon of Mali. We're going to walk back over this. We're going to walk back over this. And then I'm going to show you the proof. Because like I said, if what these caucasoids are spewing out there, if it doesn't match up with the Dogons, then it's some fucking bullshit. Flat out. Okay? The Dogon are your elders. They know what the fuck time it is. And it's about time you get back in tune with your elders and quit listening to these fucking caucasoids. These caucasoids are full of shit. All they do is blow smoke up your ass and keep the real knowledge secret in their little fucking Masonic little fucking groups. And all they did was rape the Nile, steal papyruses, and then they share that shit amongst their little group and then hand your black ass the fucking the Bible. Okay? That's what they give you. They give you the shit while they get the real shit. See what I'm saying? They give you some bullshit while they sit there ciphering through the real shit. See? And they keep it, you know, they open, it's an open fucking secret. You see the Eye of Haru on the back of the dollar. You see the pyramid all that shit. That tells you what they're really into. But they hand your black ass the goddamn Bible, and here you all up in church, give me some pimp 10% of your fucking money, while these motherfuckers are in secret learn how to be fucking gods and Jedis. Well, you know what, man? We're gonna reverse that shit, cause you know I'm gonna decode this shit, and then we're gonna train y'all niggas how to be gods and Jedis and counteract this cock and sort of bullshit. And here we go. It says right here, a breakdown of the key cosmological and astrophysical truths expressed in Dogon high science, okay, is as follows. Amma is the Dogon name for Amen. Amma is described as the intelligent consciousness behind all of creation and awareness within all beings. Amma is he or she who rests upon nothing, all right? He or she who rests upon nothing. It's all the energy, okay? The pole is the black hole. Okay, here you go. The pole is the black hole that is the core of our galaxy. The pole is the egg of the world. Right there. It says the pole is the egg of the world. The first principle of the seed. Okay, pole means seeds. There you go. Pole means seeds in the Dogon language. The Dogon described the pole as the smallest thing in the world, alluding to the fact that the matter of a black hole is the densest, most compact form of matter in creation. And I contend that what they call matter is magnetic fields, compact magnetic fields, okay? Most compact form of matter in creation. They say that it is invisible like a magnetic field at the center. It spins and scatters all particles of matter in a sonorous and luminous motion. Hold on, let's get into sonorous. Okay, sonorous means capable of producing a deep or ringing sound. Okay, it spins and scatters all particles of matter in a deep and ringing sound and luminous motion. Luminous basically means light, yet remains inaudible and invisible. So, you know, you got light, X-rays, gamma rays, you can't see them, you know, with your visible eyes, even though it is light. It isn't until it lowers in frequency, it becomes visible light, then we can actually see it. Okay, same way with sound. There are sounds that dogs can hear with a dog whistle that you as a human cannot hear because the pitch and the frequency is above what us humans can detect. Okay, so this is how these black holes actually work, or these seeds. Notice the Dogon referred to the black hole as a seed right there. Okay, the Dogon say that Amma places words in the pole, thus making the image of the creator and the womb of Amma. Okay, the Dogon say Amma placed his word in the pole, thus making the image of the creator and the womb of Amma. Okay, the womb of Amma. Okay, so in the center of the black hole is basically the womb. Okay, the center of the galaxy is the womb of Amma. Okay, all right. Okay, the clavicles of Amma refer to the spiral nebula arms. Okay, we got that define the shape of the galaxy. The clavicle is the first bone to appear in the skeletal system. Hold on. I'm gonna skip past this. Potolo is the star of the deep beginning. This is what the Dogon called the black dwarf star. The astronomers call Sirius B. Potolo is the first of all stars. Hold on. Okay, they're talking about the stars right here. Sigitolo is the youngest star to come out of Amma's womb. So from the core of the galaxy, these stars are produced according to the Dogon. All right, come out of Amma's womb. Okay, this is the star. Astronomers refer to Sirius A. Sigitolo is the star of the sacrifice fish. The Dogon say that Amma, in an effort to thwart the transgressions of a rebellious being named Ogo, right here, sacrificed the celestial fish man Nomo Simi. Okay, Sigitolo is the star seed of Nomo Simi, which makes Sigitolo the celestial testament. So, okay, Sigitolo right here. Sigitolo is a star. It's the youngest star to come out of Ama's womb. And it's the seed of Nomosimi, which is a galaxy. So in other words, this star was produced by this galaxy, Nomosimi, okay, which makes Sigitolo the celestial testament of the sacrifice fish. So in other words, the series, okay, the Sigitolo, which is the series A, is the seed of the sacrifice Nomosimi, okay? So what the true God did was sacrifice this Nomosimi right here. And from one of the seeds, Sirius was produced. And as he sacrificed, he basically cut a Birkeland current, okay, and used the energy and plugged it into the Sirius star system, and that Sirius star system plugs into our sun. And this is how we feed from the true God, okay? And this asshole, you know, to kind of get into this, because there's a lot of evidence stating this. A lot of people think I'm crazy when I bring this up, but that fucking moon is not fucking a real celestial body. That asshole Yaldabaoth put that fucking moon there to try to block, okay, this Nyama from Nomosimi, okay? Try to block the Nyama from reaching here. So he put the fucking moon to block the shit, okay? And something with Saturn is fucking with the frequency of this planet too. But you know, I'm still investigating that. Okay, hold on. We're going to dissect this myth because we're going to break this down. As it says right here, the Dogon say that the sacrificial blood of Sigitolo spills onto the womb of Ama and is renewing, impregnating, and purifying this realm of creation, which is Earth, our solar system. Okay, the Dogon say that the sacrificial blood of Sigitolo, which is the youngest star, which is the seed of the sacrifice Nomosimi, okay, is what purifies our region here. Okay, as stated, the debate among Western-minded concerning the Dogon has centered on the fact that the Dogon know details about the dwarf companion of Sirius A, and the reason being is because the Dogon are guys. I mean, they're the original people. Okay, they come from the band. You know, they're tied in with the Bantu, and they're descendants of Anu and Antu, which is the Anunnaki, and they come from the true God realm of Sophia. Okay, if you look at it from the Gnostic perspective, all right. Hope I'm not confusing nobody here. Okay, hold on. This is what I want to get to right here. Back on this, okay, the Dogon cosmology and Kemetic sacred science are very similar in concepts and symbolism. In fact, Dogon cosmology appears to be the exact cosmology of the Kemetic priesthood at Anu, okay, ancient Hermopolis, okay. The Dogon know Ra as Ama, he who rests upon nothing. The universe is considered Ama's egg. Within his egg, so you got the universe, okay. That's Ama's egg. Within his egg, Ama began spinning around. Okay, Ama sent out that and created vortexes, forming the Po seed, the black hole at the galactic core. The Po is the smallest, heaviest, and densest thing that was made invisible at the center. Okay, we had walked over that when the true God sent off that, created a vortex, created the double vortex. Okay, go ahead. Then placed 7 words in the Po, which began to vibrate strongly within the seed. The spiraling vibrations called forest clavicles to grow, and that forms your galaxy. Okay, in humans, clavicles are the first bones. Okay, here you go. Suddenly, the Po, wait, hold on. They grow in the form of an exaggerated S. Okay, the celestial clavicles that grow from the Po are the spiral nebulae arms. Okay, we already covered that. Okay, suddenly the Po burst forth, and 8 new seeds were created. There you go, right there. Okay, suddenly the Po, okay, burst forth, and 8 new seeds were created. Okay, so new seeds were created from this galaxy. Okay, new seeds were created from this galaxy. Okay, and we're about to break into that, and I'll be back, Woo! Okay, this video right here is called The Big Bang Proven Wrong by Houghton Arp on the intrinsic redshift. Okay, these guys or like I said, a part of that electric universe theory, plasma physics, cosmology. And these guys go back and look over ancient scripts, and then, you know, they compare what they learn from the ancient script and compare it from what they find, their findings out here in the cosmos. And we're going to break down this Halt and Arp. Okay, we're going to continue.
He's going to have the last laugh. It is a sincere honor to present to you the man who has discovered the true meaning of redshift, and by doing so has single-handedly opened the door to the 21st century in astronomy and cosmology. Is the author.
Okay, see, these guys right here ain't, I mean, the Dogon basically broke all this down, man. See, right here it tells you that this is from the Dogon. Suddenly the pole burst forth and 8 new seeds were created. I'ma planted these seeds in his egg near the clavicles of the pole. With these 8 seeds, Amma intended to create 8 celestial beings, 4 male, 4 female. Okay, that's 4 clockwise, 4 counterclockwise. Okay, the Dogon called these beings Nomo Agano. So these beings are basically galaxies, and these see, the whole point of this is the Nomo are telling you that the galaxies can mate sexually and asexually. Okay, but this is between the Gnostics and the Dogon. Gnostics tell you about Sophia. She went and procreated on her own without her mate. And then here it is right here telling you about the Dogon, or telling you about the pole burst forth and 8 new seeds were created. Amma planted these seeds in his egg near the clavicles of the pole. With these 8 seeds, Amma intended to create 8 celestial beings from seeds. So they're referring to these galaxies as seeds. And lo and behold, you're going to hear the same thing right here. We're going to continue.
Author of the Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies that are famous worldwide. Join me in welcoming Halt and Arp.
As I mentioned Friday night, the important thing, I think, is to see the observations, to communicate the evidence so that all of you can, everyone has to make up their own mind on this. But as I go through this, you'll see there are certain obvious patterns are developing. And in order to predict what the new will show, and in order to understand what they mean, we'll start talking about the creation of galaxies, the creation of matter, its effect on relativity, and its implications for our understanding of the universe. But I'd like to start with the first transparency. About in the early 1950s, the radio telescopes started observing the sky, and they found sources of radio, pairs, spots of radio emission on the sky.
Pairs. Look at this. Pairs. Pay attention. Okay? Pay attention.
Sky. I remember sitting in the Caltech symposia room and scientists saying, well, they're paired across galaxies, but you should not jump to the conclusions that they're associated with galaxies.
Paired across galaxies. Okay, go ahead, man.
Eventually, of course, they saw these thin connections going from the
There you go. You see the Birkeland current connecting to this little dot here. Birkeland currents connecting to this little dot here. Okay, go ahead. And these are pairs. Okay, pairs. Let's walk back over this. Suddenly the pole burst forth and 8 new seeds were created. I'ma plant these seeds in his egg near the clavicles of the pole. With these 8 seeds, Amma intended to create 8 celestial beings, 4 male, 4 female. The Dogon called these beings the Nomo Anagano, best translated as the word Nomo. That became the fish man. The Nomo are the first beings created by Amma, and they are amphibious celestial creatures. The Nomo correspond with Kim Anu. These right here are the Nomo, the celestial beings. Okay? The fish swimming, transversing through empty space. Empty space is the primordial waters. Okay? And right here is the womb, because this right here is a galaxy, as he's going to explain.
From the central galaxy out to the radio lobes on either side.
Central galaxy right there.
I know this is a beautiful picture. This is a VLA picture, the best available presently. But I think the 2 important things you should draw from this first slide is the fact that this material is actually being ejected. That's about the only way you could get this kind of a configuration.
Okay, these two no more are being ejected from this center galaxy right here. They're being ejected, just like the Dogon told you. Right here is the Dogon say these 8 beings were going to be Ama's perfect creation, as sister and brother, yet husband and wife. The 4 fish twins were going to make each other fertile, complete, and blessed with heavenly happiness and fulfillment. However, one of the male twins, Ogo, the Kemetic set, grew impatient as he waited for his female twin to gestate. Okay, Ogo decided to rebel from Ama. He jumped out of the celestial womb and stole parts of his own placenta. He then began creating and procreating with his own placenta in an attempt to recreate his own little world. His stolen placenta became impure, and his actions greatly threw off the divine order Ama had intended. The Dogon say that our son, whom they call Ne, is the stolen placenta, and that planet Earth is the rebel world established by Ogo. Ogo is a galaxy. What do they call them? Quasar. It's a quasar, and like I said, these quasars can reproduce asexually, and they can produce sexually, just like a fungus. A fungus shoots out spores, and those spores can mate, and the spores can also can produce on their own, sexually and asexually. Okay, and this is what the Dogon are discussing right here. These 8 beings were going to be Ama's perfect creation as sister and brother, yet husband and wife. And right here you see sister and brother, yet husband and wife. And they spawn out of this galaxy right here. This little dot right here that you see, that's a galaxy. Go ahead.
And secondly, is that it's coming, this large amount of material is coming from this very small active spot. This is Cygnus A. And so I think we start out with the knowledge that galaxies, unlike assumed in the early days, are not quiescent star piles just moving around, but they actually have very active centers, mysterious active centers.
They have active centers. The centers of these galaxies is the womb of Ama. Right here, Ama then placed 7 words in the pole, which began to vibrate strongly within the seed. The spiral vibrations caused 4 clavicles to grow forth from the pole. Okay, suddenly the pole burst forth, and 8 new seeds were created. Ama planted these seeds in his egg near the clavicles of the pole. With these 8 seeds, Ama intended to create 8 celestial beings, 4 male, 4 female. The Dogon called these beings the Nomo Anagano, best translated as the word Nomo, that became the fish man. The Nomo are the first beings created by Ama, and they are amphibious celestial creatures. As you see right there, amphibious celestial creatures. Amphibious celestial creatures. This is what you're looking at. Okay, we're going to go back over that. Go ahead.
Moving around, but they actually have very active centers, mysterious.
Active centers, mysterious active centers. Okay? And what did Dogon say about those centers? Right here. It tells you right there, the Dogon no Ra is Ama, he who rests upon nothing. The universe considered Ama's egg. Within his egg, Ama began spinning around, forming the pole seed. Right there. The black hole at the galactic core. This is what the Dogon say. The pole is the smallest, heaviest, and densest thing that was made invisible at the center, right there. Okay, within the center is where you got those quasars being ejected, those brother and sister fish twins being ejected from the center of that active galaxy. Right here it tells you Ama then placed 7 words in the pole, which began to vibrate strongly within the seed. The spiraling vibrations caused 4 clavicles to grow. Okay, the celestial clavicles that grow from, or the spiral nebulae arm that extend from the galactic core. And okay, suddenly the pole burst forth, and 8 new seeds were created. Ama planted these seeds in his egg near the clavicles of the pole. With these 8 seeds, Ama intended to create 8 celestial beings, 4 female, 4 male, 4 female. The Dogon called these beings the Nomo Anagano, best translated as the word Nomo. It became the fish man Anagano. The Nomo are the first beings created by Amma, and they are amphibious celestial creatures. Nomo correspond to Kemetic Kimanu. And once again, these 8 beings were going to be Amma's perfect creation, as sister and brother, yet husband and wife. The 4 fish twins were going to make each other fertile, complete, and blessed with heavenly happiness and fulfillment. However, one of the male twins, Ogo, the Kemetic set, grew impatient as he waited for his female twin to gestate. We go on. All right. Like I said, these 8 beings were ejected from the womb of the galaxy, from the pole seed. These 8 beings, who were brother and sister, yet husband and wife, were ejected from the center of the galaxy. Okay? And we're going to go back over that.
Essent star piles just moving around, but they actually have very active centers, mysterious active centers. The next step.
It's not mysterious. Dogon told you all about it, man. Okay? Those are pole seeds. And the center of the galaxy is the womb of the galaxy. Okay? And this is where the pole seeds are produced. And this is where, you know, they produce, you know, the children of the galaxy, man. You know, these galaxies mate, and they produce other galaxies, man. They call them quasars. But go ahead.
Was the Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies, after it was finished in 1966, I looked, the major result for me was that these peculiar galaxies, which were featured in that Atlas, 333 of them, they were disturbed in the center. They looked as though they were exploding or ejecting.
Exploding and ejecting in the center. Okay, go ahead. And there's a bunch of galaxies. Go ahead, man.
And so the obvious thing to do is to look around to see whether there are any of these radio sources in the vicinity. I was also helped because a friend of mine in Argentina said, gee, Chip, there are a lot of radio sources around those galaxies. And and so when I looked at them, I saw, in fact, that they were paired across these exploding galaxies. That made a lot of sense. They were being ejected, and in the process of ejection, the galaxies were being disturbed. So the chances of that association being accidental was only about 1 in a million. And I immediately in 1967, 1968, turned it around and said, let's look for radio.
Okay, see, these right here are the umbilical cords. They call them Birkeland, the Caucasoid call them Birkeland currents, but they're actually Anubis currents, and the Dogon call them the umbilical cord. And this is the cord that Amma cut, and the energy from this sacrificed one of the nomos. These right here are nomos. And from that energy, they created human beings. Okay, they created light beings in human form. And these are the human gods. Okay, who they weren't in material form, they were light beings. Okay, and from this cut umbilical cord right here, they sacrificed one of the nomos, took the energy from this, and they created the Sirius star. And from the placenta at the core of this galaxy here, Ogo repelled, went and took a piece of the core of the galaxy and went and created the sun and the earth from it. Okay, see how this goes? So these quasars, these galaxies are living entities, according to the Dogon. Okay, living, thinking, breathing entities. Nomo. These are the celestial amphibious beings swimming through empty space. Okay, so like I said, the true God cut one of these currents, plugged it into the Sirius star, and from that now, from the Naama, or the blood, as they say, that's what feeds our solar system. And this Ogo or this Yaldabaoth or this Yahweh put that fucking moon there to block the energy. Okay, I hope you can see what's going on here. And see, right now you only see 2. Okay, these galaxies, as he's about to get into, can birth multiple quasars, multiple galaxies. Go ahead.
Radio spots or pairs on the sky and see whether there's a galaxy between them. And this is one of the objects that turned up, where there's two very strong radio sources, those small dots there. They are the only ones in the area. They form an...
Okay, these are the small dots, and these are the okay, these are the 8 beings of Amma's perfect creation, as sister and brother, yet husband and wife. The 4 fish twins were going to make each other fertile. So according to the Dogon, these are the fish twins. These are a couple of the fish twins. These are a couple of the fish twins being ejected from the center of this galaxy. Okay, this IC 1767, that's the galaxy, and these are the Nomo, the fish twins that were ejected from the womb of this galaxy. Okay, we're going to continue.
An obvious pair, and then when you look for the brightest galaxy in the area, you see that's IC 1767 falls directly between them.
Okay, IC 1767, this is the galaxy that falls in between these 2 Nomo that got ejected from its womb. Okay, the womb of this galaxy, IG 1767. Okay, so this right here is the mother galaxy, and these are the children. Okay, these are the Nomo being ejected from the womb of this galaxy. Okay, go ahead.
Now, at that time, all I knew was that those were quasars, because some of these radio spots then became associated with optical objects. They look like stars, but as you know, quasars have very high red shifts. The lines are shifted to the red, which is usually interpreted as, or up to then had been interpreted as meaning they were receding from us with high velocities. So after this was found, these quasars were measured and confirmed as quasars. And you see an amazing thing here. The red shifts are written there, 0.616 and 0.669. Now, quasars come in red shifts between 1/10, and now they're up to 4 or 5.
Okay, so these two quasars, these 2 Nomo here, have similar red shifts. These twins right here have similar red shifts. So they're like brother and sister galaxies. Okay, husband and wife, brother and sister. Go ahead.
And so the chance of them being that close together in redshift was very, very small. So that meant that the pair was associated, and that they were associated with the central galaxy, and the conclusion was that they were ejected. Now, these kinds of objects, this was published in the Armenian journal because it was obviously not going to get into the Astrophysical Journal.
And that's exactly what this Dogon tell you, right there. Okay, the brothers and sisters Nomo were ejected from the womb of the parent galaxy, man. Okay, go ahead.
And later, it was published in the Astrophysical Journal, but not much attention was paid to it. But nevertheless, this kind of material started piling up until about 1995, when the German Rosat X-ray satellite went up and started observing X-ray sources. And there are 3 primary X-ray sources which you would naturally observe. One are disturbed galaxies, Seyfert galaxies, which I'll come to in a minute. The other is quasars. They're compact objects emitting a lot of radio material, but even more X-ray emission. So they're very bright objects, and something that...
Okay, he mentioned the Seyfert galaxy. Okay, we're going to look that up real quick. Okay, Seyfert galaxy, a galaxy of a type characterized by a bright, compact core that shows strong infrared emission. In other words, it's a galaxy who's giving birth to Nomo, to, you know, it's a mother galaxy to you know, it's giving birth to these this is galaxy giving birth to offspring. Okay, so these galaxies reproduce, man. They reproduce sexually and asexually, just like a fungus. Okay, the fungus shooting out spores. Okay, we're gonna break into that. Hold on, but we're gonna continue on with this. Okay, we're gonna continue. Let's go.
That the X-ray telescope would look at, and at the end, I'll talk about clusters of galaxies. Surprisingly, these clusters of galaxies are emitting huge amounts of X-rays.
He said clusters of galaxies. So these galaxies are birthing clusters of galaxies. multiple galaxies, okay? Which goes back to the dogon, talking about one galaxy can give birth to 8, four male, 4 female twins, okay? 4 male, 4 female. Here you go, 4 male and 4 female. So one galaxy can give birth to multiple galaxies, clusters, okay? 8 galaxies, a cluster of galaxies here, okay? The dogon called these beings the Nomo Anagano. Now, how did the dogon know about this? I'll tell you how. They come from the core of the galaxy. That's how. Okay? They're the masters of the universe. They're the gods who came here to Earth and fell into physical form. They're the masters of the universe. Dogon or Elohim. Dogon or Anunnaki. Okay? That's how they know. Okay, we shall continue. There you go. Tell us, Chip.
So when in 1995, this Rosat X-ray telescope was pointed at this Seyfert galaxy, NGC 4258, it was clear, it was already known it was a strong X-ray source, and you can see these isophotes in the center representing all the X-ray material, the emission that's coming out of the center. And also, it was known optically that this galaxy was ejecting. It had been ejecting hydrogen clouds, continuum radio emission, and so forth. You could see it in the optical. There were anomalous arms coming out of the center, and so forth. So already we knew that this was a very active galaxy. But the surprise came when you saw those 2 spots, and Amy showed this yesterday. These 2 spots of concentrations of X-ray right across the center of this galaxy, and it was even the conventional person who did this observation said it looks like they're ejected. And of course, there were 2 stars, 2 stellar appearing objects.
Right there. This is what ejected these quasars. Is what ejected out the center, out the womb of this galaxy. Go ahead.
At the center of each one of these X-ray emissions. And the question was, how could we confirm them as quasars? Because it was obvious that they were quasars, but nobody wanted to do it. And finally, Margaret Burbidge came along, and I rather heroically, I think, went to the Lick 3-meter telescope on Mount Hamilton.
Okay, everyone, a quasar is a baby galaxy, okay? It's a galaxy that hasn't formed yet, 100%. Go ahead.
And on a poor night over the lights of San Jose, got the redshifts of these 2 quasars. And the redshifts are interesting because they come out to be 6/10 and 4/10.
6/10 and 4/10. Okay, hold on. These are 2 quasars right here that ejected from the core. Okay, these little white strings right here, that's the X-ray emissions. This is what it look like under X-ray. And this right here is an X-ray and X-ray. As you can see, these right here quasars being emitted from the center of this galaxy here, the Seyfert galaxy.
And the implication is that one of them is coming toward us with a 10th C, and the other one's going away from us with a 10th C. And that's really important because we'll see later that if you're going to make these quasars, they're going to have to start coming out with very high velocities, near the velocity of light, because they're low mass material. And then they're going to have to slow down. But here, when we have these redshifts now, we can actually measure the velocities of the ejections, and they're in the range of 5 or 10,000 kilometers per second, not 300,000 kilometers per second like the velocity of light. So immediately this result came out. Incidentally, this is my picture from the 4-meter telescope at Kitt Peak. And I had been, in the years before, looking for just these kind of objects around it. But when the X-ray telescopes came along, they picked out the quasars very, very well. And you'll see this now with sort of a Rosetta Stone in making progress in this field. And the thing we did next, a colleague joined me from the Max Planck Extraterrestrial, and we looked at all the Seyferts. Because the Seyferts were such strong X-ray sources, we were able to get almost a complete sample of the brightest Seyferts from 8th apparent magnitude to about 12.9. And we could, the X-ray sources were then automatically reduced by the reduction program so that they were listed. The point source X-ray sources in the vicinity of these Seyferts were listed. And what you see here is these points going up and to the right are excess X-ray sources around the Seyferts. The dashed line indicates the control fields, fields away from the Seifert galaxies. So we could see right from here that this was an excess of point X-ray sources around these active Seifert galaxies. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to know that these were quasars. And everybody knew they were quasars. But the question, of course, was, since they didn't have redshifts, you could sort of ignore it. The statistics that we did on this was...
Look at all those quasars being ejected from Seifert galaxies, man. Look at all that. All them little dots right here represents quasars, man. Look at that. Clusters of galaxies being produced from the womb of these mother galaxies.
It was a 7.5 sigma result, i.e., the chance of this being an accident would be 1 in over 10 million. So that this was what the scientists, the conventional people say they really wanted, was a statistical proof with a large sample of objects showing that the quasars were associated with these nearby galaxies. These high redshift quasars were associated with nearby galaxies. But when the result was obtained and published, of course, no one would again pay attention to it. So we started this difficult procedure of...
See, all this correlates with the dogon. Okay, we're going to fast forward. Okay, we're going to continue.
And all the X-ray sources in this area are marked by these points.
Okay, look at this. This right here is NGC 336, which is a galaxy. And all these, this point one, this right here is a quasar, that's 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 a quasar, all being ejected from this one galaxy, man. Okay? So these galaxies eject, they parent other galaxies. Okay, so there's a maternal paternal lineage to all these galaxies, man. Okay.
And now the person who got these redshifts was Yao Quan Chu, who's a Chinese astronomer at the University of Hefei in China, and he did it with a 2-meter Beijing telescope. And we're getting pretty small telescopes now for these somewhat faint objects, but he got all these redshifts, and they were really amazing because you see the nearest redshift to 3516, the one that's closest, is the highest redshift, 2.10. The next one, 1.40, then further out 0.93, 0.69, and 0.33, and finally 0.089. So you have this nice relationship that the quasars, as they proceed out, as they're moving out, as time goes past, as they age, they're dropping in redshift. And the other thing you can see is that they don't drop smoothly in redshift, but they drop in these preferred quantized redshifts. And you can just see 0.30 at 0.33, 2.1 should be 1.95, 1.40, 1.41, etc. They all fit this redshift pattern. Another example, keep that for just a minute. I want to point out something important. After this was all done, we drew the minor axis of, I drew the minor axis of 30.
Okay, we're going to continue. Okay, we're going to continue.
Astronomy and Astrophysics, the European journal, one day, and I saw this paper titled a quasar 2.4 arc seconds away from a dwarf galaxy. And it turned out that there was this quasar at 0.81, you see, next to only 2.4 arc seconds away. It's practically right together with this galaxy. And they went through a big rigmarole saying that, well, it was only 1 in 1,000 chance of being accidental, but of course it had to be accidental. And I immediately looked in the vicinity. I said, there must be a Seifert galaxy here. And sure enough, there's 5985 with a redshift of 0.008. Then I looked around in the region, and here are the quasars along that line. Again, they're at the quantized
quasar
values. And again, when you draw the minor axis through, the minor axis looks as though it's been drawn through the points, but it hasn't been drawn through the points. It's been drawn through the minor axis of the galaxy. And so that did manage to get published. The next example you should move in a little bit. And this introduces the point that along this line of ejection of these high redshift quasars, there are some companion galaxies. They're drawn by open circles there. And they are more or less the redshift of the central Seyfert, which is 2467, but they're 100, 200 kilometers per second higher. So, and they're along.
This is a galaxy, and this is its companion. See, these galaxies can mate, and then they birth quasars. See that?
Along the same line of ejection. What I have interpreted this to mean is that these quasars move out, evolving to lower redshift, and then they can fall back in along that line because they don't have any angular momentum to carry them away. And they develop into companion galaxies, but they're still a little bit younger than the main galaxy. Therefore,
companion galaxies, which means these galaxies mate. Okay, go ahead, man.
Or they have a slightly higher redshift. And this is important to set up the full transition between the high redshift, mysterious, newly created quasars, and the galaxies that we know all about, because that's the evolutionary development of a galaxy, and that's where galaxies come from. A Swedish astronomer in Pasadena in the 1970s.
There you go. I hope this kind of gives you an idea. I'm going to fast forward. Okay, he's going to tell you about how all these clusters of quasars.
The next slide shows a sort of it's not a random picture. These are high redshift quasars, and there are about 4 of them together. And the favorite explanation for this is that it's
4 quasars together, man. Look at that. No more fish twins, man. Go ahead.
For gravitational lensing. And they want to have them gravitational lens by this foreground cluster here. But they never seem to notice that this foreground cluster extends right back down the line to this big bright galaxy here.
It's big bright galaxy.
This is just sort of a
birthing all these quasars.
Example of the connection of these high redshift objects to the low redshift objects involving the clusters, which nobody can see, except if you look at it this way. This is a newest one of these clusters of galaxies. It gives you a good idea what these clusters will look like. They're very faint objects, and these are isophotes of X-rays. So this appeared also in the ESO messenger, and when you see this definite elongation in this cluster this way, immediately we would ask, what's up here? And exactly 14 arc minutes away is this big galaxy, NGC 720, with an X-ray filament coming out and curving down along in this direction.
And as you see, these galaxies are giving birth. They're giving birth to nomos, as the Dogon call them, nomos. They're giving birth to baby galaxies, man. So these galaxies have a mature, they have a mother, they have parents, and they can produce sexually and asexually, just like a fungus, man. Okay, he's going to break down the Big Bang and how it's a bunch of bullshit.
A more general and a more simple solution to the physical dynamical equations, replacing the general relativistic approach and accounting for all these phenomena, both locally and cosmologically. And it requires, even though the mathematics may be quite the same because of just a conformal transformation between them, the physical picture is completely different. Instead of having a universe that was all born at one instant 15 billion years ago out of nothing, you have a universe that's indefinitely old.
Universe that's indefinitely old, right?
It's not expanding. The Big Bang is forby.
That's right. Big Bang's a bunch of bullshit. It's not expanding. Go ahead.
Is gone, passe. And you have continuous creation of new galaxies within this.
Continuation creation of new galaxies, man. A continuation of creation of new galaxies, man. Okay? Just as the Dogon tribe described, man. These galaxies give birth to baby galaxies. Okay? Go ahead.
Well, it's kind of a real steady state universe. And it relies on the fact that we live in a hierarchical universe. And this is kind of interesting.
We live in a hierarchical universe, however you fucking pronounce it. You guys got to forgive me, man. I sung gaze for like 2 hours. Man, my mouth feel like a fucking magnet, so trying to pronounce these damn words is fucking insane. But anyway, it's a hierarchical universe. You got mother universes giving birth to children, to baby universes. You know what I'm saying? And this explains, you know, the genealogy of the gods, man. Okay? These gods are galaxies.
Because if you start in the galaxy nucleus, you get a high density. These are all just rough estimates on my part. In the center of this active nucleus, this mysterious engine where the stuff is created, and we can maybe talk about that informally. The
center is the womb of the galaxy. Go ahead, man. Alma's womb. Go ahead.
Density is very high. So the new particles are in that environment, and they're gaining mass from their environment very rapidly. When they step out of the nucleus, they go into a different, much lower density environment, into the bulbs of the galaxy. And then if they come out in the plane, they go out here. If they come out along the axis, they drop down here. These are enormous drops in density from 5 in the log or something like that. And then finally, when they break out of the local group, they take another stop down, and out of the local supercluster, they take another drop down. This means that these particle masses will be gaining mass very rapidly, and the redshift will be dropping very rapidly on one of these steps, and then it levels off, and then it goes to another step, and it drops. And there are just about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drops, and there are 6 major quantization levels. So what we're suggesting is that maybe this redshift quantization that we're seeing in the quasars is a reflection of the density hierarchy in the whole universe. And of course, it's an unbounded universe. We don't know what's going on out there. Okay, one final pretty picture. This is NGC 1097. This is a whole run I had on the 4-meter telescope in Cerro Tololo, and we got these beautiful jets coming out here, and everybody admits that they're
these are umbilical cords coming from this galaxy, and they're birthing quasars, birthing baby galaxies.
Extremely mysterious, and nobody knows what they are, but they managed to stay away from investigating them. But because of a friend who does have access to the big telescopes now, we're now starting a project where we're going to observe this object and some of the ones in here. And this is really kind of a discovery astronomy, and that is, this might turn out to be a pure Bremsstrahlung, featureless spectrum, synchrotron emission, plasma, a young galaxy that hadn't even formed atoms yet, or it might turn out to have a huge redshift, 4 or 5, and then would be a spectacular confirmation. I don't know. The observations are about a month away from being done. We'll have to see. Oh, there's one more thing I want to show. Yeah, it's that crummy drawing that I made. Because this finally I've come to something that really pertains to what this.
Yeah, all these caucasoids doing is just verifying everything the Dogon had already said, had already documented. Okay, go ahead.
What this conference is about, and I want to just point out and provoke people and so forth, and say that what I think is happening here is that you have a galaxy and an active nucleus, and it throws out one of these low mass plasmas, which is the quasar, in the beginning of the quasar. And there's some sort of magnetic field in the center of this galaxy, or in the center of the nucleus. It's probably tangled. You don't care what the form of that is, because when it's stretched out, the magnetic field lines are stretched out this way. Now, this quasar obviously breaks out of this magnetic cocoon, or whatever it is. And at that stage, I would think that it's a plasma.
This quasar is breaking out of the center of the galaxy. You got one magnetic field going one direction, another magnetic field going opposite direction. Yin yang, male female. Go ahead.
But not a net charge. In other words, you've just vaporized the material, or you're going in the opposite direction, so that the pluses and minus equal, so there's no net charge. However, they're swinging around and emitting all this X-ray and Bremsstrahlung and so forth. As time goes on and they cool, the electrons go into orbit around the protons. That's not a smiling face. That's supposed to be a primeval hydrogen atom. And it's beginning to form atoms and molecules and stars. And this is the progression into a companion, into a new galaxy. And here, I want to emphasize this, because I think this is of interest to this group. There is something known about the magnetic fields in galaxies. And for instance, the Japanese astronomer Sofue and some others have done polarization work in the spiral arms. And they find that the magnetic field lines run out this way and then back this way, in one direction on the outside and the other direction on the inside. And what you
see right there, the magnetic fields go one direction on the outside and another direction on the inside, just like a Birkeland current. And this is where the stars and all the planet formation, all the accretion of matter gets formulated right here in these magnetic fields. This is where the light gets trapped in the magnetic fields, man. Okay. And this is where the stars get created in the galactic arms. All right. So I hope that kind of broke it down for you. These galaxies have wombs. The core, the center of the galaxy that they call a black hole is basically a vagina that gives birth to baby galaxies. Okay. So we're going to break into that. And these currents right here act as the penis. These umbilical cords act like a penis, impregnating the womb and giving birth to these baby galaxies that they call quasars. Okay. And all that was broken down in your dogon myths. And that's these quasars and these galaxies are your nomo. Okay. These are the celestial fish that they're discussing. They're talking about galaxies. Okay. That said, man, we're going to continue on and I'll be back. Woo! Okay, this is all about the transfer of energy from negative to positive, from yin to yang. It's the universe. It's like a teeter-totter, yin to yang, back to yin, back to yang, magnetism to light, back to magnetism, back to light, back to magnetism. It's a big ass back and forth. The universe is breathing. Okay, as above, so below. This is a transfer is energy, transfer energy of the universe. See, when you breathe out, okay, you're sending out energy. You're sending out air in the form of air. When you breathe in, you're taking in energy. And then you breathe it back out, breathe it back in. You breathe it back out, you breathe it back in. Okay, this is yin to yang, yin to yang. Okay, everything is negative, positive. That's the fucking universe. Okay, all this other bullshit these fucking caucasoids talk about, antimatter and all that bullshit, that's a bunch of fucking bullshit. Okay, the universe is breathing, everyone. Okay, the universe is breathing. Breathing is cyclical, just like a spiral vortex. Vortexes are cyclical. Okay, when breathing in, you draw in energy, and when breathing out, you send out energy. Energy comes in one form and exits out in a different form. These two different elements are the same energy. Okay, we breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide. Where does the carbon dioxide come from? Okay, comes from empty space. Okay, oxygen and carbon dioxide, basically the same thing. They come from empty space, man. It's just at a different vibration. Okay, as it says right here, carbon and oxygen are two different versions of the same energy operating at different frequencies. This is the very same process the universe uses to convert energy into matter. Okay, and we done walk through that. All right, and we're going to continue. Well, before we move on, just kind of understand, electron is negative, proton is positive. When an electron orbits the nucleus of an atom, it draws in energy from the proton and releases energy back to the proton. So it's breathing. It's breathing, okay? Just as, you're breathing in and breathing out, okay? The electron is breathing in energy and breathing out energy from the proton. Proton breathes in, breathes out. It's just like the relationship between you and the tree. You breathe in oxygen, Breathe out carbon dioxide. The tree takes in the the tree takes in the carbon dioxide and converts it back into oxygen. Okay, this is how the universe works, man. Yin to yang, yin to yang. Okay, magnetism to light, light to magnetism, man. It's a big ass cycle, big ass vortex. Everything, you know, like winter, summer. What is it? You got spring, summer, fall, winter, spring, summer, fall, winter, spring, summer, fall, winter. It's a cycle. Everything rotates in cycles. Okay, that said, I'm getting dizzy. I'm chasing my own tail. I'm like that snake eating his own goddamn tail. And we shall continue, and I'll be back. Woo! Okay, we're getting into as above, so below. Just as vortexes were formed by means of thrusting energy with the hand to create waves, the true God uses her mind to emit thought wave energy to ripple through empty space to create cosmic vortexes called black holes. As you see, here's an example of black holes, double vortexes. And what's crazy about this is, you know, they got these mysterious double whirlpools are popping up in the ocean. And these caucasoids don't know the reason why this is happening. And we're going to look into that. Okay, got these double whirlpools just popping up out of nowhere. Okay, this has got to be energy being injected to create this. Okay, go ahead.
Scientists have spotted a bizarre phenomenon reeling through the southern seas, linked swirls of water that resemble giant whirlpools spinning in opposite directions. Rotating masses of water.
Giant whirlpools spinning in opposite directions, okay? Clockwise, counterclockwise. Go ahead.
Water called eddies are common in the ocean. The newly revealed piers, however, churn through the water up to 10 times faster than their single counterparts, and are connected underwater by a U-shaped vortex.
It's one of
What's
them
more,
right there.
They might be able to slurp up tiny marine animals and ferry them great distances. Researchers are now trying to figure out how these maelstroms came to be and why they behave so weirdly. Eddies, which can measure more than 60 miles across, are typically created by turbulence in larger ocean currents. When they reach a certain strength, they spontaneously start meandering and breaking up into eddies, says Chris Hughes, an oceanographer at University of Liverpool in England and one of the scientists behind the new discovery. Eddies play an important role in the ocean by mixing water from different areas, he says. They can stir up nutrients normally found in deeper waters and transport water across gyres, patterns.
Here, you heard what he just said. We're going to go back over that. Take it back just a tad bit.
He says. They can stir up nutrients normally found in deeper waters and
they can stir up nutrients normally found in deeper waters. Go ahead.
Transport water across gyres, patterns.
Transport water across the vortex, man, across the Brooklyn current that connects these vortexes.
Of circular ocean currents that can be thousands of miles wide. This is essential for transporting heat from the equator up to the waters around the poles. That really wouldn't be possible without the eddies, Hughes says. Eddies stir up nutrients from deeper waters, creating ideal conditions for plankton to prosper. Mathematicians have proposed that eddies might be able to meet up and travel in pairs since the 1970s.
Meet up and travel in pairs since the 1970s. That's a bunch of bullshit, man. Go ahead.
And researchers have been able to create tiny versions of this phenomenon. You can even observe these vortices, which are shaped like the bottom half of a smoke ring, in a swimming pool. But until now, double eddies have never been seen in the wild. Hughes spotted one while examining satellite footage of the ocean's surface from around the world. I happened to notice one little feature down in the Tasman Sea between Australia and New Zealand that was behaving very strangely compared to everywhere else, Hughes says. Almost all these eddies drift slowly westwards, but this little feature was going quickly eastwards. It turned out to be this half smoke ring. These smoke rings seem to be quite rare. Hughes and his colleague Peter Miller, of the Plymouth Marine Laboratory.
Notice how they look like galaxies. Notice that looks like a galaxy. All right, just take note on that. Okay, this right here is a galaxy. And there it is. That's a whirlpool. Galaxy, whirlpool. Okay? And this whirlpool is connected to another whirlpool spinning opposite. So this is spinning, looks like it's spinning clockwise, and this is connected to a whirlpool going counterclockwise. Okay, and the connection is like hundreds to thousands of miles apart. Okay, so they got a connection from this whirlpool to another whirlpool traveling hundreds to thousands of miles, and that connection is what we call a Brooklyn current, as I renamed it, the Anubis current. Okay, and you see this, the same thing that you see in the cosmos, the same thing you see down here. As above, so below. As you see right here, in Popular Science magazine. This right here is Popular Science. Let me slide it down a little bit. Popular Science. As you can see right there, mysterious double whirlpools are popping up in the ocean. There they go right there. Okay. There's that picture right there. It looks like a galaxy formation. Okay, they got these giant eddies. They call them eddies, whirlpools, and they're all connected by a Birkeland current. And one whirlpool spins clockwise, and its twin or its mate spins clockwise. So you got a clockwise connected to a counterclockwise vortex, man. Okay, and then this is the same thing that you see float going up in the cosmos. Okay, reading from this article right here, it says scientists have spotted a bizarre phenomenon reeling through the southern seas. Linked swirls, here go, linked swirls of water that resemble giant whirlpools spinning in opposite directions. There it is right there. Okay, and see the same thing that you see down here, you see up in the cosmos. Okay, rotating masses of water called eddies are common in the ocean. The newly revealed pairs, okay, however, churn through the water up to 10 times faster than their single counterparts, okay, and are connected underwater by a U-shaped vortex. Okay, they're connected underwater by a U-shaped vortex. Okay, what's more, they might be able to slurp up tiny marine animals and ferry them great distances. Okay, researchers are now trying to figure out how these maelstroms came to be and why they behave so weirdly. Okay, eddies, which can measure more than 60 miles across, are typically created by turbulence in larger ocean currents. When they reach a certain length, they spontaneously start meandering and breaking up into eddies. Okay, now the thing about these whirlpools is you got the pair of whirlpools that are connected by this U-shaped vortex. It's like a Birkeland current, and then you have energies that you can have cold air mesh in with warm air, and that will create what you call a hurricane. Okay, but the way you can get these black holes in these vortexes, the two ways you can get it is either you take energy and push it through the ocean and it will create the double vortex, or you can have two energies, hot and cold, yin and yang, merge, and that will create a vortex. Okay, so you got two ways of creating vortex. The energy that's being pushed to the ocean can create a double vortex, and two opposite energies, the yin and yang, they can merge. It's like a mating process, and they can create a vortex. Okay, I'm gonna kind of get into that a little bit. Okay, so you can have single whirlpools form, you can have double whirlpools form where they have a mate. So that goes back to the dogon, the Amma myth, to where Amma, created a mate. They created twins, and one was male, one was female. But you also have a situation to where they can produce asexually, and then you have independent galaxies, independent whirlpools, and that represents your Yaldabaoth and your Sophia. Okay, but we're gonna get into this double whirlpool. Here we go.
Slow waves meander westward out in the deep ocean south of Australia. Sometimes they carry with them large eddies, whirlpools over 100 miles across. But every so often, these whirlpools combine into double whirlpools and travel across the ocean 10 times faster than the rest of the whirlpools, moving in sync for months and potentially transporting minerals and nutrients with them.
Transporting minerals and nutrients with them, okay?
Scientists announced their observations of these modons for the first time in a new paper based on satellite data. These double whirlpools are important for more than just proving a theorized but previously unobserved oceanic anomaly, though. They could perhaps explain a new way to transport water quickly to other parts of the ocean.
There it is.
For more than just proving a...
Wait, hold on. Let's get back into that. Okay. Clockwise, counterclockwise, and they're connected by a Birkeland current. Okay, and this looks like that giant supercluster, Laniakea, okay, where it's a super galaxy where all the galaxies rotate around. Okay, you see the same pattern right here. Okay, and from here, okay, they can birth eddies, and other whirlpools can be birthed off of this. Okay, but like I said, you can push energy through empty space and create double vortexes, and you can have what they call currents of energy going and moving in the same direction. They can attract to one another and create a vortex. Okay, and create black holes off of that, man. So there's two ways of producing these black holes, man, and we're gonna kind of get into that. Okay, like I was saying, vortex formation also happens when yin meets yang, when you get hot and cold. Okay, hot and cold is both energy. They're both the same energy. It's just at different vibrations, different frequencies. And when these two different frequencies merge together, or when they come in contact, okay, they can vortex. Okay, and we're going to kind of get into that. See, you got hot air traveling up to cold air, and cold air traveling back down to warm air. When basically the way it works is when the hot air rises up into the atmosphere, it cools. Okay, and let me see. Well, actually, it rises, warms the cool air. The cool air dips back down to warm air and comes back up to cold air, back to warm air, back to cold air. It's yin to yang, yin to yang. Okay, negative attracting to positive. Okay, it's the same old thing, and this is what causes vortexes. Singular vortexes can be produced. Asexual vortexes can be produced off of this, and we're gonna kind of break into that. Okay, you see this meeting the yin and yang, hot and cold, negative and positive, male and female. Okay, I hope I'm not confusing you, but I'm just trying to give you an idea of how these galaxies can be produced up into the cosmos. And here you go.
Tornadoes occur on every continent except Antarctica, but more form over the central United States than anywhere else in a zone called Tornado Alley. That's because conditions in the alley are ideal for creating tornadoes. Warm, humid air low to the ground moves north from the Gulf of Mexico. And
warm, humid air moves north from the Gulf of Mexico. Go ahead.
Collides with cool, dry air high above the ground, rolling in from the Rocky Mountains.
Okay, so this is cold air meeting in warm air. Warm air travels beneath the cold air, and so as the warm air rises and heats up the cool air falls back down, and then you get this vortex, yin and yang, negative, positive, and you see this in electrical currents as well. Electrical currents, and we're gonna walk through that.
Mountains. The collision of air masses creates a supercell, a massive thunderstorm that has a strong rotating updraft of air. Scientists aren't exactly sure what happens next, but the leading idea goes like this. The difference in speed between the faster high winds and the slower low winds causes the air in between to rotate around a horizontal axis. If one end of the rolling air gets caught in the updraft, it's bent upward and forms a funnel cloud. Its spin gets tighter and faster, and the cloud gets longer. Rain or hail from the thunderstorm can then push down on the tail of the funnel cloud till it reaches the ground, forming a tornado. The top wind speed of most tornadoes is usually under 110 miles an hour, and most are on the ground for less than 10 minutes. However, extreme tornadoes are truly extreme. The longest tornado path was cut by the Tri-State tornado on March 18, 1925. It tore up property for 219 miles, was on the ground for well over 3 hours, and killed 747 people. Which is why I'll be hanging out here in Antarctica with the penguins until tornado.
Okay, I'm not gonna go too deep into this video, but as you can see, when yin meets yang, vortex, okay? And you see the same thing, electrical currents. Okay, this is going to get into how hurricanes form. As again, you're going to see the same yin meets yang principle. A negative and positive merging.
Hurricanes are some of the most powerful and destructive storms on Earth. They can,
as you can see the vortex. Looks like a galaxy. Go ahead.
Can wreak absolute havoc when they hit land. Hurricanes are called typhoons in the West Pacific and cyclone in the Indian Ocean. But scientifically, they are known as tropical cyclones. So how do these powerful and destructive storms form in the first place? Hurricanes need three main factors to flourish: warm water, low upper level winds, and moist air. Now, hurricanes usually form in the late summertime and early fall in the tropical
Late summer is warm, early fall is cold. Go ahead.
Atlantic. A hurricane usually begins as an area of thunderstorm activity in the tropical regions of the Earth, which are often called tropical waves.
Tropical region, which is the warm area. Go ahead.
As the area of thunderstorm becomes more organized, air continues to condense. In other words, clouds are forming. This process of condensation releases heat into the air.
Okay, heat's being released into the air. Go ahead.
This heat causes the air to rise and expand.
Okay, the heat rises and expands, yin and yang. That's the yang rising to meet yin. Go ahead.
Which in turn decreases air pressure.
Okay, so that decreases the air pressure. Go ahead.
So now eventually air from the surrounding area starts to flow into the tropical wave. Now this happens because of a basic law of nature. Air always moves from areas of higher pressure to lower pressure.
Higher pressure, yang, to lower pressure, yin. You see the yin-yang principle. Go ahead. Negative and positive. Go ahead, man. Hot and cold. Go ahead.
So now when that air finally reaches the tropical wave, it too begins to condense. So now what you start having is this strengthening pattern. So as more air flows into the tropical wave, the storm continues to grow stronger. Eventually, the storm begins to rotate. Now, tropical cyclones.
Okay, it starts to rotate, and that's when yin meets yang. Go ahead.
Cyclones rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere.
Counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere. Go ahead.
In other words, north of the equator, and clockwise in the southern hemisphere.
There you go. Counterclockwise draws in, clockwise sends out, in and out, like breathing. Okay, this is yin and yang, negative and positive. Go ahead.
In other words, south of the equator. Now you will find out why they rotate that way in a future video. Now,
okay, we have pretty much walked over that with Les Brown when he talks about how energy from the sun vortexes into the North Pole counterclockwise and then exits the South Pole clockwise. Okay, it's a vortex. Okay, we got to watch how God created the universe, part 1, to get that. But as you can see, when yin meets yang, okay, vortexes form that way, and vortexes form when energy is pushed through empty space, pushed through water, pushed through a plasma. You get the double vortex, and then you get it connected through the BrettCarr as you saw with the super galaxy Laniakea.
Now, if conditions remain favorable,
hold on, super galaxy called Laniakea. See right here, the super galaxy cluster called Laniakea. As you can see the same pattern that you see in the cosmos. Okay, you got a vortex going one direction, vortex going the opposite direction. Yin meets yang. Okay, and all the galaxies spin around these clusters here. One cluster of galaxies spins, rotates maybe clockwise around this one and counterclockwise around this half here. Okay, male and female. And this is as above, so below. You see the same thing here on Earth. You see how galaxies can be formed. You can see how hurricanes are formed. You can see how what they call eddies and whirlpools are formed. You can see how tornadoes are formed. It's when yin meets yang. And that's what the universe is. Okay? It's a balance between male and female, negative, positive, yin and yang. And you can see that right as above, so below. What you see here on Earth is happening up in the cosmos, man. Book of Thoth, man. As above, so below. Okay? And we shall continue. Okay? Now we're trying to piece this puzzle together here. Okay, the true God is thought. Thought is light. The true God creates with his or her thoughts. Therefore, the true God creates with light. Birkeland currents. Okay, when light travels, it creates a magnetic field. Okay, so right here you see two cosmic currents. Okay, these currents are traveling in the same direction. All right, when they travel in the same direction, they attract. Okay, as you can see right here. This part right here, you start to see them attract, and then when you see them cross, okay, they spiral. Okay, they start to spiral, and this is also how galaxies are formed. Okay, it's when yin and yang merge together. Okay, and the way and the reason why this is because of the right hand rule. You got to understand the right hand rule of electric currents, and let's see if we can kind of walk through that. Okay, this video right here is going to kind of discuss the right hand rule.
Magnetic field.
Magnetic force between two current carrying conductors, as you can see right there. Okay, we're going to break into this video.
And attraction.
Hold on, let me take it back.
Magnetic field and attraction between two current carriers.
See, what happens is when current moves, okay, it creates a magnetic field that vortexes, okay, around the current flow. All right.
Conductors. When both the conductors have current.
Okay, when this current is moving, they're both moving in the same direction. Okay, the magnetic field might be going, it looks like it's going counterclockwise, and this one's going counterclockwise. But as they come towards the middle here, this one is vortexing up, and this one's vortexing down. So they're opposite as they come towards the middle. Okay, even though they're both going, what is it? This is going counterclockwise. Even though the magnetic fields both currents are going counterclockwise, in the middle, the clockwise is moving up, and to the right here, this clockwise is going down. So they're going opposite actually, and that's what causes them to attract. Yin and yang. Okay, this is the attraction of yin and yang. Okay, here you go.
Flowing in the same direction, the magnetic field in between the two conductors is created in the opposite direction. The north and the south poles so created attract each other, and the two conductors are drawn towards each other.
Okay, and that's what causes the attraction. Okay, as you can see right there. Okay, you see the same thing right here as the currents move in the same direction. Okay, they start to attract right there, and as they cross together, they vortex. Okay, and these magnetic currents, some of them are invisible, but this is another way you get vortexes, and this is another way you get galaxies. Okay, you get this from two currents going in the same direction. Okay, and they can merge together, and you get a yin and a yang. Anywhere where you got yin and yang, you can get creation. Anywhere you got negative and positive, you can get creation. Okay, whether that's true God shooting a light through the center. See, you got three locations. Okay, hold on, we're gonna walk through this. Right here, you got a right and the left. As you can see in the left hand, you got a well, this right here would be your left, right. This is your left, right. Well, actually, this says right brain, left brain. I think the right is female, left is male. Okay, and they represent how energy vortexes in your brain. Okay, and we're gonna kind of get to kind of go through this. You got two left. You got the left side of your brain, and you got the right side of your brain, and then you have what sits in the center of your brain is called your pineal gland. Okay, now what happens is from your two eyes. Okay, you got negative energy coming in from I believe that's the right side of your brain. You got positive energy coming in from the left side of your brain. So positive energy comes from this side, negative energy comes from this side, and in the center, this is where it's neutral. Now, when you draw energy up, okay, energy goes up through your chakras, and from your brain, they converge right here to your pineal gland, which is actually which is basically another eye. It's basically similar to your two eyes. And from your pineal gland, you can shoot energy out. This energy that's being emitted from your third eye is what causes empty space to move and separate into male and female energy. Okay, but you can also shoot out energy from your eyes. Beams of energy can be emitted from your eyes, and then they can merge together, yin and yang merge together and create a vortex. Okay, so there's two ways of creating vortexes here. Okay, shooting beams from your eye, and shooting them from your pineal gland, which is a combination of the male and female, which is basically neutral. Male and female energy converging like a laser. You shoot that out, okay, and you're emitting energy from the center of your brain, converging yin and yang energy combined into your pineal gland, being emitted out like a laser. Okay, that goes through empty space and creates a dual vortice. of male and female energy. You can also shoot male and female energy from both your eyes. Okay, it's like energy draws in and energy draws out, and it circulates, and you can create a vortice. Okay, by sending out currents. All right. So this is, you know, I'm walking through this because everything that you see in the universe is how you got to operate. Okay. In order for you to return to being a God, you got to understand what it is, how to work energy, how to work light. To be a light worker, you have to understand how you function, how you operate, and you got to align yourself with the universe. And then once you do that, that's when you become a God. Okay. But you got to train yourself. This is Jedi training, man. Okay. But you got to open up your third eye. And that means you got to get aligned with the currents of the universe, which is the Anubis currents, the Birkeland currents, which travel through this earth. Okay. I mean, which means you got to go outside barefoot, line yourself with these currents, stare into the sun, which will open up your third eye. You're bringing negative and positive energy up into your brain center. And then what happens is you're knocking off the calcium, all the poisons and toxins that have been sitting in your brain. You're burning all that out by staring into the sun. And what happens is it opens up your third eye, pineal gland. That's when you start to awaken. All right. And we're going to continue. Like I said, you got a left and a right hand brain. And what sits in the center of your brain is your pineal gland. And as you can see right here, this dot area right here is the pineal gland. Okay. It sits in the center. Okay, the center, the 0 point is where the pineal gland sits. You got your left and you got your right hemisphere. Okay, no different than this. Right in here is the 0 point. Okay, and it's no different with a bar magnet. Right here, you got your left and your right, and in the center of a bar magnet is your 0 point. Okay, that's where the pineal gland. That's where yin meets yang at the 0 point. That's where you get the Star of David. That's where you get the yin-yang symbol, and that's where you get the Ankh, okay? Right here in the center, okay? So when you take male and female and combine it, that's when you become God. The combination of male and female makes you God. Left and right, negative and positive, good and evil. Combine the two, you become God, okay? You become dead center, 0 point, okay? And that's where we're looking to operate from the 0 point. Okay, don't let these motherfuckers out here, you know, try to goad you into being a patriarchal mindset or a matriarchal mindset, this feminist shit. Okay, that's nothing but the extremes of the left and the right. Okay, that's divide and rule. You got to come and merge in the middle. Okay, and see each other as reflections of one another, merge in the middle, and then see that's how the Illuminati rules you. They divide you between left, right, negative, positive, Republican, Democrat. See what I'm saying? You know, this team versus that team, this city versus that city, male versus female. They try to divide you up. Okay, you got to operate flat, dead, square in the middle, whether you're male or female. God is not male or female. God is asexual. It's a combination of both male and female. In order to be a God, you have to merge your male and your female half, your left brain and your right brain. Okay. And you have to merge it right here in the center. And then from here, you got to operate from the center and shoot energy out. This is your control mechanism, which is your pineal gland. Okay. I hope I'm not dragging on too much. I hope I'm not confusing you. But bottom line is you got to operate from the center, man. Your power point is in the center. It's in the middle. Okay. When you go too far over, you tilt over. You go too far over to the right, you tilt over. But when you're in the dead middle, you're in perfect balance. You won't fall. Okay? It's like building a house, man. You don't want the house to lean too far to the right, too far to the left, because it might fall over. You got to keep it perfectly balanced, dead in the center. Okay? And then you'll be able to stand on your 2 feet, man. Okay? Perfect balance, man. It's like riding a bike. You want to lean too far over to the right, too far over to the left, because you might fall down, fall over. Okay, you want to be perfectly balanced, right dead in the center. Okay, I hope I'm just drilling this in. I hope I'm not being too annoying. And that said, I'll be back, and we're gonna continue on with this, and I'll be back. Woo! Okay, I don't want to go too far over in this direction, but it's been confirmed the eye emits actual light biophotons. Okay, like I said, you can basically the way this works is, you got beams of light that come out of your eyes, but you can shoot those beams when you close your eyes. You can shoot these two beams and ignite your pineal gland, and then shoot it from your forehead. Okay, like a laser. Okay, your brain, your body operates just like a fucking laser. Okay, it tells you at the single point of vision where the streams of vision of your two eyes meet. Okay, right there, you'll create vortexes. You can create a plasma, you create a vortex, and then from there you can do creation, or you can create a dual vortex from your pineal gland. I recommend operating from the pineal gland. Okay, it's more powerful. You're combining the male and the female. Okay, and to get back into Jedi training, you gotta know how to work with light. Everyone, you got to know how to work with light. The energy that, like I said, we don't have access to resources. We don't have access to laboratories, and Caucasoid got fucking guns and shit all over the goddamn place. But what you do have access to is your own fucking personal energy. And you have access to outside, walking outside barefoot and staring into the sun. You got access to all the fucking energy in the universe called the Birkeland current that travels right through this fucking earth. All you got to do is plug into it and then work the light. Okay? Become a light worker. Become a Jedi. Become a master alchemist. Okay? As above, so below. So, as you watch these videos, just imagine yourself as one of these galaxies. Because that's basically, you come from the energy of the galaxy. Because I'm going to cut one of the umbilical cords of a Nomo, which is a Birkeland current. And from that energy, created light beings, humans in the form of light beings, Elohim from that, which later materialized into the physical realm as human beings, which is what you are, black man, black woman. Okay? But you got to get back into touch with the light and learn how to work with light. And once you can master how to work with light, that's when you become a god. And you have access to this right now. Okay? But we're going to get into it right here. Science proves human eyes emit energy beams. Okay? And we're going to get into this video. And here you go.
I've been interested in the whole area of energy fields literally for decades. But it's only in the last few years that I've really boiled it down to a level where, okay, I've figured out now how this can be turned into a for real science with actual numbers and actually get published in mainstream scientific journals. And the first paper, which hopefully will be the first of a long series, has been accepted and has been published in one of the journals of the American Anthropological Association. It's called Anthropology of Consciousness. And it's gone through the normal peer review kind of scientific analysis process.
Okay, again, another Caucasoid. This dude was in the Book of Thoth. So you see all these scientists, all mainstream sciences, they go back into Imhotep, Book of Thoth, Egyptian papyruses, and this is where they get their fucking shit from, the Moors. That's how Tesla got all his shit from. The Moors brought him the knowledge. But these Caucasoids don't give credit to the fucking Moors. They're always taking fucking credit and trying to attach their little Caucasoid face to all these spiritual teachings that have been around since eons. Okay? But they're trying to put their face on it as if they're bringing out something fucking new. And this shit is fucking ancient. Okay? As our Dogon Kemetic ancestors, our Dogon ancestors over there in Mali can attest to. Okay? Because they're telling these dumb Caucasoids about the Sirius star that these dumbasses just not figured out. And, they had to have their fucking telescopes. And the reason why they just not figuring this shit out, because the Caucasoid is a genetically engineered hybrid who just came onto this earth no more than 6 to 10,000 years ago. Okay, continue.
And it's presenting actual data from having the electrode just in front of my eye in the goggles. They're insulated with tinfoil to keep out the background noise. And it's comparing that signal, which is this far away from my eyes and it's not making physical contact with my eyelids or anything, to another electrode that's just on my forehead. So it's normal sort of brainwave.
It's the electrode that's in your forehead. That's right. What was he pointing towards? Right. He's pointing towards the third eye. So you can emit energy from your eyes, and you can emit energy from your forehead from your third eye. Okay. All you have to do is get your third eye open, and you do that by sun gazing, man. Okay, go ahead.
electrode EEG type analysis. And it's showing the difference between in the different frequency bands, which is starts off at a low, which is delta, and then there's theta and alpha and beta. Those are just different frequency levels.
So your brain operates in all these different frequency levels. So you emit these different frequencies of light. Gamma is the highest frequency. We kind of want to be in the beta gamma state. Go ahead.
And the amplitude is how strong the signal is, how big it looks on the screen when you look at the wave. And the amplitude is different depending on whether your eyes are open or closed, both here and in the eye beam. And the differences aren't exactly the same. So the properties of the eye beam are a little different from the properties of the field coming out through your skull.
So when you close your eyes, see, based on what he's saying and based on what I draw from this, when you close your eyes, the energy in your brain becomes more powerful. When you open your eyes, the energy of your brain changes and becomes lower. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. You want to operate from your third eye. Close your eyes, shoot energy out from your third eye, and visualize. You know, when you're working with light, you're working with energy. Energy and light is the same thing. Okay, your brain is what you use to work the light, to work the energy. Okay, I don't want to get confusing. Let's go.
And the properties here would be different from back here, so that's not unusual. And what it shows is, first of all, there is a signal. You can pick it up. You can measure it scientifically. It's hard numbers. And it's physiologically active. It's not just some sort of noise. It's actually varying with the state of your brain as the general signal coming through your skull does.
Okay, in order to increase your energy, you got to stare in the sun, man. Your brain is like a cell phone. You got to charge your brain up, man. Alkaline diet, Dr. Sebi. Gigolo Alchemy, go on my channel. Gigolo Alchemy, you know, how to open up your third eye. Hold on. Right here, Gigolo Alchemy, lighting your lamp. Right here, you can go on my channel. Okay, when you light your lamp, you take energy from your sperm, channeling up your spine to your third eye, and you're lighting your lamp. So you're working. See, this is the first stages of working with light. Okay, and Dr. CB, alkaline diet, and sun gazing. Those three things you need to start ASAP. Okay, because alkaline diet increases your electricity when you stare into the sun. Your body becomes more electrical. That gives you more light to work with. And then you channel it up. You channel all that energy from your cells, from your sperm. You channel up to your third eye. And then you can shoot out beams like a laser, man. Okay? We're going to continue on.
And so this is step number one in a whole series of projects that I want to try and initiate. It's all about the sense of being stared at. The idea that I feel somebody staring at me, I turn around, I look right at them, they look right at me, we share a look of recognition, and everybody almost has had that experience. According to Western science, though, absolutely impossible. It's just random coincidence.
According to Western science, which is cockasort Neanderthal science, that's impossible. You can't feel somebody stare, which is some bullshit. Okay, you can affect people's minds. The way you think affects other people around you. Okay? And like I said, if your beams that you're shooting out, your thought waves that you're sending out are parallel to another person, then you're going to attract that person into your life. Okay? If they go opposite, then you're going to repel that person. Okay? See, if you're a nigga like me and you happen to be, I on the West Coast, you know, out here in Long Beach, California, you know, people, I find a lot of people think the way I think. Okay? Isn't until I go, like, when I go to the East Coast, I run across a lot of people that think the way I think. When I go to Chicago, Illinois, I run across people that think the way I think. It's just when I go outside of Chicago and go into these little Midwestern towns and go down into the fucking South, okay, that's where I run into a bunch of fucking dumbasses, man. It seems like the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet are in the fucking South because because the South is, you know, people are still in that plantation mindset. You know, in the South was the area of the country where black people were last to be free from slavery. So a lot of you're going to run across a lot of them niggas down there in that fucking slave mentality, man. Okay? They stuck in that fucking Bible. And they're dumber than shit. Because, you know, they've been trained to be a fucking slave. And they don't know it. You know what I'm saying? They're only 2 or 3 generations removed from slavery. And they still have a slave mentality, man. They're still dependent. That's where you get this Southern hospitality bullshit from, man. Southern hospitality means I'm just a fat, slow, dumbass nigga, too lazy to get up off my ass to do it for myself. So can you please do it for me, please? Show me some hospitality instead of getting up off your fucking ass and learn how to do shit for your own goddamn self, man. See, I run across that mentality mostly in the South and a whole lot in the Midwest. Okay, not as much in the Midwest as the South. I mean, nothing's more than the South. But on your coast, your New Yorks, you know, in your major city areas like Chicago, New York, LA, you're going to run across a lot of higher intelligent people, okay? Because they weren't indoctrinated into that slave mentality like they are down here in the Midwest here, down here in Alabama, Mississippi, what is it? Oklahoma, Virginia. Well, not the southern part of Virginia. Florida is another one. You know, like when you get around Tallahassee, when you go down by Miami, you get a lot of New York-minded people, East Coast-minded people who are a little bit higher intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Because they were trained to think. But you run across that slave mentality real heavy in the South, man. Okay, and that's where, you know, my mindset and these motherfuckers down here mindset. I mean, they move slower than shit. They take all goddamn day long. They want to stand here and talk about a bunch of fucking bullshit. And if you mention anything fucking intelligent to any of these motherfuckers, man, it's like you fucking talking a whole nother goddamn language. Like their mind can't even comprehend it. You know, I don't want to veer off too deep. Let's get up into this video.
No energy of any kind is allowed to come out of your eye. And Western science is absolutely like locked down on this. Because there's two theories of vision. One is the theory of intromission, where light goes into your eye, hits your retina, goes back into your brain, which obviously is true and obviously is going on. The other is the theory of extramission, which goes way back into the ancient world, and that is that some kind of energy comes out of your eye and interacts with the outside world. And that's what's disallowed.
And see, that's what we want to master. We want to master energy come from your brain, energy come from your eye. And like I said, you got to do jiggle alchemy. Once you start taking energy from your sperm, transferring up into your third eye, you will feel the energy beams coming out of your head, man, because you will be able to move shit with your mind. You will be able to do telekinesis. Okay? I sit here and practice with papers every day, man. I move that shit, man. That shit be spinning real fast. Because I'm channeling energy, man. You know, I just haven't got to the point to where I can materialize shit. You know, take energy from empty space and actually materialize whatever I want into my hand. But it's like the trick is you got to focus your mind on whatever it is you want, and you got to keep that thought there, and you got to send that energy out. Okay, and then you start to attract it into your life. Okay, and I notice I'm starting to attract a lot of shit into my life, but you have to be very careful how you think, because when you're working with light, like I said, you're also working with magnetism. So you got to be very careful how you think, because when you start doing this jiggle alchemy shit, you know, if you're thinking negative, you're going to attract that quicker into your life just as well as the things that you want. So you got to be very, very careful and control exactly. You got to learn how to control your thoughts and control what you think about. Okay, anything that's negative, man, you got to get away, because when you're working with light, you're going to attract that shit super fast to you, man. So you always say, I keep them love songs on, man. I keep them love songs playing nonstop, man. Hold on, we're going to continue on. Okay, we're going to continue.
So since that's not allowed, there's no possibility of picking up somebody staring at you. And I basically said to myself, wait a minute. Number one, I've had the experience. Lots of people have had the experience. It sure seems real. And then thinking, well, okay, what kind of energy could that be? And finally I figured out, well, there's a type of energy that does come out through your skull. That's your brainwaves. So if your brainwaves come out through your skull, why on earth would they not come out through your eye?
Exactly. So brainwaves is what affects empty space. That's how the true God is mental, sends out energy. Energy transverses through empty space and creates vortexes. And then from those vortexes, from the eyes, okay, you can send out streams of energy. And when those streams of energy attract to one another, they create vortexes, the yin and the yang. Okay, go ahead.
Of course they would. And since they don't have to come out through your skull, they're likely to be a little bit stronger, just because your skull is going to absorb some of the signal. Maybe because of the shape of your skull, maybe because there's this big nerve cable right there, your optic nerve, And maybe because of conscious attention and focusing, for all those reasons, maybe the signal is a little stronger, which it turns out it is. But at very low frequencies, such as 0 to 60 hertz, which is hertz is 1 cycle per second, which is the level that brainwaves are measured at, down at that ELF level, the signal doesn't drop off with distance at all. In fact, at 1,000 kilometers, there's literally very little drop off in the
There
signal.
you go. Your brain emits waves that can travel thousands of miles, man. Thousands of miles. Go ahead.
So it's absolutely scientifically possible that this energy could go out in the world quite a long distance, interact with things out there, and in a way that can be measured. And when you think of it for a second, well, wait a minute. If an astronaut on the moon can maintain radio communication with the Earth, why the heck can't your brainwaves go 30 feet out in the world and be felt by somebody else? So as soon as you switch it out of kind of the mystical, outside science, paranormal compartment into the hold on, this is just another electromagnetic signal. It's kind of like a cell phone signal.
Another electromagnetic signal, because electromagnetic means light. Your brain emits light. Light is how you store information. Go ahead.
It becomes normal, scientific, testable, measurable. So then what I want to do from here is talk about it kind of philosophically. So in the anthropology paper, I talk about, here's a nice example of something that's in anthropology as a belief, and we study how it's transmitted in different cultures and the different forms it takes in different cultures and all the superstitions about it. But we assume there's no reality at the core of it. Actually, in fact, there is. And now we can do this series of experiments and find out, oh, is it possible to have a really sensitive electrode 30 feet away that can tell when I'm staring at it, which I guarantee it will be. A bunch of electrical engineers at the University of Surrey in England already have published papers where they're taking an EKG from 3 feet away. Absolutely normal, one that you would see in a hospital. And once you can do it 3 feet away, you just have to get a little bit more sensitive software and electrode, and you can do it 6 feet away. If you can do it 6 feet away, you can do it 20 feet away. And if you can do it with the heart signal, you can do it with the brain signal.
There it is. Your chakras emit light. Your heart chakra, your brain, your pineal, you know, your sperm is light. His energy is life force. Okay. You just got to learn. You got everything. You got all the tools you need. You just got to learn how to master your tools. Okay. Master your energy. Okay. And once you can master your energy, there's things you can do. And we're going to get into that. Okay. Once you master working with your light, there's a guy named John Chain known as Dynamo Jack. These are some of the things you can do.
It was in the big city where Java confronts the 20th century that we got a real shock. Lorne was suffering from a bad eye infection at the time, a cameraman's cause for panic.
Lawrence had heard of a man who might be able to help and dragged me to him despite my reservations.
Is it in? Good luck. You just relax and enjoy, Lord.
He uses acupuncture needles and the traditional points, but with a twist. Through them, he directs a form of electricity, as he calls it. But he doesn't draw the electricity from a wall socket. He claims to generate it within his own body.
There you go. This man can generate electricity within his own body and transfer it through his hands, just as you can transfer light and energy through your eyes and through your brain, through your pineal gland. You can transmit it all throughout your whole body. Okay. And this is how you counteract police brutality. When some jackass cop wants to pull you over for no goddamn reason, and then he wants to get violent with your ass, try to lock you or put handcuffs on you. If you understood how to work with light within your body, you can send electrical current. When this motherfucker puts his goddamn hands on you, shock the fucking shit out of his ass. Okay, go ahead.
It was nothing like any acupuncture I'd ever had. I was getting really powerful electric shocks and couldn't control my movements at all.
So this man's getting shocked because this man's sending currents through his hands because he understands how to work with light. Go ahead.
Okay.
He says that what he does is no more supernatural than an electric eel, which also knows how to harness its yin and yang energy.
Yin and yang energies.
Yin yang, positive and negative. And my positive from here and my negative.
Okay, he's pointing to his balls right here and his lower chakra. His balls is where your sperm sits. That's electricity. Okay, he's connecting the negative and the positive terminal, and that conducts electricity. He can channel it throughout his body, through his hands. And like I said, some asshole put his fucking hands on you. You fucking electrocute the fucking shit out of that motherfucker. Okay, you can do this shit, man. Okay, you just gotta plug into those Birkeland currents, barefoot, staring to the sun. Go ahead, man.
And we meet together, this can get like electricity.
And is this because you're special? You have a special sort of
it's meditation every day.
It's meditation.
Meditation every day.
He said meditation every day. He meditates with his chakras. He connects his chakras, and he can generate electricity through his body. And I can attest to this personally, man, because ever since I started doing that gigolo alchemy right here, taking energy from the sperm, from my third eye, I can shoot beams out. And what I do is I'll fold up aluminum foil, put it on top of a needle, and I make that aluminum foil spin real fast around the fucking needle. I can feel the energy going through my whole body, man. So I can attest that this shit fucking works, man. Okay? Go ahead.
Like a yoga. But I study about 18 years.
18 years?
18 years from my child people.
Can you project this energy through your hands only or through other things as well?
Like you can touch me like this. It's nothing, okay? It's my burn.
There you go.
It's like this.
There you go. There you go. You electrocuting the shit out of these motherfuckers. Watch.
Our sound recordist, Simi, was skeptical at first.
So that's how you do a cop. When he comes in, some asshole cop likes to do police brutality, wants to put his fucking hands on you. That's what you do, man. You electrocute the shit out of that motherfucker. Go ahead.
Later, he told us that anybody could learn this. God had given us all the yin-yang polarity, but it takes discipline and meditation to awaken and control it.
Discipline, meditation, awaken and control it. There you go.
Harus belajar lagi, meditasi lagi.
And you must be very aware of your emotions.
Lalu emosi kita pukul orang bisa itu.
You got to be aware of your emotions, man. So that means you got to get that shit under control. Go ahead.
This energy can be dangerous. It can kill as well as heal.
This energy can kill as well as heal. So if a motherfucker want to fuck with you, you master this shit, you light his ass up. Go ahead.
Then he asked for our newspaper.
There you go. So this is shit you need to master. So once if a cop, some Caucasoid Neanderthal cop wants to be fucked up, okay, wants to come up on you with some fucked up shit, you know what I'm saying? You can light his ass up. See, get your fucking hands off me, man. You're not my fucking master. Kiss my fucking ass, man. Okay, and because light creates magnetic fields, you can work the magnetic fields and you can block bullets. You can be fucking bulletproof, man.
Whatever he had done to our newspaper, it's how he'd healed my eyes that made me wonder. What do these people living in the shadows of the volcanoes still know that we of the West have forgotten?
You in the West are fucking Neanderthals, so y'all wouldn't know this shit. Okay, this all comes out the Book of Thoth, man. Book of Thoth. There you have it, everyone. Okay, this is what you got to master right here, man. This is what you got to become. You got to become a master Jedi. You got to learn how to work with light. Work with light. Okay, okay, more on this guy right here.
Sometimes signs of this passing energy can be seen in the transmitter
Right
too.
there, you can see the electricity pulsing through his veins. Go ahead.
This chi stuff is only the surface, he says, of the real adventure beneath, in the meditational technique.
See, watch this. He can block bullets.
Chi from the palm of the hand can also be used to resist rifle pellets, he says.
There he is.
First, you learn to distinguish between yin and yang chi.
Okay, like I said, light creates magnetic fields. These magnetic fields, you can create a magnetic field like Magneto in fucking X-Men. Create a magnetic field around yourself and block fucking bullets, man.
Body. Then how to pull it in your navel chakra. Then how to project it.
So pull it into your navel chakra and then project it, man. Okay? And the first steps to that, like I said, is gigolo alchemy, man. Okay? As above, so below. Okay, you got to be a master light worker. And that said, I'll be back. Woo! Okay, and that gets into, you know, like you got to master your yin and yang, your left and your right brain, your sperm energy. Okay, you got to know how to channel it up your spine. Okay, and you bring it up to your third eye, and then you can shoot out beams. Okay, and with these beams, you can create vortexes, and you can mimic the universe, and you can create matter out of thin air. This is mastering alchemy. This is working with light. Okay, and now we don't have access to laboratories, but you do have access to your body, and you can train yourself to do these things. Okay, believe me. Psychokinesis, telekinesis, all that stuff, flying in midair. Okay, with that electromagnetic energy, magnetic force, you can create magnetic fields, and this is what you can do.
The images which this film has recorded are scarcely to be credited. There are no hidden supports or pulleys to be seen. In spite of this, Ovaku actually rises off the ground, and it seems as though he is floating on a cushion of air.
Okay, this right is electromagnetic force, because this African guy right here learned how to work with light. And like I said, when light moves through your body, it creates magnetic fields, and these magnetic fields, you can, as the Caucasus fluid would call it, anti-gravity. It ain't nothing but attraction and repulsion. Okay, but you can create a magnetic field and push yourself off to where you can actually levitate and fly in the fucking sky like a fucking god. Okay, to become a god, you must master working with light.
The German commentator cannot believe his eyes. There is no question that this is a trick or an illusion, and he's absolutely convinced that he's witnessing a miraculous event, and that the film is incontrovertible proof that levitation is indeed possible. A second cameraman can now be seen hurrying to the side so that he can get close-up pictures of the fascinating event. Could it be that there are in fact invisible fields of force which this shaman is able to take advantage of? The shaman's breathing has become unusually fast, and his face is
breathing in and out. Yin, yang. Working with the light creates magnetic fields. These magnetic fields is causing this shaman right here, this African god, to rise up off the ground. Okay, and once you can master this, then you becoming a god. This is what the Book of Thoth was talking about. You be able to astral travel. You build your soul will be able to leave the body. You must master working with the lights. You must become a master light worker. And that said, man, as you can see right there, these are things that you can do. Once you can master your energy, master working with light, you must mimic the universe. Okay. And that said, I'll be back, and I'll be back. Okay. And like I said, man, you got a negative, positive pole, your left, right brain. Your sperm is your battery pack. You got to learn how to channel the energy from your sperm up your spine, which acts like a wire to your brain. Okay. And you gotta what they call, use your brain, use your sperm as a battery pack, and you got to conduct negative and positive energy through your brain. And then you got to focus that energy and then you got to learn how to use it. You can channel it through your hands, you can channel it through your eyes. And once you understand how light moves through your body, and once you get light current to flow through your body, okay, it'll create a magnetic field, and that right there will help enable you to fly, basically fly. You can move things with your mind, and you can fucking send light energy through your hands, beams, you know what I'm saying? And you can set shit on fire, electrocute a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? It's all based on self-defense. I mean, don't go around and fucking attacking people. You want to know this stuff so nobody can have power over you. So you can go back to learning how to be a god. And see, these motherfuckers don't want you to learn this shit because they don't want you to have fucking power. And then they can't fucking make your ass so subservient to them. See? That's why they demonize this shit in the fucking the Bible. Okay? But this is why you need to learn this shit for self-defense purposes. And like I said, you got to have a high vibration to break past these magnetic fields. So you don't want to be using this shit being a fucking asshole. Because power can corrupt absolutely. But that's why you give it to everybody. So if somebody wants to get out of line, you're going to meet your fucking match. So you ain't going to be out here fucking trying to bully motherfuckers. Okay? The whole point of this is so you can defend yourself against these fucking dumbass Neander apes, man. Okay? But we're going to continue on. Okay, like I said, your brain can work like a laser. Okay? And to understand how to work energy, okay, we're going to kind of break down how a laser actually works. Now, keep in mind, your sperm, like what the Asian man was saying, he connects his lower chakra, which is his penis area, to his stomach area, and he connects those two, and that's what channels electricity through his body like a fucking eel. Okay, you can send out electric current through your hands, and if anybody fucks with you, you can light them up. Okay, but anyway, we're going to break down how a laser works. It's negative, positive, yin yang, negative, positive pole. Okay, and the beams come together and they attract, and they create a plasma. Okay, now you can do this within yourself, but we're going to kind of walk through how this is done. Okay, this video right here is called The New Fusion Race Part 3, Focus Fusion. How does it work? Okay, he's going to tell you how this fucking laser works. And they're creating electricity from this. And see, the same thing, the same method that operates this laser is the same method is what you got to master in working with your own energy. Okay, once you can master your energy, you can send out beams, and these beams will attract, and you can create a plasma, and then you can materialize things out of thin air. And this will kind of give you an idea how it works. And we shall continue.
So this is Focus Fusion 1. These are approximately 6 feet tall. So this is a man-sized or person-sized machine. The type of machine that this is called a dense plasma focus, DPF. It's also called plasma focus.
It's dense plasma focus. Okay? Light is a plasma. Like I said, you create light within your body, shoot it as beams out of your eyes. The beams come together, and they can create a plasma. And from this plasma, you can materialize things just like in outer space, as a galaxy materializes metals, gases, different elements from empty space. Okay, so you're basically working with light and manipulating empty space and creating matter from empty space. Okay, go ahead.
To confuse people, our combination of this sort of machine with hydrogen boron fuel is what we term focus fusion. Focus Fusion 1.
See, the thing about these cockazoids is they have to use elements that are already produced by the universe. They haven't gotten to the point as our African ancestors, where they were at, where they can take empty space, actual empty space, and materialize matter from empty space. Okay, these cockazoids are trying to figure out how to do that. They're trying to figure that whole fucking process. That's why they come up to CERN. They're colliding particles, trying to figure out what these particles are made of, which is basically fucking empty space. But the trick to alchemy, the trick to being, a master light worker is you got to take empty space and create matter from empty space, create elements from empty space. Okay. And once you achieve that, you are a god. You are forever wealthy. You never have to want for anything. Okay, you can create food from thin air. You can create whatever it is, energy, food, whatever it is that you want from thin fucking air. Okay, all you got to do is draw it out. Energy is all around you. You just got to learn how to tap into it. Okay, and we're gonna kind of break this down. But you basically, right now, we just learning how to use our brain, use our energy, and focus it like a laser, and be able to channel it through our hands, through our feet, and you know, like I said, once you master working light through your body, then you'll be able to create magnetic fields to protect you. See, motherfucker shoot at you, you create a magnetic field and block the fucking bullets. Motherfucker try to throw a punch at you, create a magnetic field around you, magnetic field of protection, and that motherfucker can't penetrate it. See what I'm saying? So, you know, this is the whole point of mastering this shit.
Our experimental device, which has been operating since 2009 in Middlesex, New Jersey. The basic idea of this device is to exploit a phenomena that occurs in nature, which is quite different from the approaches of the other devices. This phenomenon is called the pinch effect. It was actually discovered.
We just walk through it. Here's two currents going in the same direction. Go ahead.
Although not named as pinch effect, 200 years ago by Ampere, the guy we named Amps after.
Ampere, the guy they named Amps after. There's a caucasoid fucking putting his name in front of shit. Okay, we're going to fix that.
It occurs because when two currents are moving in the same direction, they create magnetic fields, and the interaction of those magnetic fields attract the currents.
So in other words, when you can move current through your body, you're creating a magnetic field as well. Okay, and that magnetic field you can use to attract and you can use to repel. You can attract what you want in your life and repel what you don't want. Okay, go ahead.
So this is a basic organizing principle, not only of electricity, but of the universe. Because whenever you have plasma, you have currents. And if the currents are moving together, they attract each other.
So whenever you have plasma, you have currents. When they move together, they attract. Okay, so he's basically mimicking outer space with this laser. And see, everything that you see in outer space, you can do on a smaller scale. Okay, go ahead.
They're moving opposite. They repel each other. Now, I'm going to try and explain how this operates in our device. Our device, in its construction, is one of the simplest devices, fusion devices. In its operation, it isn't one of the simplest. So it takes a little explanation. The core of our device is two concentric electrodes separated by an insulator. The outer one is called the cathode.
Okay, the cathode is negative and the anode is positive. Okay, so you got the yin and the yang. There it is. Negative current, positive current. We're going to break down how these currents interact. So you can connect currents in your body. Well, once you understand how currents interact, then you can replicate that within your own body. You got the left and the right, the yin and the yang. Just as that Asian man was telling you, got to learn how to work with yin and yang. Once you master how to work with yin and yang and understand how these currents flow, then you can work with it, and then you'll understand how to work with light. And that's the first step into becoming a god. And here you go. Here you go.
The negative. The inner one is the anode, positive. There's an insulator in between. Energy from capacitors is dumped on these
okay, the electrons are negative, so they're attracting to the positive. Okay, go ahead. They're attracting to the anode, which is positive.
Electrodes, which are inside a vacuum chamber that contains the fusion fuel. Current starts to flow from the cathode to the anode.
So current flows from the cathode to the anode. Negative electrons, the negative attracts to the positive. Okay, negative currents attract to the positive.
What happens is a series of instabilities driven by the pinch effect, each one of which makes the plasma denser and hotter. So the first one...
Because everything that's happening here is what you want to do. Okay, this is what you want to master. Hold on. Okay, you want to take energy from your sperm, Move it up the channels of your spine, okay, and connect it to your left and right hemisphere of the brain, and then you want to center it through your third eye, and you want to shoot out beams, okay? And with these beams, okay, you can create a plasma, and then you can materialize things from empty space, or you can attract things into your life through magnetism, because light creates magnetism, magnetism creates light, okay? And see, this is what we want to do. You want to basically mimic this laser right here, okay? And we're going to continue.
Which is illustrated in this animation, is the filamentation instability. So you start out with a smooth plasma, and the plasma comes together with what are called filaments, which are dense vortices of current pulled together.
You said dense vortices, vortexes, okay? These currents vortex. Go ahead.
So that makes the plasma, that's the first step in making it hotter and denser. Now, the friction of the electrons moving through the filaments start to heat the plasma up, just like the electrons in a light bulb filament heat it up. The electromagnetic forces on these currents force them to move to the end of the anode. The anode is designed to be hollow. It has a hole in the middle. So the current actually fountains together inside the hole.
The reason why they fountain together is because they're traveling in the same direction. The magnetic fields attract. So you got all these different currents traveling in the same direction, and they all attract into one beam, one condensed beam, one dense beam. Okay, go ahead.
And people, including us, have taken pictures to show exactly how this happens. Well, as that happens, a second instability develops because these filaments are all close to each other and moving in the same direction, so they attract each other.
See, all these beams move in the same direction, so they attract. Okay, go ahead.
Produces what people call the pinch, even though this is sort of the second pinch effect.
And see, this is what happens when you and another person shoot out a thought, and you're both focused on the same thing. So if you're making love with your girl, if you both are working light and you take your energy, your beam, and combine it with her beam, okay, and shoot it out into empty space, you got a double powerful beam. You work with more energy. See what I'm saying? And as long as both of y'all focus on the same thing at the same time, you can materialize whatever you want into the existence faster. And you're both working the light of one another. You're combining your energies. Okay? Same way as this laser is combining all these different plasma frequencies together. Now, if you get a group of people and we're all light workers and we all focus our mind on one particular thing that we want to manifest or materialize into this existence, you can make that happen super fast. Because now you're working with high energy light and you're combining beams together and you're condensing these beams into a powerful laser. And so you can do this with multiple people shooting out the same frequencies, the same brain frequencies from their mind. And that goes on to focusing on the same common goal all at one time. And this is what these jackasses do in these places called Bohemian Grove. So as you see right here, this is Bohemian Grove. All these assholes meet together and they do a fucking ritual. And what's going on in this ritual is everybody's minds are focused on one thing. White man supremacy of the fucking world. So their minds they come together, congregate, and they align their minds to that one fucking common goal, and they do that in a fucking ritual. Okay? This is why they have these fucking rituals, because they're aligning minds together, forming a fucking laser beam that creates a plasma in empty space, and then they can materialize whatever it is they want. But because they stole our ancient science, and now they're utilizing it and keeping us stupid with the fucking Bible. They're out here running these little fucking rituals, and they understand human sacrifice is working with light, because you're working with, when you kill somebody, you're working with their light, and you're using their energy to fucking materialize whatever it is that you want to fucking materialize into this fucking existence. But that's a fucked up way of working with light. You know what I'm saying? Our ancestors, they would do sacrifice, but they would like sacrifice the food that they eat. Like they might sacrifice a chicken or a goat or whatever it is that they were eating. They sacrifice the energy or the light of that goat and then use it to materialize other things into their existence, and then they eat the goat. But these motherfuckers go to sacrificing children, you know, sacrificing women and babies, and they just fucking sick motherfuckers. Why? Because they're not fucking human. They're archons. Okay? They're demons. All right? And, you know, they use sex rituals, the whole thing, man. You know, they might have group sex rituals. And what was that movie? Eyes Wide Shut. If you watch that Tom Cruise movie with Nicole Kidman, Eyes Wide Shut, they were doing a sex ritual where they was having this fucking orgy, and they were using the energy, the light energy from sexuality, and then they cast it out, and these wealthy people will get together, do these fucking orgies and shit, cast the light energy out, and then they materialize what they want, which is their fucking world power, world control at your fucking expense. See what I'm saying? So the whole point of doing this video is to reverse that shit. Okay, give you the power of fucking God, man, because that's what you are. You're God, but they're using your science against you. Now we're going to reintroduce you to your science and bring you back to where you're going to be power. But you ain't got to do no fucking perverted shit. Okay, just, you know, be decent human beings. You know what I'm saying? Go out, work with the sun, barefoot, listen to love songs, align your mind to the universal current, and then bring that energy here to the earth. That's the whole purpose of this. So everybody's frequency can rise, so you can get out of these fucking magnetic field traps that trap your fucking soul here. Okay? We're going to continue. So that's what the Caucasoid is doing. They're working with light. Okay? They're in the light, and they keep your ass in the dark. Okay? They don't want you knowing about that, but that's where a nigga like me come in and introduce you to the shit. Okay? We're going to get into this focus fusion, because that's so you got to look at these light beams right here. When they come together, you got to look at that as your brain waves. Okay? These light beams that's come together and creating this laser, you got to look at that as your brain waves. Your brain waves is light. Okay? And you're shooting out light beams. Okay? Go ahead.
So they're all drawn together and they merge into a single filament. The next thing that happens,
and see, this is what they do in those orgies. Everybody's mind, they're all focused on a certain goal, a new world order goal or whatever, for more power, more wealth, or whatever the fuck. They all line their minds and they create this fucking thick, dense laser plasma, okay? And then they shoot that out in empty space, and then they track it back into the real world and materialize it here to where they fucking have authority over your black ass. Okay, go ahead.
That filament starts to twist up.
Notice how this filament twists up, and notice your hair, how it twists and spirals. Okay, go ahead. That's because you come from the core of the galaxy, black man, black woman. Let's go.
It becomes coiled. And these coils,
as you see, these coils are traveling in the same direction, so they're going to attract.
Start to attract each other because they're moving in the same direction.
And see, this breaks down to the law of attraction. Okay, when you send out light, when you send out brain thoughts, okay, those brain thoughts have magnetic fields, and they vortex like this coil right here. They vortex around your thought. And what happens is those thoughts, as they coil, they attract more, okay? They become even more magnetic as they transverse space. And then they become more magnetic, and until it materializes. And you're going to see the whole materialization process here.
So it becomes more and more coiled. It's called a kinking instability. Eventually, just like a landline, if any of you still have landlines, it becomes twisted up in a little knot.
And see, this is the whole process of how your brain works, okay, how your thoughts work when you focus on a thought. Okay, it starts to materialize. Okay?
And
there it is. It's going to materialize, and then it's going to vortex, and within that vortex, that's where more creation takes form. Just like a galaxy. Okay, go ahead.
That knot, which is illustrated in this animation, we call the plasmoid.
See, this materialized into a plasmoid. And from this plasmoid, you can materialize empty space into matter. You're using your thoughts, and you're forming empty space into whatever it is that you want to materialize.
Inside that plasmoid, temperatures can reach extremely high because the plasma has been compressed so much that its frictional forces heat it up.
Okay, the plasma has been compressed, and see, if you keep your mind focused, it compresses empty space and takes your thought and molds it into reality. Okay, this is what you do when you're working with light, but you have to use your imagination. And your imagination and your sex drive is the key to all this. Okay, your sex drive is the source of the light, and to charge your brain up and charge your sex drive, that, you know, like your pineal gland is connected right to your penis. Okay, because your penis is what drives your pineal gland. It's the energy that drives that. And once you can control the energy, then you're basically a guide. You're the master of the light. You're mastering light. You're taking light and you're manifesting whatever it is you want into your existence by understanding how to work with light. Mastering, becoming a light worker, being a creator, being a god. Go ahead. The only difference is this motherfucker is using elements that have already been created by the universe instead of using empty space. See, the Caucasoid ain't figured out how to take empty space and materialize matter out of that.
In addition, another instability produces the acceleration of an ion beam out one direction.
See there, you see an ion beam going out one direction, which is positive energy, and then an electron beam going the opposite direction, which is negative energy. And that might explain those quasar ejections, the ones coming this direction or what they call clockwise ion, which is positive, so that would be a clockwise rotation, clockwise quasar, and the one is negative, which is electron, that would be counterclockwise. And see, that would be the male and female coming out both ends of the mother galaxy. Go ahead.
Electron beam out the other. What that means is that a lot of the energy in the fusion reaction actually ends up in a directed ion beam. If you're having a directed ion beam, and you take essentially,
and so you see that same process in those quasar ejections. They break out from the mother galaxy from both poles, okay, the south and the north pole. And I'm quite sure one of them is clockwise and the other one is counterclockwise, okay. And now we're going to tie back into these galaxies here. And like the Dogon said, that Amma in the center of the galaxy, they produce male and female quasars and they mate. And right here you see this galaxy collision, but it seems like it's mating and forming a galaxy as a result. Okay, so this is the male and female quasars coming together. And see, like I was saying, just as that plasma in that laser. Okay, right here in this laser, okay, this one shot out an ion beam and electron beam. Ions positive, electrons negative. Okay, those galaxies also eject from the mother galaxy from both ends of the poles, positive, negative. And as you can see a right-handed spin, but this one's going clockwise and this one's spinning counterclockwise. This is the male and this is the female being ejected from both ends of the galaxy. Okay, these are the galaxy pairs, the twins, the twin nomos, as was explained in the Dogon myth. And these two galaxies can merge and produce offspring off of that. And then you have galaxies that can produce asexually. And like I said, you saw that in nature, to where yin and yang energy can come together and produce a single vortex or a combination of the yin and yang energy combined, can send energy out and then create a dual vortex and create two vortexes that connect with a Birkeland current. Okay, and they both feed each other. Okay, and all these universes can produce sexually and asexually, depending on their current and their charge. And we're going to break that down. Okay, and as you can see right here, okay, you got brain neurons. Looks like empty space. Looks like the cosmic web. Okay, this right here is the cosmic web right there. And this right here is your brain. It looks like the cosmic web. Okay. Hold on. Okay, this video right here, scientists find evidence that the universe is a giant brain. There you go. Let's go. Yeah, that's the human brain cell in the universe. Okay, universe, cosmic web. Okay, the same cosmic web that you see in the universe is also the neurons that connect all your is also the filaments that connect all your neurons together in your brain cells. Okay, this is the brain cell and that's the universe. It's as above, so below. Okay, as above, so below. Cosmic web in the universe, the cosmic web in your brain. Okay, you can see the parallel right there. All right, and right here you get the positive and you get the negative. Okay, electron beam, ion beam. Ion beam is positive, electron beam is negative. Okay, from one side of the mother galaxy, okay, you get a male, and this one's going counterclockwise, or this would be female, counterclockwise, and you get a male. You get his twin. And these two galaxies can mate because these galaxies are living entities. Okay, and they behave just like, as the dogon call them, they call them pole seeds. Okay, and we're going to correlate that as above, so below. And here you go. You can see two galaxies mating. Okay, you see right here. This one's going clockwise and this one's going counterclockwise. Okay. Let's read it. Okay, the image above shows a pair of colliding spiral galaxies known as ARP 274. What's interesting is not that they happen to be colliding, but that the two galaxies are spiraling in opposite directions. Okay, there you go. The one on the left spirals in a clockwise direction, while the one on the right spins in a counterclockwise direction. Male and female. Okay, sometimes we'll refer to the left galaxy as left-handed, while the right one is right-handed. The reason is that if you hold hands up with your thumbs pointing at yourself, you'll see the fingers on your left. See, they come up with this bullshit, but what it is, as the Dogon told you, that in the galaxies, when these galaxies give birth, they give birth to twin galaxies, male and female, brother and sister, husband and wife. Okay, and right here it tells you the 8 beings we're going to be almost perfect creation as sister and brother, yet husband and wife. There you go. Okay, the 4 fish twins. See, they call them twins, right there, twins, and that's what you see right here, twins. Okay, just one goes clockwise, the other one goes counterclockwise. Brother and sister, husband and wife. Okay? As above, so below. And the Dogon elders told you this shit. All right? They told you this. This is why you don't listen to Caucasians. You listen to your black African ancestors, man. Because they telling you what time it is. Okay? You just gotta decode the myths. Read the book of Thoth, man. Read the Kabbalion. You got to go through that because Thoth, he's a master alchemist. He's telling you what the fuck's going on. He's a god that materialized into human form down here on Earth. Again, right here, suddenly the pole burst forth and 8 new seeds. Here go seeds. So, the Dogon are referring to these pole, which are galaxies. The Dogon refer them to as seeds. Seeds. Okay? And we're going to get into that. Okay, and before we get into that, to the seed aspect of that these are seeds, okay, as you can see, 2 galaxies are caught in the act of mating in space, okay? Hubble sees intergalactic mating, okay? The pair of galaxies collecting known as ARP 87 is among the hundreds of interacting emerging galaxies known in our nearby universe. So you see these galaxy pairs mating in outer space. As you see right here in the Independent, 2 galaxies are caught in the act of mating in space. Okay, astronomers using the Hubble Space Telescope have captured the embrace of 2 spiral galaxies as they swirl together in a cosmic dance that will eventually give birth to a new star system, which is another fucking galaxy. Okay, strong tidal forces caused by gravitational pull of the galaxies on the left are clearly seen to distort the spiral shape of the smaller galaxy. Hold on, man. Let me see. They got anything on here? Here you go. The astronomers believe that IC2163 does not have the sufficient energy to completely escape the gravitational attraction. That sounds like a nigga to a woman. See a girl wearing tight jeans, got a big booty. Okay, you ain't got the force to resist her gravitational attraction, so you got to hound her. You know what I'm saying? And naturally, the girl gonna play fucking hard to get and try to see how badly you want it, how much you willing to pay for it, try to suck you out your own fucking money, which is why you must be a gigolo alchemist, master gigolo alchemy, so a woman cannot control your dick, your light. Okay? She's luring you in like a Venus flytrap to suck the life out of you. Okay? You got to be in a level mind when you're dealing with women, because when you're dealing with women from get-go, this is basically a fucking war, basically. And you don't want her to fucking use her sex to manipulate your ass and get you all fucked up to where you're her baby's daddy, you know, and she's fucking got your ass in court sucking all your fucking money. If you don't pay her fucking money, she's going to call that white man, send your black ass to jail. See, you don't want to put yourself in that situation, which is why you must get in control of your light, get in control of your dick, which is why you must become a master gigolo alchemist. Okay? But as you can see, galaxies are mating in outer space, man. 2 galaxies are caught in the act of mating in space, as the Dogon told you. Okay? Once again, these 8 beings were going to be almost perfect creation, a sister and brother, and yet husband and wife. And as you can see, you see them galaxies merging and mating in outer space. Okay? There it is. Again, right here, see us. You can Google this. Hubble sees intergalactic mating. Okay, the pair of galaxies collectively known. Okay, and here you go to tell you what really happens when galaxies collide. They're mating, but the Caucasoid is going to turn this into some fucking violent shit. When the Dogon told you that these galaxies are a couple, you know, they're a pair. They mate. Okay. And these galaxies behave like a fungus. And if you look at a fungus, it looks like the human brain as well. Also looks like the cosmic web. Okay, just as the human brain and it looks like the cosmic web. Okay, a fungus also looks like the human brain, and the fungus also looks like the fucking cosmic web. And we're going to get into that. And when we get into that, as you can see, this is as above, so below. Everything mimics. Once again, here's the cosmic web. Okay, and this is fungus filaments. Looks like a web. Okay. All right. And these fungus filaments interconnect just like the cosmic web. All right. And, you know, a lot of what you see in outer space basically behaves like a fungus. And, you know, like I said, your brain looks like the cosmic web and also looks like the filaments connecting together in a fungus. And we're going to walk through that. Okay, like a typical Caucasoid, this guy is going to break down the reproduction of fungus. The slime mold is a form of a fungus. Mushrooms are a form of a fungus. And they shoot out spores. They eject spores. No different than these galaxies ejecting quasars like spores, okay? And we're going to kind of walk through the process here.
Today we're going to be talking about reproduction in fungi, specifically the bread mold Rhizopus, which belongs to the phylum Zygomycota. Now, Rhizopus can reproduce both asexually and sexually.
There you go. They can produce asexually and sexually, just like the galaxy, just like those pulses that the Dogon called pulses, which are galaxies. They can reproduce sexually and asexually, and this is the same process that funguses and molds reproduce. Is the same process that these galaxies up in the cosmos reproduce.
It wants to reproduce asexually when conditions are good, meaning there's plenty of water, plenty of food, plenty of nice temperature. In that case, when conditions are good, why not make genetic copies of yourself so that those individuals will do just as well as you're doing in that environment? However, when conditions change and are not so great, not enough water, not enough food, maybe the temperature is not to our liking, in that case, we want to make genetically different individuals in hopes that some of those individuals will be better adapted to that environment than we are. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to get started with mycelium. Now, mycelium is simply a whole slew of hypha. And hypha is an individual fungus. It's an individual fungus cell.
Okay, he's talking about individual fungus cell. So think of this individual fungus cell as a individual galaxy, not a galaxy connected to the cosmic web, but just individual galaxy.
So mycelium, we've got a whole slew of individual fungi cells.
Okay, just as you have individual galaxies.
And the mycelium is going to give rise to a spore-producing structure. This spore-producing structure is then going to produce asexual spores.
Okay, this is how Sophia produced Yaldabaoth.
And they're going to be N. Now again, I say asexual spores because these spores, these reproductive cells, are going to be genetically identical to the parent that they came from. These asexual spores, if they fall on a suitable habitat, suitable substrate, are then going to go ahead and they're going to grow into a mycelium. That occurs when conditions are good. That is asexual reproduction. Good conditions.
Okay, this is one way galaxies can be produced asexually. This is how Sophia produced Yaldabaoth. She produced Yaldabaoth without a mate, which was kind of out of balance. Go ahead.
But what if conditions aren't so good? Then we want to think about reproducing sexually. So again, we're going to start with our mycelium.
Okay, this is how Amma created the Nomo twins to brother and sister, yet husband and wife, to mate and produce. Okay, go ahead.
And the mycelium is going to produce a structure that looks like this. Kind of like a big H. Now these are two individual hypha here. So here's one hypha. And here's another hypha of another individual. They look the same on the outside, but genetically they're going to be different from each other. So let's call this plus, the plus mating type. Let's call this one the minus mating type.
So it's male and female.
And all this means is that these two hypha, these two fungi, are genetically different from each other. I could have called this one the minus one, and I could have called this one the plus one. Doesn't matter. All it means is that they're genetically identical from each other, are genetically different from each other. Now, let's go ahead and denote the nucleus of this hypha with red, and the nucleus of this hypha with blue.
So you got a red-blue quasar, okay? Just like you had a blue ion beam and a red electron beam. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, blue ion beam and red electron beam in that laser. Let me clarify that, in that focused fusion laser. Go ahead.
And both of them are going to be N. This is called the heterokaryotic stage. In this stage, the cells are actually fused together. Cells fused together.
And that's similar to how these galaxies fuse together
through a connection known as a conjugation tube. These two hyphae can actually sense each other through the use of chemical attractants called pheromones. These hyphae then produce outgrowths which then connect to each other and form a conjugation tube.
And that's the exact same thing that you see in the galaxy. I'm sorry, not in the galaxy, but in the universe. Right there. Okay, you see the negative and the positive fusing together, the male and the female. Two galaxies are caught in the act of mating in space. Okay, you see the same thing in these funguses. Okay, this is basically how the galaxy works. Okay, you got a mother galaxy. Okay, it shoots out the galaxy shoots out quasars, and in the case of funguses, they shoot out spores. Okay, now these spores right here can reproduce asexually, and they can reproduce sexually. Okay, asexual entities. Okay, these quasars grow to be other galaxies. Okay, and in this case right here, you get mitosis, where the male and female can exchange gametes or exchange chromosomes and whatnot, and then you can produce galaxies. Or these spores right here can spawn off and asexually grow into galaxies. Okay, so just as these funguses can produce sexually and asexually, that's how these galaxies produce. See right here, you kind of see it with this fungal life cycle of a what they call it, a mushroom. Okay, this mushroom shoots out spores, ejects quasars, just like a galaxy. See, this mushroom behaves like a mother galaxy. It shoots out spores, which could be quasars. These spores can germinate and unite with a female, or they can go asexual and they can grow on their own and then shoot out spores. See what I'm saying? So you know, just like the galaxies, fungus can reproduce asexually and sexually, and galaxies can reproduce sexually and asexually, as you can see. Okay, he's going to show the sexual mating between these two spores.
It's through this tube that the two nuclei are going to come in contact with each other.
Okay, and that goes like the galaxy pairs. So right here, this is a galaxy pair fusing together. See, quasar pair captured in galaxy collision. That's the two seeds combining together. Okay, and here's two more galaxies, the centers combining together, the pole seeds and sexual mating, reproducing sexually. And he's going to kind of break that down.
Now the next stage is called karyogamy. With this stage, again, we're going to draw this H-shaped figure. But this time, we're going to show the two nuclei fusing together. So the nuclear envelopes of these two nuclei, they fuse together, and the chromosomes are now in contact with each other.
There you go. And that's exactly what you see up in the cosmos. That's exactly what you see right here in the cosmos. See, two galaxies fusing together, sharing chromosomes, sharing DNA. Okay, and these galaxies are going to impregnate each other and produce, you know, offspring galaxy. Like I said, these galaxies are living entities. These are pole seeds. Okay. And these are the guys, these are the Nomo, these are the fish twins, okay, who are a couple. And you see the galactic mating, galactic union of these galaxies. And this is what this caucasoid don't want you to know, that these galaxies are living entities. We live within a galaxy. These galaxies are basically act like single cell organisms in a lot of ways, but they also act like a fungus. And a lot of these funguses are basically single cell organisms, okay? So, but like I said, you can see the parallel: as above, so below. So below, as above. There it is. You see the galaxies mating right there. Two galaxies mating in space. Two galaxies are caught in the act of mating in space. They're about to merge. Okay? Okay, we're going to continue on.
So, in a sense, this is a single nucleus. So we'll denote it as 2N. Now, what's going to happen here is, in order for meiosis, and that's what sexual reproduction is all about, meiosis, in order for meiosis to take place, you have to have two copies of each chromosome. And that way, crossing over or exchange between pieces of DNA can occur. So, with karyogamy, what we're going to have there is the nuclei fuse. That's karyogamy. And carry.
Okay, the nuclei is the two centers of the galaxies, the womb of the galaxy, the two centers fusing. Go ahead.
Means nucleus. So the nuclei actually fuse together. Here we have the heterokaryotic stage. And again, hetero means different.
And so you see that, like I said, you see that right here. That's what you're seeing. Two nucleuses, two galaxies fusing together, man. Okay? As above, so below. Continue.
And karyotic means nucleus. So the nuclei are still different from each other. They haven't come in contact with each other yet. From this stage, we're going to go ahead and we're going to produce a spore-forming structure. And this spore-forming structure grows out of this conjugation tube, and it produces.
Okay, these two galaxies are producing spores, which are quasars in galactic terms. They're called quasars, poseeds. Okay, these two, when they merge, they're going to produce a poseed, another spore, which ends up being a quasar. Okay, I mean, I'm just paralleling how similar this is. Okay, go ahead.
Sexual spores. And they have the N number of chromosomes, meaning they have one copy of each type of chromosome. And I like to call them sexual spores because these spores are genetically different from each other, and they're also genetically different than the two parents that they came from. That's very important. These sexual spores will then continue to grow into a mycelium. Now, the adult fungus.
Okay, they're going to grow into mycelium, and this mycelium can either reproduce asexually or it can reproduce sexually. It's going to repeat the same process.
The mycelium in this case is going to be genetically different than the parent it came from. And again, this is important. If conditions are bad, we want to produce kids that are genetically different from the parent in hopes that some of those kids will be better adapted for that new environment than the parent was. So this is going to be sexual reproduction. And it occurs during poor environmental conditions. And that's it for reproduction in fungi.
There you go. So these galaxies behave like a fungus, behave like a fungi. They spread like a fungi. They set up like a cosmic womb like a fungi. Okay, they reproduce like a fungi. And the dogon referred to these galaxies as seeds, poseeds. And as you can see, these fungi are ejecting, the quasars grouped together in the core of the galaxy, and then they get ejected out of the womb of the galaxy. Okay, out of the womb of the mother galaxy, and then they can either reproduce sexually or they can reproduce asexually. Okay, as you can see right here. Okay, this is the life cycle of a spore. As you can see, here's the galaxy. It shoots out quasars, spores, and these spores can either merge sexually or they can reproduce asexually. Okay, Sophia reproduced asexually and produced Yaldabaoth, and she would have made it with her mate. She would have produced another gamete. See what I'm saying? Another type of galaxy that would have been more balanced. Okay, and these galaxies, as the Dogon tell you, are living entities. And as you can see, you see the similarities there between the fungus. That's the fungus filaments. So they call them fungus filaments. Okay, fungi are made up of thread-like filaments called hyphae. And these thread-like filaments connect each cell of the fungus. A network of hyphae is also known mycelium, and it makes the body of the fungus. And then you see the same thing right there with the cosmic web. Okay? As above, so below, everyone. As above, so below. And you can see it right there. Okay? And what we're going to do next is we're going to move on to, within these galaxies, this is where creation takes place. All right? This is where stars are produced, planets are produced, and they're all housed within a magnetic field that surrounds the whole entire galaxy. Okay, it's these currents, the yin-yang currents, the negative positive currents, when they interact, the female draws in and the male sends out. So it's this interaction is where matter gets concentrated and produced. You know, it's no different than the Birkeland current, man. Where you know, because these stars are basically produced along strings. Along these strings, you get the star networks. Okay, in between galaxies, man. And we're going to break all that down, all of that down. As you see, cosmic web, fungi, and your brain. Okay, as above, so below. Okay, it's a network of neurons, filaments that connect each cell. Okay, so these galaxies behave like cells, and they're connected. They're all connected to one another, just like cells in your body are connected to one another to make up your body. See what I'm saying? There's a connection. All right. It's like all human beings, we're connected through beams that come out of our brains. That's why people can have the same fucking ideas. Because even though you can't see the light beams connecting to another person, when you send out light beams, another person can tap into that light beam that you sent out in your mind and pick up your thoughts. And hey, I got a new idea. A light bulb just goes off in your mind. All of a sudden, you got this bright new fucking idea. Well, guess what? Just as you have a new idea, there's a person halfway around the world that tapped into that same thought, and they have the same idea as you. Okay? Because we're all plugged into this cosmic network, and this is where we draw our ideas from. We all draw our ideas from the same fucking source. What happened was the Illuminati uses TV and marketing and all kinds of other shit to now they use the television to plug into your mind. Now they control your fucking mind. You're not plugged into the universal current. You're plugged into the matrix, to the Illuminati matrix, which is fucking television, media, the poster boards, school education, church. They done hijacked your fucking mind. Okay, now you got to take back control of your mind, get plugged into the universal current, stare into the sun, and free your fucking mind. And then that's step one to returning back to being a God. And then once you can free your mind, then you got to understand the energies that run through your body, the light that runs through you, and how you can plug into light by going outside barefoot, staring into the sun. You plug into the universal current, and then you got an endless supply of light that you can work. Okay? And once you master on how to work light, you are now officially a God. See? This is what they don't want you to know. See, they call it witchcraft. They call it voodoo. They give it all these fucking spooky terms, but really all it is you're taking light and creating matter with light. And that's exactly what the universe does. You're taking empty space, using light, and to create, you're basically creating with light. You're basically taking empty space and light, and you're creating whatever it is that you want to create into this existence from the light. Okay? You got to be a master light worker. You got to be a master alchemist. Okay. Okay. This is the second edition of How God Created the Universe. Okay. We got into galaxy creation. Okay. In the next video, we're going to get into matter creation. You know, how the animals, how the, you know, the whole genetic engineering aspect, how the Black African, you know, fell into a physical form, how they were originally light gods. You know what I'm saying? We're going to go into that whole aspect. I kind of basically touched on it in the first two videos here of how God created the universe, but we're going to kind of go into detail, you know, on how animals were produced, how the dinosaurs were created. You know what I'm saying? How our Anunnaki Elohim ancestors took their light code, which is your DNA, which is basically light code. We're going to go into fractals, holograms. We're going to go into frequencies on how forms, how animals and insects will form. We're going to get into that to the next edition of How God Created the Universe. But this right here is the second edition. Okay. And, you know, funguses, as above, so below. Your brain is a cosmic network of cells. Galaxies are nothing but cells. Dogon call them poseeds, cells. They're all the same thing. They all reproduce. Okay? They all house light, and they're all connected. Okay? By filaments, cosmic web, and you know you can see how these galaxies were basically created, how they were birthed, and you know, hopefully I broke this down. This is How God Created the Universe, second edition. Third edition will be coming up soon. Be checking out for this. Okay. And we're going to move into some deeper shit in the next video. This is a 5-hour video, somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 hours. You know, I don't want to go overboard with this, but that said, man, you know, we're going to continue on. You got into the galaxy creation. Now you know how galaxies were formed. You know how God sends out thoughts, you know, splits empty space, forms vortexes. These vortexes become living entities. And these living entities produce stars, solar systems. Okay. It's all light. Light is consciousness. And magnetic field traps light into physical form. And we got trapped into the realm of Yaldabaoth, the jackass who these dumbass Babatars worship. And, you know, hopefully this opens your mind. Hopefully this gives you a clear view of what the ancient texts were telling you. And hopefully I paralleled everything. And hopefully this helps you out. And this way you have a new perspective on the world. Bottom line is you got to become a master light worker. You got to become a Jedi. That said, I'm up and I'm out.